recording here as part of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum here in Katowice, Poland. And we're really excited because this is the first time that we have a live audience here with us. So that's going to be exciting. Thank you everyone for joining. So it's going to be a very interactive discussion. We're going to have a Q&A at the end. So if you're excited to ask questions, just wait a little bit. We're going to have a little bit of a narrative beforehand. But then at the end, everyone's going to have a chance to hop in, ask their questions. And because here at the podcast, we explore some of the most relevant digital rights violations of our time. And the idea is that citizens and practitioners listen to it to engage in a discussion about their digital rights. So we talk at grassroots level with people who have personally been affected by violations. And today, those people are coming from Myanmar and India. We also interview experts to draw parallels of what's happening in a broader digital context. And in doing so, we try to find possible solutions to these challenges. So in this episode, our focus is on internet for all, but privacy for me. And as people get online and use digital technology to communicate with each other, they're encouraged or even forced to share significant amounts of personal information. But what happens when this data is collected? And what happens when this data gets into the wrong hands? We're seeing that government bodies, while digitizing their services, are also violating citizens' digital rights by surveilling them, criminalizing people on their data, and violating their right to privacy. So today we'll begin by checking the situation in Myanmar, where citizens face 3 checkpoints where the digital devices are being checked by the military. And I'm going to invite our first guest of the day, Eni Zaman, to join me. Eni has first-hand experience on how in closed societies and dictatorships, digital security can be closely related to one's physical security. She's been working on the ground in Myanmar and throughout the coup, and now is helping journalists and citizens there since the situation is too dangerous to keep themselves safe. So Eni, thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Here we are talking about Myanmar and what we have seen since the coup on February 1st, 2021, that so many rights of the citizens in Myanmar have been curbed when the coup came and the martial law was later declared. Initially, what we saw was that the first day of the coup, all the jammers were suddenly became active, and initially all the phone services were blocked, internet was blocked. That later came the nightly 9 hours internet shut down. Then came some days where there was no internet, and suddenly Myanmar saw that became such a big industry for growing industry for telcos in 2013. It suddenly shrank, no one was able to communicate with one another. And main reason was that the military took over and wanted to surveil everyone. And the surveillance system, the whole coup actually gave them a free hand to monitor all the information of people with the support of the telcos. Only Myanmar has 4 or 5 different telcos. Only 2 resisted that time. One was Telenor and the other Orido. But otherwise, everything was being surveilled, be it, your telephone calls, be it your WhatsApp or Facebook messages. That would also, there is lots of information out there. Many people have digged down that since 2019, Myanmar has bought unlawful, surveillance equipments, and which were actually in 2019 and 20, telcos were asked to actually install these surveillance spywares. And only again, it was only Telenor which came out publicly and said that, okay, we don't want to have that. We don't know about other telcos, how they managed and what they were doing. But Myanmar overall, when we talk about privacy or internet freedom or freedom of expression, things have gone really down as they go in closed societies, plus when there's dictatorship.
Yeah, and now they're not only keeping their surveillance online to trying to get the grasp on the citizens, but they're also going manually on the streets, checking people's phones and doing police checks to make sure that those citizens are not participating at protests and so on. So how exactly is that happening, Annie?
So what's happening, because as I mentioned, now there's like a dictatorship there, there's martial law, and it's not only one side alone now. It's like both parties, like pro-democracy militias, quote unquote, and the military that has weapon. Both the sides are very active on the streets. Where I was living, for example, in Yangon city, every 200 meters by like June, they had like military, checkpoints. So physical security was very much more in danger. So of course, digital security is important, but when someone with a gun is asking me for my phone, I have no other choice to give my hand over my phone. And then it jeopardizes everyone else who's connected to me through that simple phone of mine. So there was a point that we all stopped using our smartphones and keeping them at home. And we all went back to Nokia 3310. And that also actually made the military, the people who used to stop us, very angry that why are you using this? Why don't you have a phone with pictures, for example? And we have talked to many people in Myanmar, many pro-democracy citizens who were stopped and surveilled. And unfortunately, some of them kept their phones. Their phones were used as a something against them, all the information they had, the pictures they have taken, or for example, on the internet, Facebook or Viber is very much used in Myanmar, three-finger salute pictures, or anywhere else people were moving. Any information shared became something that was used against them in these military-run courts right now.
Yes, and in fact, you interviewed one young woman, an activist, who was taking part in these protests. And what happened to her was exactly that. She was coming back from a protest. She had pictures on her phone. She got arrested, and she had to endure this completely denial of freedom of. It's not even freedom of speech. It's even freedom of thinking, because you're not private to keep your own thoughts, your own information on yourself. So can you tell us a little bit more about her before we go to her audio?
This young 16-year-old girl I got to know through a network. I was running a safe house in Myanmar, and I got a call one day that, okay, have you read about this person? And I was like, yeah, she was one of the few people who was interviewed after being released from the detention, unlawful detention she had. And she was underage, and somehow, I think, again, mask, like the technology as well, we say it's like a double fold, same with these masks, that really saved many pro-democracy activists and Generation Z, that people couldn't see their faces. So, but anyway, this girl, her pictures went viral, her interview went viral, that what happened in the detention center. She was underage. That was one of the reasons that she was released. We don't know what really happened, how, but 5 days she stayed in the infamous detention center. So I think it's better if we hear her clip, how she describes her ordeal, and then we can go further.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Everyone was protesting and everyone was on the street. And then they make the protest illegal, and that they will shoot us if we ever protest again, or we still protest. Whenever they came to shoot us and separate us, we just ran back to the streets and hide. It was like that the whole month. That day, we came back from the protest. While we were walking on the platform of that road, two military trucks blocked in front of us. All the armed soldiers ran out of them and forced us to put down on our knee and face to the ground. They pointed at guns to our head. They told us to give them their phone right away so that we can text or message. So they took our phone and they just forced us at gunpoint.
I was the one who edited this part, but it's quite shocking to hear it again, even, isn't it, Annie? because this testimony from Olivia, which is an alias name that we're using so she doesn't get exposed, it just shows you how powerless you get in such a situation where someone points a gun at you and you just have to give them all the information they need. So in that sense, we can see how digital security and physical security, they're very much interconnected. Is having information in your hands becoming dangerous?
I think in situation like these where our physical security is jeopardized, and we have to keep less and less information on our digital gadgets, and how again, it's very thin line. We don't need to store things, for example, on the phones or on our laptops. We started doing trainings with pro-democracy activists and journalists and frontline defenders, journalists whose job is basically to keep this information and keep gathering the testimonies. They were also putting their life in danger by keeping this, all the information. So it was very difficult to first make people realize that keeping all the information on your phones about pro-democracy or anything which is anti-junta, anti-Myanmar's military, which is known as Tatmadaw, it's going to put you in danger, your loved ones in danger, the people you're working in danger, and the whole pro-democracy movement in danger. Because as Olivia mentioned, there are many other testimonies where we are being informed that they just take your phone and then they find out who else is on your phone contacts. Even the contact list becomes so difficult. So we kept on people when we were evacuating people, for example, we kept telling them that delete any foreign, for example, anyone's name, that name is like, sound very foreign, put it into like Myanmar names. Because as many people who came out from detention, they said they were being asked repeatedly, who's funding you? Who's funding you? This whole paranoia against foreign funding is very much there in Myanmar as well. So with like different cases, they came out, they gave this testimony. Then phones, for example, pictures, we become so much used to like keeping our memories in our, like, whatever, I would take a picture here or there. And these people who were like being arrested and later they have like some of them, of our colleagues and friends have been like now sentenced for many years just for keeping these pictures, or for example, three-finger salute pictures or portraits in their phone. So it became like, how much information you need to keep with yourself. So we keep telling people to delete, consume, delete, consume, delete. And this is one of the way to keep yourself safe. For example, right now, at the airports as well in Myanmar, they ask you to check your phones, and they run like something on your laptops as well. So yeah, that's what's happening.
Which is quite a paradox, isn't it? Because it seemed that when the internet first came, that the more information we could access, the merrier. But having the access to that information doesn't necessarily mean that you should keep it with you nowadays.
Exactly, yeah. Keeping it's what I have learned in the last 10 months is, I keep changing my digital ID. B, I don't keep as much information to myself. And C, I don't want to be connected to anyone who I don't know. Earlier, like I think 10 years ago, we wanted to make our networks grow by just writing blogs. I wanted like more people. Over the time, I think we all have learned it the hard way that we don't like meeting strangers in our daily life as well. So who do I want to include into my digital circle? And algorithms are very dangerous. For example, if someone becomes friends with me, they will get to know all my, like the people I'm working with.
Yeah. And I think that's the case that we heard from Olivia as well. We have another quote separated from her.
Yeah,
let's to know exactly what they're after, what kind of information we need to protect.
I cleared some data on my phone, but I still have some photos that I was three-finger saluting, holding the protest sign. So they started to interrogate us. They were writing down all the contacts of people on the phone, and they took screenshots of the conversation, every detail about the person I was chatting or texting to. They want me to tell every single one of their name and address. I feel very overwhelmed and furious. I was thinking like, this can't be legal. They can't just check my phone like this. But then I remember, oh wait, we are in Myanmar and they are the military. Of course, they can do that. Another officer, right after he came inside, he stood in front of me and he showered me aggressively and threatening me that he can kill me right there and get rid of my body and no one will ever see me again. It was like living hell for me.
Yeah, so it's heartbreaking, isn't it, Annie? Because you get inside people's heads so much when you suppress their freedom of expression and their privacy that they feel like they can't share anymore. They can't express any dissent even to their friends, their family members, because they might be putting themselves at risk. So in a citizen's perspective, what can be done for someone who's facing a similar situation where they're facing those violations of the very basic digital rights? What can we do to protect ourselves?
It's a very tough question and situation. I must stress upon this because Generation Z, that's like were on the forefront and still are on the forefront of pro-democracy movement in Myanmar. They all are like, they're digital kids, they are like digital nomads. They didn't have to like switch from like phones to letters, paper letters. They've never done that. So their whole communication, their whole life, they are global citizens in Myanmar, and they are very much similar to what any young kid in Europe is. So for them, snatching away this whole like freedom, A, it's like really traumatic for them. B, they really believe in the values, the core values of like democracy. And they want that. If you listen, you have listened to Olivia and you've talked to her, you would, it's astonishing. It's amazing, very positive that she knows her basic fundamental human rights, or like she was annoyed that why they're doing it, but
this can't be legal. She said it.
And they're just taking it away. So what the young people which I follow or talk with, for example, on Instagram or on, they're very active on Instagram. There's a whole generation, or for example, on other like, they use Telegram a lot now in Myanmar, for example. And what they do is they all are like a digital savvy. They use VPNs a lot. And they try to, again, we don't keep any information to ourselves. Neither they do like whoever we interact with. Sadly, what's happening in Myanmar right now is like today, there are more than 400 telco, what do you call them, boosters, or they are being destroyed. And like there's so little, like now we have so little informers or sources or people who are connected with the world. And that's what the junta wanted. The things have gone so bad in the country that people are no more connected. There's a big fear. You don't want to get caught. Everyone knows that there's unlawful surveillance there. Back in the day in 2019, there are like reports have come out. We have all the evidence that the military has bought surveillance spywares, and they asked the telcos to install them. And we have seen what has happened to a Norwegian company, Telenor, when they refused to install anything or budge against like whatever the military wanted. And that was the only telco in Myanmar that in the first 2 weeks of the coup kept making the public statements that this is the pressure we are facing from the military. We don't know about the others. That means they were cooperating. So from the day one, we knew that, okay, our phones are being tapped. So everyone moved to like more secure ways. But then you don't even know about like bigger companies, be it Facebook, be it, Twitter. We can't vouch for them, but at the moment, the good news we think is like Facebook or Twitter, they're very much pro people at the moment. They have learned from the past. For example, Facebook has done like really outrageous things when the Rohingya crisis happened. So we hope that they have learned and they're not cooperating with the military junta. And that's how it apparently looks like. But coming back to this, that how individuals can, it's very difficult, this public, and when you're living in closed societies, when your human rights are like curtailed and you don't have, you're not treated as a human being. So digital security, digital rights or freedom is like a very very difficult to get to that level. It's only like we can support these people for bringing their testimonies on like public platforms, or do some advocacy that more and more companies, of course, I'm sure some people who are listening to this, they know about boycott, the whole campaign, which is done, led by Generation Z in Myanmar. And many people are not using the military. For example, MPT is one telco, people are not using that. And they were using Telenor, but now Telenor has been like, had to be sold to Lebanese M1 business, which is also very shady. Yeah. But it's like, very difficult right now in Myanmar. And I don't see like what's the end of it. For example, we also tried using like Thai SIMs, thinking like, but Thailand is also not a very open society when it comes to laws and
tricky anyway.
Yeah, so it's like the whole region, it's like very difficult for us to we really have to reflect upon like what is privacy, and how in closed societies where there's like anyway you don't have any human rights left, it's like dictatorship. So
but that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to reflect on how we can try to find what we can do even in difficult situations. I'm going to get back to you, Annie. I think it's brilliant, the work that you're doing, and Olivia is a very courageous person for being here with us and sharing her testimony. So I'd like to thank her once again. But now we're going to get another case story. So if you have questions for Annie, write them down. We're going to get back to that part. We're going to see another part of the region now, which is India. I hope that we have here our next speaker connecting virtually, because we're going to talk about another aspect of the surveillance, which could be considered, which is the ID systems that are being implemented in India, the Aadhaar system, which is not necessarily such a digital violation in the sense that they're getting our information, but it could be a much broader and potential issue at scale. So I hope that our speaker is there. Osama Mansar, are you there, my friend?
Yeah, hi everyone. Everyone
hey.
who is on the site and everybody who is virtually there.
So
hi,
Osama,
Annie.
let me just introduce you before you go on, Osama. He's a dearest friend of mine, also an expert here at the Media Information Literacy Expert Network. It's great to see you. He's the founder and CEO of the Digital Empowerment Foundation in India, bringing connectivity and digital literacy to rural parts of the area. So with more than 1,000 locations, if I'm not mistaken, throughout India. So Osama, thank you so much for being here with us. We've been listening about this Aadhaar system, which is this one number that unites the lives of the people in India, which is you're not required by law to have it, but without it, you can't access education, you can't enroll in universities, you can't go to hospitals, and you can't even open a bank account. So what are the implications of this Aadhaar ID system for the citizens in India?
Well, that will be a long tutorial for the audience there, but what you said is that you can't do anything without Aadhaar is actually the dichotomy is that you can do all of this without Aadhaar. But the practical system is that there is this called UID, unique ID, or Aadhaar, as it is. By the way, Aadhaar's meaning in Hindi is the foundation. So practically, what is happening is that it is being motivated, it is being influenced, it is being marketed, it is being spread that everybody should have this unique ID. As per the law itself says that you don't need to have. I mean, you can say no, you don't want to have this, but practically everybody. So government certainly take a pride in saying that they have reached out of 1.35 billion of population, they have reached 1.2 billion or something like that is already been done. People have been enrolled as having unique ID. So that's the way it started, but gradually to make it even more useful or more relevant, more practical, government started linking it to every need, and then it became a kind of pervasive culture that each and every office, each and every administrative office, each and every organization started asking people that we need to have your ID to be in place. Whether you have a bank account, whether you have admission in a school, or wherever you go. So basically, that one number became your most popular existence or belonging of you. But the flip side of this entire thing is that, as you know, India has got about anywhere, depending which statistics are you looking for, but anywhere between 300 to 500 million poor people, who are actually dependent on various government entitlements or doors, so they can't survive without ration, they can't survive without health access, they can't survive without. So these are the people who are totally dependent on government givings or social welfare entitlements. And that is where this entire game opens up, that how they suffer because of the necessity of this unique ID. I am not even getting into the controversial area where the haves have a serious separate problem of where it gets into surveillance, it gets into different kind of things. But I am talking about what you call as a soft part, which is 500 million people, poor people, whom you are saying you can't have your ration without your biometric being identified. You can't have your pension without your biometric being identified. Biometric, when I say biometric, is a methodology of post-machine utilization where you put your finger as an identification. And by the way, this is enabling because you are illiterate, but this is disabling because you don't know how that identification is going to use. And I am sure you are going to show it on your podcast, that how many people on the ground suffering, their biometric identities being stolen, their Aadhaar numbers are being spread everywhere. Even government websites, they hang with their databases. They're very proudly, so many people have taken admission in my school. Wow, this is the name and this is all their Aadhaar numbers. And then somebody is logging in, taking all those numbers and doing something else, And then, there are stories that, you are illiterate, you don't know how to read and write, you go to a bank account, you put your thumb and your bank account is open on the screen, but she can't read it or he can't read it. But the banking correspondent or the person who is providing those services of giving you the money or withdrawing your money is keeping that information and keeping that screen open in another screen, because you just have to do Control-T to have another window open, and that window can be seen by that other person. So it's very interesting that this unique ID, for the lack of any word, I would say, is so vulnerable because of so many reasons that it has become a reason for maybe identity theft, sometimes bank account theft, sometimes frauds, sometimes your rights being stolen, your assets being stolen, and so on and so forth. The stories are unlimited. You can have books after books and encyclopedia of having such case studies of how people have been, So what I'm saying is, actually, it's such a vulnerable number. It's such a vulnerable style of utilization in our Indian society. Is that the lesser the case study, the better it is. It could have been everything. Of course, Shruti is going to highlight more, recorded, stories of privacy perspective and surveillance perspective. But what I'm saying is that even for the purpose for which this number was, let's say, released as your unique ID to have an easy life, is not actually turning out to be an easy life. because you are vulnerable because this one number is connecting everything. I mean, imagine one mobile is giving you all the information in Myanmar when it is being taken away by the people. Imagine your one number is taken away by people and anything can be done. So isn't it very, and that number is actually not sacrosanct. It's everywhere. If you go to typical Indian village, out of hundreds of houses, there is one person providing service of banking access or entitlement access or internet access. And if you go to that person's room, you will find that hundreds of UID printouts are kept on the table just like that. These people come there, take it in their hand. It's like a post office, which is, imagine a post office with all the credit cards without cover. Can you imagine? It is available in every nook and corner. Imagine all the names on a database, on an Excel sheet is on the website with your credit card number there, with CVV.
Which I
How
think
would you feel?
It's impressive, isn't it, Osama? Because when we're doing the interviews, first the cases started piling up. When we were preparing for the podcast, we found a number of case stories so easy. And all these people, they had all those other piles of other on their table to show for that they had it, they had the trust of the citizens, but if they wanted to do something with it, they potentially could, and that could impact a lot later on down the road. But I just want to highlight that first case story that we brought exactly from India, because we went to the very rural areas where you have your centers and you have the connection to those people to find out how this plays out in their real lives. So we have here the testimony of Shakti, who we're going to bring dubbed to English.
राजस्थान के बाड़मेर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ और बाड़मेर डिस्ट्रिक्ट मतलब
I am from Bardmer district of Rajasthan, and this region is supposed to be one of the most backward regions of the country. If any government official gets assigned to this place, they actually think that it's a punishment. People here are unaware about government schemes and entitlements, and they're very untrusting of people who are educated, because over the years, they've been cheated again and again by educated people. There is a person named Suresh who runs an e-Mitra center. What he did was he applied for pensions for people who have actually passed away already. He took their Aadhaar cards, he put his own fingerprint there, he put his own mobile phone there, and whenever money would come into their account, the money from the government pension, he would just go and withdraw it. In fact, not only people who are dead, he started doing this with people who are alive as well. He would apply for their pensions, he would take their Aadhaar number, but he would put his own fingerprint. And when asked that, why my money hasn't come, he would say the pension hasn't started yet, or the government hasn't released the money yet. However, there came a time when there was a man who was about 70 or 80 and he had passed away. So his son actually went online and he checked the status of the account, and he saw that money is coming in every month, but it's getting withdrawn, and he had no clue where it's getting withdrawn from. But the thing is that this man was an RTI activist, right to information activist. So he took all the documents, he filed RTIs at the banks, he just got all the information out, and then he took all of that information and filed a case against him. After a proper investigation was conducted, it was found out that he had done a fraud of 6 lakh rupees. So then he was jailed for 3 months, and last month he was released. And the government cancelled his e-Mitra license because of all of this. So he opened another e-Mitra in the name of someone else, and in fact, he has restarted his center and he's still running an e-Mitra center.
So, Osama, that would be ironical if it wasn't tragic, right? We see this case of this middleman committing fraud, and not even people don't realize it, but also he's able, even after getting caught, to continue it. So if we think of digital, first, it's a brilliant thing I've been there to India, visiting some of the villages with you, and you give people access, especially the most vulnerable, to their rights. So in order to get their entitlements, their ration, their food, their money, they need to, go and press their ID there. So they have this mobile scheme where they select one person in the village where they're able to, connect people, even the illiterate, to be able to access those schemes. But in the name of ease of use, if you compile all that into one single ID system, and people don't have the education or the digital literacy to go after it, it seems that the government is telling everyone, in order for you to have your rights, you need to, know the basics of digital. But I don't see anyone providing people that awareness or that education so that they don't get exploited, which is a bizarre thing, if you ask me. But so how should we look at this, Osama, from a citizen's perspective? What sort of solutions are out there? What could be done? Is it awareness that we need to raise? Is it what exactly do we need to look at?
So it's very interesting, we always think that digital is just a technology or digital is just a means to do some things, but we don't take digital as a cultural embedding or a change of culture into the system that we make policy for. And that's ironical. I will give you an example of 66A. It's an act that was created to actually a very bad act from the perspective of freedom of expression. And under that, police was arresting anybody who was even commenting on something which is, let's say, not acceptable to the government. And then gradually the government changed, and then that act was withdrawn. And the irony is that even now, government of India's many police departments, cybercrime experts, they arrest people in the name of act that doesn't exist. I mean, it has been withdrawn and doesn't exist. So what is very important is that when we make a policy which has got digital included into it, it's very important to look at the cultural part of it, the social part of it, the practices, the ecosystems, and how do you do it? That's very, very important. For example, doing digital literacy and not doing digital safety is not going to work, because digital literacy is going to enable you to share all your data, but digital safety will not make all those data safeguarded, or behind the firewall, or not shared. It's something like when you get a credit card, you very clearly said that don't store those number anywhere. You just memorize it. That's an instruction. That's the tutorial that you get. But we don't get any tutorial for any new digital policy that we make. There is no awareness about it. There is no tutorial about it. There is no literacy about it. There is no educational part of it. I mean, you tell me how many schools and colleges or education system that we have embedded with a curriculum of having digital literacy, digital culture, digital society as a part of the curriculum of understanding. So we are certainly, and this onus is basically on the government who makes policy. I mean, you cannot make something in the name of ease. And recently, I'll give you another example. When the pandemic was there, when it was made mandatory that everybody has to take vaccination, it was also made mandatory that you have to go through a portal, online portal, to register yourself to get a vaccination. Now tell me how many areas of the country is connected. Even on the statistical data of India, internet still hasn't reached to more than 40 or 50% of Indians. Then how can you make something mandatory for which the gateway of which is internet, for taking vaccination? And ultimately that happened. Government ultimately, they themselves said that it is not possible. You can walk into the hospital or a local, you register yourself there locally face to face, and you get your vaccination. Then we will put the data on your behalf. I mean, then and when you are putting the data on your behalf, then we don't know what kind of data are being put. No, and without OTP, it is not possible. The OTP is another barrier. So what is very, very, very important that the more we are getting digital, the more cultural integration is required, social integration is required, and that's not happening, and that's the danger.
No, I think that's a perfect consideration that you put, Osama. How can we integrate exactly all those layers, right? When it comes to digital literacy education into the policy level and the bigger discussion, I think that's an essential part. And that's exactly why I want to invite Shruti to join us also in the conversation. She's also our guest. Shruti Trikanad, I hope I pronounced her name right. She is a program officer at the Center for Internet Society in India, and she also works primarily on issues such as the digital ID. She did a lot of research as well as how the Aadhaar is taking place regarding the court system, the legal system. So Shruti, welcome.
Hi, Alex. Thank you. So glad to be here.
No, it's fantastic to see you. And I was hoping you could give us a little bit of a legal perspective on the sense, because if we look at the Aadhaar, a lot of data is available in the public domain, which is another aspect that we could discuss. But what did your test reveal exactly when we focus on the issues of the system, especially regarding to privacy? You know, we're talking about the importance of citizens being able to protect their personal information, be it in a sense where it's very, very sensitive like Myanmar, or in India where this data could be abused if it falls into the hands of the masses. So from a legal perspective, how that plays out?
Yeah, so usually when I think about this, I think of it in two ways. One would be what the regulatory or legal surrounding of the digital ID system is. And the other, which I'm not really going to talk about a lot, but how the technology itself is designed, right? And this kind of plays back to even what Annie was saying, which is that regardless of whether there is a rule of law, it's in some ways, it doesn't really matter what the law is, it matters who is enforcing it. So to kind of safeguard that, you have technology that is like that enhances privacy by design, for instance. So the main thing I would say there is that we move away from the Aadhaar model. The Aadhaar model is a very particular kind of a digital ID system where you have a centralized database. You only have the government being the ID provider. You make it mandatory. These are things that are all this is what the Aadhaar model is characterized by, and it's quite different from other sort of developed countries models like Estonia, Canada, UK, all have digital ID systems that are very unlike Aadhaar. So in there, you could have move away from a centralized database, have access control that is kind of determined by the technology itself and not just by the law. But when we talk about the law itself, which is, I suppose at this stage, the only thing that you can address in the Aadhaar system, how we looked at it, we came up with a framework that kind of tests the environment surrounding Aadhaar in three ways. So I'll be very brief about this because it is very lengthy. The first thing we look at is a rule of law, which is basically whether the digital ID system is governed properly by one or many laws that cover all aspects of the digital ID system. And here, Aadhaar we found was lacking in several ways. One really important way was the purpose of the Aadhaar system itself. So when it began, as Osama was saying as well, when it began, it was to target the poor population to access the subsidies that they are beneficiaries for. But now it has kind of absolutely left that purpose. Now it's mandatory for everyone to link their Aadhaar card to their income tax filing. It's mandatory to link it to a slew of other things. So it's kind of moved away from that purpose. And that purpose also determines exactly a lot of parts of the system itself. So one thing that we would say in the law is to not allow the Aadhaar system to be used for purposes other than what the data was collected for. And that is not present in the Aadhaar Act right now. It kind of liberally allows the central government to determine what use Aadhaar can be made for. Right now, uses of Aadhaar are also being determined by other laws like our money laundering law, etc. All of which we believe should be addressed immediately. Another really, really important thing, and this also does address the fraud that Osama was talking about, is the accountability of the administrator of the system. So the Aadhaar system is administered by the UIDAI, which is a body that created the Aadhaar system, maintains it, administers it, and is also the only regulator for it. So what this essentially means is that regardless of what it does, nobody can kind of hold it accountable because it's the only body that holds itself accountable. I mean, that makes no sense to me, but there is nobody else that can do anything to the UIDAI. And this also extends to, for a long time, nobody was allowed to make any complaints in the Aadhaar system. So even if the fraud that Osama was talking about would occur, you weren't allowed to complain. The only thing you could do was let UIDAI know, and they would file a complaint on your behalf, which was something that, I mean, if they didn't want to take action, they just wouldn't. And we saw that as well when initially, when the enrollment was happening for Aadhaar, they found that a lot of fraud had happened, a lot of identities were created that were not real, but there was absolutely no action taken against UIDAI for this because, again, they're the only ones who can take action. So that is
a
thing
very difficult thing, isn't it? Because we heard from the example that it took someone who was an activist on access to information to do all the steps to either file a complaint or something like that. So when we look at the legitimacy of these systems, is it really to make it more transparent and maybe give access to citizens to have a hand in that, Shruti?
I would honestly say it doesn't seem that way. And we can even when we were talking about the security of the system, initially there were a lot of activist research organizations that pointed out, this is many years earlier, that there were a lot of security like lacunas in the system. And instead of that being taken in the way it should, which is that the UIDAI try to address the security problems, they instantly kind of filed charges against a lot of these research organizations, a lot of journalists, to say that they attempted to breach the system. And yeah, we see from that there is very little transparency. It's kind of like the government is on the offensive. They're not taking any feedback about this. They're just kind of instantly going against anyone that says something about the Aadhaar system.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think that's a super interesting discussion. And I think it's not only the Aadhaar system in India that we're seeing some issues when it comes to that privacy of citizens and personal information and so on, but also on a global level. So I'm going to invite to join us here on the discussion also Edin Omanovic, because I think Shruti raised some very interesting points there. Edin, if you can hear me, I can't see you yet, but I hope that you're going to pop on. Yeah, cool. Edin is the advocacy director from Privacy International, and he also works around exposing and challenging these abuses of power by governments worldwide. So Edin, these things that Shruti is mentioning, do they happen elsewhere also? If we look at the world, is it a common issue, what we're seeing with ID systems, surveillance from governments, getting personal information and so on?
Hi. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, there's echoes of these kind of issues around the world. I think one thing that was mentioned was the lack of a legal framework, so the lack of a data protection law in India. And unfortunately, we see that elsewhere as well. So these kind of digital ID systems are generally proposed by large donors, for example, and governments, particularly in weaker countries, as solutions to a whole range of different problems, whether it's access to welfare or for security reasons, but no real kind of substantive thought given to how this will play out in practice. And without a well-written and well-enforced law, such as the data protection law, there's going to be inevitably all these kind of issues. So to be clear, no ID system is going to ever be 100% secure. The most advanced intelligence agencies in the world cannot keep their systems secure. They've been regularly hacked. So inevitably, this information is going to be leaked. And that's why you need a well-enforced data rights and people who have access and knowledge about it, and a regulator that can actually take action to actually help people and to protect people's rights. In weaker states where these laws don't exist, where these regulators aren't able to enforce the law, these kind of issues are simply inevitable. Yet at the same time, what we've seen is donors and governments rush to these kind of solutions for a whole manner of things. And originally it might start with, for example, let's try and make sure that people have access to welfare, but there's inevitably always function creep. It'll always end up being a more substantive solution in scope. So, for example, it will then become a security thing. Law enforcement will inevitably want access to it. And I think the first question that should always be asked is why? Why do we need to build these systems? Why, if everyone is entitled indeed as they are to a legal identity, why does it have to be a digital ID system? Why does it have to involve biometrics? That kind of question is lacking, because I think often in a lot of cases, donors are just jumping to the most sexy, the most kind of high-tech solution, which is biometric ID systems, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think it comes down, as you said, different countries and different regions are on different parts of the process. So where to start might be a different challenge or a different solution, depending where they are. I'd like to hear a little bit also about what Privacy International is doing regarding this, and what are the most, like, if we had to pick one of the most crucial issues that perpasses all these different states and regions that we're talking about here today, or even others that are happening across the globe, is there one thing that we should, one common trend that we need to tackle urgently before our digital rights will be just out of the box or something like that?
Yeah. So I think the pandemic has really just underlined and exposed how interconnected just everything is. The world is, people, civil society groups, governments. And I think one kind of thread that's running through all this is the role of powerful actors, whether it's companies or governments, that are essentially have the power to change all this. So we spoke earlier about surveillance, and particularly in Myanmar. There are hundreds of companies out there who sell surveillance tools to governments, and it's basically a free-for-all. There's very little regulation over it. So we're essentially trying to put pressure on these companies to respect people's rights, to stop selling this equipment, and for governments to step in, because they have the power to actually restrain this industry. So, there's a lot of things that people can do in terms of protecting their own individual rights. So using encryption, using certain apps, even stopping storing certain data on their devices. But then, this essentially absolves governments and companies from the responsibility to also look after their rights. So we need to put pressure on governments to actually pass laws and to enforce them. And where they can't, we need to put pressure on companies to act as the last line of defense to protect peoples. And unfortunately, the way that we're going, even not putting information and stopping yourself from storing stuff on mobile phones isn't really going to be enough, because governments are increasingly adding data to databases, or increasingly demanding that everything that we do, whether it's accessing services, is somehow the data around that is collected and stored somewhere. And then increasingly it's becoming even more difficult to walk down the street because you have issues such as rollout of facial recognition cameras. So I think the risks are becoming a lot higher. There's a lot more risk in all aspects of life. But at the same time, what we can do about it is put pressure on international companies and international governments to actually be more aware of how this is impacting people around the world, and particularly the most marginalized around the world. And through coordination, through civil society organization, through international coordination at governmental level, there are real opportunities for change, and things are changing.
Perfect. No, I think that's brilliant. I just want to invite people here in the room and online to pose in their questions. I don't want to be too selfish. I know that we have an incredible lineup of speakers and you have some burning thoughts in your heads. So get ready. If you want to come, feel free to come. If you're in the chat, send a question and we're going to address that as well. Meanwhile, I just want to say that I think that's really interesting, Edding, because since here at Millen, since we work with media information literacy, obviously we try to find solutions and, find a way that citizens can fight back for their rights on a bottom-up approach. But I think that's not enough. We have to do what we can, but we also need to focus our efforts in terms of regulation, as you said, on companies and government bodies, because at the end of the day, they should be held to account. I think that's super that you said. I think that's super important for us to remember. I see we have a gentleman here. Please, go on. What's your name, sir?
Hello, my name is Asim. And I was listening to this all interesting conversation. We always had the threats throughout our history. Authorities or manipulators, they always use the information for their purposes. If it is corporates, they will use that information to generate more revenues. If it is authoritarian governments, regimes, they will use it for their control. These things will keep happening. The problem with the digital era is that now it is very easy to connect the dots. We have one piece of information. On the basis of that, we can develop the profiling, then these algorithms, and now as we talk about that, face recognition is connected with that, our biometric data is connected with that, our social network is connected with that, our daily routine of doing things using Siri, everything is getting captured. So it is very easy to identify what we do, what we think. Having an Aadhaar card might not be a problem because there are national ID cards almost in every country. Even in Europe, we have the residence cards. The problem is that who has the access to that system, if that system is accessed by the right people or not, and how we can put the policies in place that those systems, that piece of information will not be misused. That is the key question what we should ask by ourselves, that how at sitting on the Internet Governance Forum, we can come up with such a thought process which we can then at every stage wherever we are working, we can push it forward, that how we can find the right solution which can be implemented everywhere, because now we are living in a global village. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If any of the speakers want to comment on that, please feel free to go as well.
I just want to add one thing to that. When we talk about solutions, we all know that all these spywares, for example, or any unlawful intercept spywares bring in closed societies, or where we see dictatorship, or even in democracy. But when there are like stronger democratic systems and governments in place, there's more safeguards available for citizens. And that is what we have learned and we are learning. Then, for example, if it comes through the parliament, through people, there are different layers of it, rather than when one military guy just at the back door, he gets a deal with someone and, they just place it. When things are more behind doors, it's more difficult to manage. And for example, in Myanmar, until 2021, we were not aware that there's some spyware were bought, and telcos have already installed them until, they were bought in 2019, but we got to know in 2021. So I think, of course, like you mentioned that Europe also have ID card systems, but surveillance, this is in closed societies, I think we see more as compared to countries which have more democratic processes in place.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Annie. And we have more people lined up to ask you about activists. I see that we have Ilyas Nasrullah as a guest here on the chat. Ilyas, if you want to ask the questions and unmute yourself, I think you can do that as well. Otherwise, I can read it here on the chat. Okay, I think you can't unmute, unfortunately. So I'll just read your question. Annie, first of all, question for you. What methods the activists are using to try to come up with solutions? He knows that you can't share everything, but maybe some ideas what could be used in that way. And we also have a question for Shruti. Shruti, is it fair to say that a big part of the problems of the Aadhaar system is due to the seemingly deteriorating rule of law in India? So, please. Yeah, Annie, if you want to.
Okay, I'll go ahead first. For activist question, I think in Myanmar specific, Most of the activists, they no more use anything which leads to like digital footprints. That's very interesting pattern which we have seen, that people have gone to jungles and to like those areas which are under PDFs in Myanmar. They are not connected in like how we see they should be connected, and technology should help them. But it's other way around. We are coming back to old ways of communications, like more safer ways.
Super, brilliant. Thank you. Shruti, please go ahead if you're there with us.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I would say it is part of the problem, or more rather part of the impact of having a system that kind of allows surveillance and changes the relationship between a citizen and a state. So right now, for example, the state could easily sort of deactivate your Aadhaar card, and then you're instantly not allowed to access a slew of services. So yeah, I would say the government in place is very does impact that a lot, but it's also just how the system allows that to happen, which matters, I think.
Well, thank you so much, Shruti. I think that's essential. I know we said we're going to try to bring solutions, but there are even more burning thoughts from everything that you guys are saying here. But I think those are great points to start off. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up here a session at the Internet Governance Forum due to time. But I'd like to thank everyone who participated and joined us, our incredible speaker lineup as well. This was the 7th episode of Digital Rights Explored, Local Fights, Global Perspectives, especially recorded here as part of the IGF. And if you like what you heard, please make sure to like, follow the podcast, connect with us, send in questions, and so on. We'll be thrilled to have you all around. I'd like to thank everyone that was part of here with us today. We talked to Eni Zaman, Olivia, Osama Manzar, Shakti Singh, Shruti Trikanath, and Edin Omanovic. Thank you all. You guys have been essential to this discussion. Thank you so much for being here with us. I would also like to thank our producer, Eno Mirovic, our consultant, Hannah Hempel, Abner Manzar for the dubbing, and a special thanks also to Leah Vinet for making this possible. We're very grateful as well for the UN people here at the Internet Governance Forum and for the government of Poland. Dziękuję. I hope that was pronounced right. This podcast is brought to you by Millen, the Media Information Literacy Expert Network, with the support of Deutsche Welle Academy. And if you want to continue this conversation, we'll be more than happy to talk to you. Just drop us a line. My name is Alexandre Amaral. I'm tuning out. I'll see you next month with a new episode. Ciao.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Brett van Niekerk. I will be chairing the session. I see there are a few people there in Poland and a few people online as well. Most of us as organizers are online. Unfortunately, we are from South Africa and we're not able to start traveling due to the COVID pandemic. So we are currently, unfortunately, all remote. So I'm going to start sharing my screen in a few minutes. I see some people still walking in. I'll get my slides up now. I think the general housekeeping rules will apply from all the other sessions. We'll try to engage both with those online as well as in the physical venues. So what we're looking at or hope to discuss today is the impact of emerging technologies within conflict as well as peacekeeping scenarios. So it is a town hall discussion. Anyone is free to make comments. We'll provide a few suggested questions that will then help us guide the discussion and then to be able to ultimately provide some key takeaways as well as any call for actions that may emerge out of this. So with me is also Prof. Joey Johnson van Vuren from the Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria, Dr. Trishwana Ramlakan, also at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and Prof. Louise Leonin from the University of Western Cape in Cape Town. So whilst we're from diverse academic institutions, we're delivering this as part of the International Federation of Information Processing, particularly a working group focusing on ICT in peace and war. So I'll give a little bit of background on the working group as well as IFIP, just so you are aware of the background that we are coming from. So IFIP is essentially an international organization. It's apolitical, focused primarily on ICT from the name. So it is recognized by the United Nations as well as other world bodies and represents 38 national regional IT societies and comprises of 14 technical committees from a range of security, some focused artificial intelligence and so on. So we are from Technical Committee 9, which is ICT and its applicability to society, which aims to develop the understanding of how ICT innovation will be associated with the change in society, and also obviously then to influence the shaping of socially responsible and ethical policies and practices related to ICTs. So then the working group is the newest in the technical committee, was established in 2013 by Prof. Louise. Currently, we've got around 30 to 40 members from about 17 countries. So the focus really is to integrate academia, research, industry, government, civic society, looking at how technologies will impact on peacekeeping, conflict scenarios, and security. If anyone is interested in joining, my email address is up there. Unfortunately, the email address might be cancelled fairly soon because I'm moving jobs. But in the reporting, we will provide contact details for you to be able to contact us should you wish to join the working group or if you have any further questions. So just a little bit of background information of where we're coming from and what we're thinking in terms of key trends. We've obviously seen a number of major cyber attacks that have been reported in the news media, including attacks on major cloud systems, which have affected a number of corporations as well as countries. We've had the SolarWinds at the end of last year, which pretty much affected most network providers, and again, quite a global impact. We've had also seen the effects of ransomware quite often on healthcare systems during the pandemic, but as well in the US when a pipeline was targeted with severe social knock-on effects from that due to panic, as well as unavailability of the fuel within their eastern seaboard. In South Africa, we've had one of our major ports earlier this year were targeted by ransomware, again caused massive disruptions for import and export and had quite a severe social impact as well. So stemming out of all of this, we see cyber diplomacy. Generally, the main focus is on the United Nations, the group of governmental experts, as well as the open-ended working group, both of which have provided reports and closed off this year, with the next open-ended working group kicking off next week on the 16th. This was unusual within the UN in that the open-ended working group had a number of multi-stakeholder participants as well, and I think this is quite important and something we can discuss in a broader context within this town hall. We've had the Paris Call for Trust and Security in cyberspace, has just recently presented a number of outcomes from 6 working groups at the Paris Peace Forum. But most of these focus on norms-based approaches for responsible behavior in cyberspace. The challenge is still, this looks at a cybersecurity perspective, and the use of certain ICT type technologies are not purely cybersecurity related. So this information within international security, again, very prevalent in the news media in relation to elections, as well as on the with the pandemic, with misinformation being distributed quite widely related to that. In addition, your artificial intelligence is becoming more prevalent in international security. So there's been a number of ethical and regulatory type of discussions. The UN is proposing a moratorium due to the biases of artificial intelligence in certain applications, particularly related to security. So we are looking at things along the lines of, should AI or facial recognition be used to make a decision on if someone is performed a criminal act, when there have been cases of potential misidentification. So depending on the implications, there needs to be a risk-based approach to using artificial intelligence, or how it affects various decision-making process. The problem is artificial intelligence also underpins a number of other things, including autonomous weapon systems, autonomous cyber weapon systems. In social media users are quite often in identifying hate speech or some disinformation. So if your AI fails, ultimately your defense mechanisms tend to fail. Again, it's also being used in some cybersecurity scenarios for threat detection, but it's also being misused. So the artificial intelligence is being used to generate fake news, deep fakes for misinformation, can be used for cyber AI-enabled cyber attacks, AI-enabled disinformation, or computational propaganda, where it helps control social media and the disinformation campaigns. And obviously from the autonomous weapon system side, again, we're seeing this fitting in broadly. There is a strong degree of ICT technology, being the fact that there is a degree of artificial intelligence, communications technology to control these systems. And again, the ethics, the laws and the regulations, there's a number of discussions. Again, with a number of the others, a lot of feedback is this is falling short. People tend not to be satisfied. And then recently, the challenges of trying to determine the difference of how you control a physical autonomous weapon system to an autonomous cyber weapon system have been raised. Those discussions earlier this year at a Cyclone conference where they discussed this in a little bit more detail. But one of the key challenges we are seeing is all of these that we've been discussing are in siloed working groups. So there is a GGE for autonomous weapon systems within the UN, but there's also a GGE for ICTs in international security. Separately, there's a working group for cyber mercenaries. Separately, there's a working group for cyber crime. Again, different forums for artificial intelligence. So that this poses a bit of a challenge when all of these concepts ultimately are overlapping. So this leads us on to some of the discussion points we would like to be able to raise. These are not definite questions. We can stray slightly from them. But what we'd like to try and provide as key takeaways or calls for action is looking at what is the need for regulation regarding cyber as well as AI in conflict use, particularly at an international level, looking at human rights. So often there's a case that national laws take precedence. Some countries tend to push back against an international regulation, saying that cyber or AI use internal to their sovereign boundaries is their sovereign right, and they govern that how they see fit. Another question is, should we actually consider all of these issues when we start talking about regulation under one forum? Or should they continue in these separate forums as we currently see? So the proposal from one perspective is that we have a single forum with possible possible thematic areas to be able to deal with cyber attacks or cyber security, disinformation, which obviously strongly overlaps, your artificial intelligence and its use in both physical security as well as cyber security type scenarios, and then obviously the physical autonomous weapons. And a third area is in terms of inclusivity, what exactly is the role of developing nations within this? Obviously, that has been a challenge. We see your traditional big, you can call them superpowers, even though the term is no longer used. They are the ones trying to drive the agenda in many of these instances due to the fact that they have developed technology. So those countries that are maybe slightly behind with technological development, what role do they have to play in these types of discussions and regulations? What challenges they face with that, particularly bearing in mind they might have other political or infrastructural challenges in dealing with this, but at the end of the day, they might also be severely negatively affected by the proliferation of, for instance, the autonomous weapon systems or certain forms of advanced cyber weaponry. So with that, I will open up the floor to anyone who would like to start off the discussions. So what we'll do is if there's any raised hands online, I will take those. And if otherwise, we can go to the physical venue if there are no raised hands online.
Brent, Joey van Vieren speaking. I just want to add something that is for me very, very important, is what governments are doing to change. If you use, citizens are using social media, that they actually come down and stop the communications to prevent citizens from sharing information on social media. That means the governments are, then takes the voice away of a citizen because if something is going against the governments. I think we must also take that into consideration.
Yes, thank you. That is a very good point. And I think that also raises the role of the developing nations, because that is very prevalent in Africa when there is a threat of protest action or unrest. Quite often the first reaction is to then close down social media. There have also been reports, I think, during Arab Spring, back in earlier part of the last century, where governments actively actually targeted the social media to try and track and trace some of the perpetrators in terms of the protests. So that aspect of privacy and the human rights does come in. In addition, I think also just from a fake news perspective, again prevalent in Africa, the strong focus of immediately making any form of spreading of fake news illegal. So it's just a sudden hard rule that if you spread disinformation regarding the pandemic, it is an illegal act, which again had some human rights groups a little bit concerned is, can that now be extended if the government is being criticized for some reason? Will they then make that type of criticism illegal? We have again seen incidents under a cybersecurity law where journalists have been silenced and arrested for criticizing the government. So I think that is a very good point, when the interaction of social media in the broader context of ICT and peace and security. Would anyone else like to add on to that or contribute further? I don't see any hands up in the chat for Zoom. Is there anyone in the physical venue wanting to add anything at this stage?
Brett, perhaps I can jump in while we're waiting. I don't see any hands up. I just want to respond in more detail towards in response to your first question. In terms of the regulation of cyber and AI, because the use of social media will also fall under this umbrella. How do you actually force a country then to act and have laws that are in line with international guidelines, or at least with the majority of countries internationally? So I think the only way community can have an influence on these types of legislations and acts and responses from governments, especially from developing countries, is through regional and international groups such as BRICS, G20, SADC, the Southern African Community Group. I think it is important for practitioners to join working groups that have influence on these regional and international groups. For instance, BRICS has an academic forum. That is the only way that I can see where researchers and practitioners, individuals, can actually play a small role in forcing governments to act according to agreements that they are involved in. For instance, one example is the G20 countries adopted a set of AI principles. I think it was in 2019. And it means that all those countries, and there are some developing countries that form part of that group, actually now have agreed to adhere to at least AI principles. Similar types of situations exist for cyber regulations and even influence on cyber legislation.
Yes. There's also, I'm aware of similar discussions within autonomous weapon systems, but again, you do get the disagreements. I think in one perspective, the United Nations with the open-ended working group that just ended did try and address that by allowing the multi-stakeholder participation. Some countries opposed that, others strongly supported it. Well, I don't think South Africa in particular was a proposer, but they did support. I think it was Australia and Canada were very supportive of that process. So it did give the non-stakeholders a voice. But what we're finding, one of the issues arising out of these types of technologies is that it is largely controlled by non-state actors. If you think of ICTs and the internet in general, it's controlled by your service providers, generally a private organization. The technologies are produced by private organizations, so your big tech, Microsoft, Google, Apple, and so on. Likewise, you would assume things like autonomous weapon systems being developed by the large armament manufacturers. So there is a degree of private industry that is behind all of this. So is it really sufficient then to limit things like the GGEs and open-ended working groups purely to government representation? Should we not have more multi-stakeholder representation in some of the forums? Paris call was very multi-stakeholder, was open to anyone. Whereas the open-ended working group, whilst there was representation, it was informal on the sidelines where we could make commentary and the states could take that on board, but they didn't have to. It was still the states that ultimately influenced the outcome of the report. But I think there's also other potential legal challenges, in terms of the regulation that we need to look at. So in the absence, I don't see any hands still. Perhaps Dr. Ramlakan can take us on some of the legal aspects.
Yes, so just quickly, it's assumed that for international humanitarian law, they follow three principles. So the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions during an attack. This is where it gets complicated because the distinction is between military and civilian, which means still the control is still in the hands of, say, a dictator or commander or president. And that becomes the main issue. So legislating control or cyber use or AI in conflicts becomes very complicated. So in international humanitarian law, they usually fall back on, I think it's Article 36 of the Geneva, Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention. And that states that for the saving of humanities or for the law of humanity, which is different from humanitarian law, people must not be reactive and they must abide by this law of humanity. So it follows through with empathy, etc. But obviously you're going to have the question of how reliable the commander is. And obviously there are other issues that you need to consider. We do fall back also on the Martens Clause. So the Martens Clause was introduced, I think, in the 1800s with the Hague Convention. So while we try to have one governing legislation, it does become difficult for all states to abide by. So our fallback currently is on the Geneva Convention Protocol 1 and laws of humanity. So I think that it is important to ensure that there is a legislation, obviously a treaty or something to that effect. So you have people or states signing up to abide by it, but then what do you do in cases when some states say they don't want to vet it, so they don't want to sign this treaty? So it can't be forced, and I think we are falling back on the law of humanity. So just leaders need to be careful when using cyber and AI in conflicts.
Would anyone else like to respond to that? So I think also what we see quite often is with the aspects of legislation. Whilst things like the group of governmental experts, as well as the OEWG in terms of ICT and international security, do agree that the general human rights conventions apply to cyberspace. The problem is, and all your general international security principles will apply. The problem is that's a very high-level statement. When you start going into some of the details, things start to break down. So how do you define sovereignty within cyberspace? Is it, if you're using the system, is it where the undersea cable crosses into your territorial waters? Is it where it lands on your physical territory? How does cloud computing, which could be remotely in a different continent, how does that apply to sovereignty if you have critical data or critical services there? So whilst the principles have been agreed to that they will hold, the challenge becomes, how do we actually hold them? There's been a number of norms proposed, everyone agrees to it, but how do we implement the norms? How do we sometimes even interpret the norms within specific national context? And I think that becomes the challenge now. There's a lot of discussion around confidence building measures, capacity building, in order to try and address the challenges of having norms, as well as even autonomous weapon systems is looking, as well as artificial intelligence, a normative-based approach. How do we actually start trying to implement and holding the countries to what they commit to, depending on, obviously, from their aspects. So I am going to post a couple aspects. People have been talking about certain documents. I'll post that up in the chat for everyone to see, for those that are online. Again, we can make these available as a separate document within the reporting later on. So there's one on regulating autonomy in weapon systems. So again, as Dr. Ramakan was stating, we do have issues again of the level of autonomy based from a simple rule-based system. So if you look at maybe a close-in weapon system on a ship, if a inbound object is at a certain speed, certain height, certain radar profile, looks like a missile, it could then automatically fire in self-defense. So very, very strict rules. Then you take your autonomous weapon systems, which could be potentially used in an offensive capacity. Now, the challenge is that there was a UN report where there was a friendly fire incident from such a system in Africa. Now, what are the implications there? It raises a number of questions regarding, can an autonomous weapon system adequately identify someone who might have a weapon but is in a non-threatening posture, so a weapon pointed down, versus someone with a weapon raised? Can it determine if firing on a target is within a sectoral risk of civilians? So there was a movie called Eye in the Sky where it actually revolved primarily around that point of, are they going to use a drone strike against a target, a high-profile target, when there were civilians within potential impact? And it was really around badgering the legal experts into allowing a drone strike. But now, if it's an autonomous weapon system, can it accurately do that with sufficient repeatability in all cases? Is it more accurate than humans? Obviously, advantage, no emotion, far more clinical, but what happens if something goes wrong? So then you have the concept of human in the loop, who then can maybe override an autonomous weapon. So again, how much detail do these norms or regulation go into? Again, unfortunately, there's certain strong countries that are the ones that tend to try and oppose any form of regulation. But then again, also, I think artificial intelligence, in general, we need to start looking at that within a security context, because I think regulating artificial intelligence to a certain degree may also aid in containing your autonomous weapon systems. So things like facial recognition, there are obvious biases, not intentional, but if you train artificial intelligence with a certain demographic, it might be very good with identifying people within that demographic. The problem is as soon as you move outside of that, you're going to have some form of maybe overfitting where it doesn't know what to do, so they just get classified as something. And I've got a student doing that at the moment where there was one particular set of data that he was using for training, and it tended any unidentified thing just became classified incorrectly within that specific set of data. So now this, in academia, we can discuss it and what are the implications for the study, but in the real world, if you misidentify someone as having committed a crime when it wasn't them, they could potentially go to jail for 10 years for something they didn't do. Likewise, now if you start looking at hate speech or something online where it is now trying to detect, is your tweet hate speech or offensive? The way that is done, sometimes you start concatenating words, going down to the base of the word, adding up, some correlation. I'm oversimplifying a bit, but is that actually adequate to identify something as hate speech? So an example that was used previously was if you say that Hitler doesn't like Jews, that is a statement. It doesn't imply any hate speech. If you say Hitler doesn't like Jews and I agree, now you're providing an opinion. You're now motivating that is correct. So that now potentially becomes hate speech. But can an artificial algorithm actually identify sufficiently the nuances of those two statements? Because the vast majority are articles which get excluded from the identification. Another example also would, and this came out of a study on anti-Semitism online, which is why we're using these examples, was a statement saying all Jews are greedy implies something. That is hate speech. Saying not all Jews are greedy, that's also hate speech, because you're implying that the majority are, but not all of them. So those very, very subtle nuances, where you actually are negating a statement, is still hate speech because of the subtle nuances of language. Now that becomes a problem within artificial intelligence. And if you are now using those types of systems to identify a specific person as being committing hate speech or not, is that not a problem? Because you could, one, either miss something that is very offensive, or B, falsely accuse someone who was actually trying to negate a statement and it was misclassified. So these are the challenges we're facing when we need to try and regulate these types of things. And the challenge is, do we do that at an international level, or do we still allow the national level? As Prof. Louise said, how do we try and get nations to follow through on that? So are there any other queries or anyone want to make comments from the physical venue? Okay, I still can't quite see any hands there. I think I see a hand raised right by the door, if I'm correct. Okay. Okay, moving forward, I think we've only got about 20 minutes left. If we move off onto maybe some more discussion around the actual forums, is there any specific consideration? Should all of this be considered under a specific forum? So we include cyber weapons and cybersecurity with this information as well as autonomous weapon systems, and then have specific thematic tracks under maybe the United Nations or another body? Or is there any strong opinion that it is sufficient having them done separately under the current forums?
Brett, I'll jump in if there's no one else. I think although it would be good to have discussions under one forum, it may be that these topics, their nuances are quite wide. So you may get more useful results if you have these specialized forums, but then in addition to that, I think they should be discussed in as one group as well. Otherwise, you may have this siloed approach that you mentioned somewhere. So I think it's a bit of both, in my opinion.
Okay. That might actually be quite nice, having a hybrid option where there can be a separate forum, maybe including a representation from all the other forums to discuss this. Again, what we see is quite often the NGOs tend to have a technology policy sort of division that will focus on maybe a number of issues, which will then incorporate and be cross-cutting. But then again, the challenge becomes the multi-stakeholder representation. Then again, the challenge might be, as you say, nuances, but also potentially some of the applicable regulations or legislation, because autonomous weapon systems sits under conventional weapon systems norms and legislation, whereas currently, obviously, artificial intelligence or disinformation doesn't sit under that specific pillar. So that there might be slightly subtle differences within the various regulations that could be might influence various decisions, or even potentially create some form of conflict between the various perspectives. Joy or Trishana, do you have any other input related to that?
I totally agree. If I can come in, Brett, I totally agree, because this thing about even the part of the cyber weapons that was discussed a lot, even in the early 2000 years to 2010, 11, that people could not agree that cyber weapons is part of the weapon systems or not. And I think with AI, it is actually becoming more difficult to do that, because with the AI added, you can get information that you couldn't have got previously. And it is not that easy, like you said, to determine with AI and the way the models that we use in AI to determine things. It is not like a weapon, you're shooting or not shooting. AI is very different, and there's a lot of things in between from shooting the weapon and not shooting the weapon, and that makes it very difficult to decide where it fits in. Is it fitting in with the normal weapons or not? And the other thing that we must also take into consideration is that these things are also used by individuals nowadays and groupings inside countries that is much different, that is more going to cyber terrorism, and it's much easier for them to go into the cyber terrorism, because it's not like getting the weapons more difficult. It's much more easy to use the AI systems to do it.
Yeah, I think then maybe that can actually be used to motivate the need for at least one forum that they can consider all of this, because now we've introduced the concept of a cyber weapon and the AI, but that can also be used now by the cyber criminals, not necessarily within a nation state. So having a distinct working group on cyber crime versus a distinct working group, particularly on international security, where all of these types of things strongly overlap, is ultimately just who is using it and for what purposes, becomes problematic. And if you look at I think the fake news and the disinformation, there have been cases where cyber criminal groups have strongly been involved in the distribution of disinformation, and even it became their primary means of generating an income. And I think what might be useful just from a personal experience, some of us provided input into the cyber mercenary working group. And we started finding a number of challenges of how do we define a cyber mercenary. If we take the traditional approach of what is a mercenary, your cyber mercenary aspect tends to fall down because a mercenary was in a physical conflict zone, met certain criteria. A cyber mercenary, could they be something along the lines of maybe the NSO group with the Pegasus spyware, selling off that type of technology to non-state actors? So I think from that perspective, there is a discussion. I see something coming up in the chat. Prof. Bruce Watson agreeing on the unified forum because of a very low barrier for the entry. And I think that again is, I think, a very important point. And also probably lead us to a certain degree into the third question is, you have a low barrier for certain uses, so cyber disinformation and AI. But when we start going into your autonomous weapon systems, particularly maybe something more advanced like autonomous drones, there may not be as such a low barrier. Therefore, certain countries may be at a disadvantage. So, yeah, I think from there we're moving in towards an agreement that we do need some form of unified forum to discuss everything. Prof. Bruce, is there anything else you would like to add? I think you can unmute yourself if you would like to talk.
No, I think you captured everything there. Thanks very much, Brett. Okay. Very good discussion. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment, yeah. So I think also going forward, I think we've got some form of agreement on the forum at least. Going forward in terms of developing nations, are there any perspectives on the roles that they can play, as the challenges they can face? Obviously being quite often not included in particularly some of the United Nations groups like the GGEs, which has obviously necessitated the open-ended working group to be more inclusive. So when we're discussing this, how can we go about providing more inclusion for developing nations as well as potential challenges they may face? So just an example that we can consider as a challenge, political will maybe disinterest because it does not immediately impact them when they have other more immediate concerns like famine, depending on certain countries. But also, obviously, that they quite often, you can see that they are wanting to be involved at least, but for some reason struggle to do so.
Bruce, Brett, one way in which this can possibly be done in a very small aspect is for international institutions such as IGF and a lot of other of these global research-based communities should pay attention to inclusion of African members from African countries. I think there is quite a need for strong regional and local AI communities, but sometimes they need support in terms of traveling to conferences or supporting researchers in these universities. So I think whenever there is some funding available for conference attendance or research projects, perhaps some of it can be reserved for participants from African countries, just to encourage that community as well to become active in this regard.
Not only African, I mean all developing nations that.
Sorry, yes, all
I know we focus on Africa. We're from Africa, so, but there was very strong representation from Brazil within the one Paris Core working group in terms for particularly emerging countries. And actually, it was their local government that was strongly advocating some of the for promoting the emerging countries. But then again, even with that working group of trying to bring on the emerging countries, we had very limited success. So for instance, the South African government wasn't interested. They looked at it, but didn't buy it. A few South African countries or companies did join. I think there were a few others from Africa, and then obviously from Brazil driving some of that. There was quite a stronger representation from Brazil coming through, and a few from Southeast Asia. But ultimately, from the targets that had been set or of what they had hoped for, that they underperformed severely. That we just didn't get those aspects. So there's a comment on the chat there that developing countries value their sovereignty too much and feel that by agreeing to these protocols may lose part of their sovereign powers. I think, yes, that is a good point. We have seen those reservations being raised by certain countries regarding sovereignty, particularly to things like I think it was the Budapest Convention for cybercrime. So I think, again, that challenge still becomes problematic where certain countries, and maybe even some developed countries, feel that these types of technologies and how they deploy them within their physical borders is their sovereign right, and anything else will be then interference on their national processes, which again then becomes a challenge because they are trying to use the same international security argument to leave them alone and let them get on with it. So I think this thing can become a double-edged sword. And again, I think maybe developing countries are also maybe caught between some of the major players. So we've seen the Cisco versus Huawei type of scenario, where certain providers are preferred by certain countries. Now, for a developing nation who is trying to still just get the infrastructure going or build up their infrastructure, they might be not have the same criteria of how to implement a certain service provider. So for them, it might be cost, might be the primary factor, or some other factor. But then at the same stage, that might preclude them from certain other agreements because they are now using what's seen as a insecure or a competitive technology. So that you get this degree of maybe not conflict, but a sort of disjuncture within your international security that is maybe also trying to push certain countries into making certain decisions, which they might not normally take, makes it more difficult for them and makes them more concerned regarding their own sovereignty. Again, even Prof. Joy also mentioned social media. So if we even look at the specific policies regarding Facebook and WhatsApp and how those things would run, they don't necessarily align to specific national laws. But because they're big tech and they've got buying power, that they tend to sometimes feel that they can just override national laws and enforce policies through. So in South Africa, with our Privacy Act, there was a strong look at how Facebook was implementing certain policies, whereas in Europe, obviously, it aligned with GDPR quite strongly. So there was a feeling of discontent when we didn't have our own version of the policy that aligned to our privacy laws. So I think that that there is that kind of a challenge. Now I saw some participants from Kenya. I know Kenya is very good with things like particularly your mobile money and so on. Do they have any input either on the chat or they can raise their hands get opinions from the rest of Africa on technology and regulation and conflict? I've got to notice we have 10 minutes to go, so if there anyone else from Africa or anywhere else in the world that would like to add in some comments, do now, and then we can begin wrapping up. Yeah, I don't see anything, so I think then we can wrap up. I think going forward, we can say that our key takeaways are that there should be at least one forum that considers all aspects of technology within conflict and security, as well as maybe there is a need to look at regulation with the various challenges. And then maybe the call to action would then be to try and form such a body or a working group under the United Nations or a relevant body to implement such a forum or discussion group. Okay, there does not seem to be any.
Can I just add something?
Yeah.
I'll put on now my screen. Now I've got the audio video as well. What I think is also very important is we said there's only one group, but we must also say that we said that it can happen that they can be very one-track minded or something like that. So that means when we do the group, it means we need to have a very large buy-in for the group, and maybe you've got different sections of a group to take part in that it's not just the one group that they say you're single-minded.
Yeah, that is correct. Yes, thank you. Okay, I think without any further comments or questions, we can close the session slightly early. I think there's only about 5 minutes to go. Thank you all for your participation, and we will aim to have up our key points and some of the other supporting documentation up as soon as possible, and then obviously the report with the relative contact details I think by the 20th of December it should be up. Thank you everyone, and thank you to our hosts at the IGF for the support. We can now close the session. Goodbye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Valerie. My name is Nojis Zat. I'm coming from Iraq. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Youth Roman Foundation. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Rashad Sanusi from Benin. I serve as Communication Official for Internet Society Benin Chapter. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jose Fisa Khadidban. I'm the General Coordinator of Chad Youth IGF and focal point of Youth IGF Africa. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Shadrack Ankra from Ghana and I am a member of the Ghana Youth IGF Steering Committee. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Mayad Adil from Sudan, human rights defender, doctor, many things. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackie Akelo. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm a member of the IGF Youth Ambassadors. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Innocent Adrico, and I'm from Uganda. I coordinate the Uganda Youth IGF. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carson Gabriel. I'm from Tanzania. I'm the founder and director of the Emerging Youth Initiative.
So thank you so much, everyone. And I'd like to know from your context, what does encryption mean to you? In one word, Arthur.
Safety.
It means life for me.
Confidence for me.
Security.
Protection.
Transparency.
Privacy.
I would say protection.
Freedom.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to give the mic to Innocent and take us through encryption and human rights, especially in the context of being a Uganda human rights defender. Tell us more about encryption and human rights in your context.
All right, thank you very much, moderator. It is evident that the digital age has come with so many challenges. That is the issue of course, freedoms that are being infringed, mostly by, I would say, state actors, because most of the human rights defenders are being followed up by state actors. The freedoms of expression and even access to information sometimes, open, when I talk about, for example, perspectives of open data. And some of these groups are I would say the most affected groups are human rights defenders and journalists. So when we talk about encryption, the way our colleagues have said, encryption means a lot to them, security and all that, protection. So encryption comes in to try and bridge up the gap. If a journalist, if a human rights defender is able to securely communicate and someone's not able to maybe tap their information, or they're able to safeguard their information and data from some of these particular actors who would like to access this data, and then it makes them safe. It makes them secure, as everyone, every young person here has just said. So the concept basically is to look at how encryption can be able to bridge the gap that the challenges that have come with the digital age have created. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kaisen, why encryption? Why is it important to you?
Thank you for that. It's interesting what my colleague here, Innocent, said. For me, encryption is more of a tool. It's like when you're home in your own room, you're most free, the best version of yourself. That's why you get there. You don't need to lock the door, but you're safeguarding your reality and your identity. So encryption in human rights really correlates with who you are as a person, characteristically, and how you plan yourself to be out there. So it's just not about the data. It speaks to you as a person and as a significant member of society. So encryption on the internet today, which are virtual extensions of ourselves, is something that can safeguard our own identities as well as our modes of expression that we are able to correlate with the society that we're in. So for me, it's really important having that level of freedom, knowing that it is safeguarded with the ownership that one has.
Thank you so much. And Jackie, over to you. Why is encryption important? I know you're doing some research on it. And why should we have young people adding their voices to this conversation?
Thank you so much for that, Valerie. So my point ties to what Kaisan was saying. So with encryption, you get to realize that all other rights are protected because the right to privacy is tied to it. The right to freely express yourself is tied to it, and the right to associate is tied to it. So if communication or other transactions are not protected, people will not be able to freely express themselves online or even to communicate because they fear that their communication is being intercepted by other third parties. And also encryption also ties to democracy because without encryption, actually people cannot freely express themselves on how they feel that things should be run. So they go hand in hand, and I feel like it should not be interfered with, or rather it should not be affected or rather intercepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the landscape in Uganda. Arthur, tell us more about encryption.
We thank you very much, Valerie. We have an Access to Information Act in Uganda, and it's one of those laws that I think was crafted with the best minds available. It provides for a lot of, it has a lot of provisions through which information can be accessed, and one of them, and then there are 3 provisions of information that you cannot touch. One of them is one regarding privacy. I think that was done in the spirit that people needed to have their own space. So if we have provisions of the law where privacy is guaranteed and yet state information is provided for, then I think it really meant well. Now, if we open it up, then you restrict the performance of how people behave and how they relate with democracy.
Thank you so much. And we've seen that when you break encryption, you can't break it on one side only. Rashad, maybe over to you. What do you think about encryption and what we're seeing now?
For me, when we are talking about encryption, is very important, and it helps people to feel more secure online. So we have to promote technique of encryption everywhere we are, so more people can get online and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear more from Nojus. Tell us more about encryption.
Thank you, Valerie. So just to put it in simple words, encryption is about, people's rights to privacy, to safety, and also security, offline and online, not just only online. It's about our privacy, the privacy of the text messages that are stored in our smartphones, for example. It's about our medical records that are stored in the hospital software devices. And also it's about our banking information, that are stored in our mobile phones. So it affects our most essential daily lives, and that we get, the services that we get from the digital technologies. And all of us must we should have the right for the encryption to be protected, but also we should have a say in this protection. So it's really important for young people and the civil society to get more involved in the encryption, especially, coming from my country where the government is like the sole dominant force that is, governing the internet. So I believe that it is like a huge human rights violation for the civil society and the other actors to not get involved in the governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we'd like to listen a bit more from Meada. Tell us more about encryption, being a human rights defender.
Sorry, the situation in Sudan, basically, we're lacking the encryption right. We're lacking the freedom of expression. I join my voices to him that civil society should do the work on behalf of the government, because the government obviously keep violating the human right by violating the encryption right. Our government basically work on limiting the rights of the population, especially after coup d'etat that we have on the 25th of October. it's a work of a young tech digital activist and researcher to obtain this right, but when we cannot trust the government because of the continuous violation of rights.
Thank you so much. And now, Shadrach, being a youth convener in terms of the IGF, what would you say about encryption and how young people can contribute in this space?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I would basically talk about encryption in the context of advocacy and the underprivileged community. So talking about encryption in Ghana, we have this Data Protection Act 2002, that Act 843 being in existence, but these actually do not open the window for those who are less privileged. And as we are in the digital world, most people now use smart devices because of mobile, that's the mobile money transactions. Now people are able to use smartphones to transact businesses because of these means of making sending money. So people are now using this and also social media, but then they do not know about privacy and encryption, anything. So they do not know about PGP, that's a pretty good privacy. They send emails, they go online, send messages, but they don't know anything about how to use these encryption tools to encrypt their communication between each other. So I would like the youths and the civil society to really do more in the area of encryption, so that they will create more awareness about this, for people to be aware that their data, their information can be hacked or leaked when they are online. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm moving back to you, Jackie, especially now because Kenya is moving into an election year. Why do you think encryption is important in the context of a country like Kenya?
Okay, encryption is very important because it protects people's ways of expressing themselves to particularly government practices. So what I'd like to add is that there's no way the government can break encryption and prevent unauthorized third parties from accessing people's communication. So once you break encryption, it means that you've provided access to unauthorized parties to access people's private communication, and it also affects security in a very big way. So I think right now, now that we're in an election period, I think encryption is something that should be highly safeguarded so as to enable democratic processes to go on as they should. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now I'll give it to Kuzeifi. Give us your voice on encryption. Thank you.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, as I said, encryption is about securing digital data. So globally, we should promote like secure and sustainable access to internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'd now like to hear from Kaisan, the linkage between encryption and human rights as we speak today. Tell us more about that.
There's a role that corporations should play in terms of having encryption open at a standard that's available to each and everybody that they can understand. We are here as a multi-stakeholder approach with government, corporations, and civil society. We see EU has a standard about data protection, which is really interesting. I think coming to that realization, they set some sort of a global standard where we could all pivot from that. Because in the end of the day, our data is our own. It's your data. But in being pragmatic about data, you should understand that there's some levels, even speaking from a legal perspective, there's some levels where you should not be selfish about that data. You know, you have to protect it, but you have to reach some sort of a synergy so you can kind of create more better and inclusive policies. So at a human rights point of view, corporations should be more open in the encryption standards that they have, but there should be higher investment in creating independent thinkers and a labor force that actually understands their rights on encryption. Meaning that you can bring your own encryption, but do you understand what encryption really means? And now we are pivoting to emerging technologies with quantum computing. Well, to be very easy to break all the mathematical algorithms that have been existing before. But also we have solutions like blockchain, but the normal user doesn't understand. It comes at a privileged point of view where only some brand of the population understands that. So for us as young people here at this panel, we should cascade this message at a personal institutional level, at a corporation institution level, and at a government institution level. Rather than saying that we have these problems and these, let's find ways and channels to create synergies and how we can cascade this message to all the multi-stakeholder approach, because that will be the only way where we can work in creating a sort of a plain level field where encryption has to be equal for all. Because if EU has the best encryption and Africa doesn't have it, I don't think that's quite equal, and I don't think that's quite fair. So I think it's more, we should work together because data is global and it's universal. And it's about time that we create some sort of a level playing field that each and every citizen of the world, it's the internet united, as we say, each and everybody should understand their rights, be savvy enough to protect them, and most importantly, take ownership of your data and all the skills you have and protect each other. At the end of the day, we are our brother's keepers.
Yes, Meada.
I have a question for him. So taking it from theoretical to practical, how about the authoritarian government targeting the human rights defenders and activists or independent thinkers under the law of threatening the national security? That's why they violate the right and the encryption right of the defenders. What do you say about that? How we can target it practically? How we can encrypt or save the human rights defenders from those authoritarian governments?
Systems, processes, and institutions are really important in this matter. We need to know how it goes, because if I'm violated right now in Tanzania saying my data has been abused, I do not know where to go. But I do have someone who might understand where I should go. So it's important we set standards which are really open in nature and which are really pragmatic in how we could, how we could report it and how it could create impact. For something to be meaningful, it needs to be attached to a certain kind of purpose. And that purpose is driven by a community consensus, a street consensus. So a brand of activists needs to come together. If you can unify and have a consolidated message, it's way better than being alone. So if I have a problem in Tanzania right now, and I say, my friend Innocent, can you help a brother out?
In Sudan as well.
Yeah, and in Sudan as well. And I can say, can you help me out? I believe that they can speak from my perspective. They can speak from my agenda because they know Carson not as a Tanzanian or not as a leader of this. They know me as a person. So if I'm standing for the rights of encryption for each and everybody and each and every youth, it's easy that my message can be passed through him. It's important to unify and create these correlations of impact together as young people and as internet leaders here. That's a responsibility that we need to have and fight for.
Thank you so much. And now I couldn't help but listen to Kaisen when he talked about the GDPR and what the EU has done. And I even know that in Kenya, we have a Data Protection Act. But what's interesting is that in Uganda, we have the Regulation for Interception of Communications Act as well. So let's hear more about that from Arthur and how it affects encryption.
Well, thank you, Valerie. The Regulation of Interception of Communications Act 2010, in short form known as the Phone Tapping Act, was a law that was pushed through by the politicians to ensure that they locked out competitors from vying for top office. And what this law effectively did was to provide for the state to legally tap all communications going over telecommunication channels. So while we're here talking about the need to discuss encryption, we have instances where a law was actually passed that made it legal for the state to listen into all your communications. So maybe we need to include in conversations how we can try to have some of these laws repealed, and maybe we can champion this from a young person's perspective, or push it on to civil society and see that maybe some of these anti-progress laws can be repealed, because as we speak, it's still in force. And I personally know some people who have actually fallen victim to this law.
Thank you so much. And when I talk about government and government intervention, maybe we can move it to Innocent and tell us more about how we can ensure that the discussions we make here at the IGF make sense and make sense to our government and to our context.
All right, thank you very much, moderator. Just as last time, I talked about the fact that governments are the ones letting us down. We as young people talk a lot here, but for example, right now, I don't think there's a government official inside here, but still, we have regional and national IGFs who usually talk a lot about these issues. But whenever you are talking about these issues, the representatives you have on ground actually show you that they are willing to work with the young people to address some of these challenges. But unfortunately, when they step out of the venue, it's a different story. When you go to their offices, it's a different story. So the question is, how do we get governments to do what has been agreed upon here? How do we get governments to know the right thing, not what they think? Because I feel like they do it more of in terms of politics, of course. We know how African politics is, for example. Why I like to use Africa is because our politics is a bit messed up. Like someone can just feel like, okay, this human rights defender is a threat to me being the president or the minister. So I need to shut him down. That is why a number of competent legislators are going to sit down and agree that we should be tapping phone calls, forgetting that they are going to be part of the people affected by such kind of policies and laws that they have put in place. Yeah, we've seen, for example, in Uganda, a number of them falling victim. I mean, it's not that every time you're going to be on the right side. There's a day you're going to be on the other side. It might not be the wrong side, but it might be the opposite side. Yeah. So maybe they should understand that it's not about who is against me, but it's about what is right. So all I can ask us as young people to do is that Kaysan already talked about collaboration. Yeah, if he has a problem in Tanzania, if Mayada there has a problem in Sudan, how do we as young people, the global youth, see that she is helped? The internet is very powerful. The COVID has already proved that. I mean, our voices can be heard and there's always someone who will come out to help. So I normally call it making noise. I love making noise on the internet because for what is right, noise has to be made. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Innocent, for that contribution. And I'd like to move across the table once more and to just listen to how can young people plug into the issue of encryption and human rights. We've already seen the work being done by the Internet Society in terms of encryption and trying to build capacity by writing blogs and engaging other groups. We've seen what's happening globally with the encryption network and alliances. We're even seeing the work that is being done by Mallory Nodell on encryption. So maybe across the table, if I start with you, Nojus, how do you think young people can plug into empowerment in terms of understanding what encryption is and how it affects us?
Yeah, thank you, Valerie. So just before I get that, I would like to talk a little bit, like give you some context about how encryption is in my country. So actually, encryption and cybersecurity is extremely poor because like it's managed, as I mentioned, it's governed only by the governments, and there is no space for the other actors to get involved at all. So for example, like there is like a new cybersecurity law that went into effect like a few months ago. So it literally like imposed heavy prison sentences and also hefty fines against peaceful critics and activists, who express themselves online. So it ranges from, murdering them or kidnapping them to destroying their lives and families. So it's a devastating, setback for the, freedom of expression and human rights violation. So I think like the answer to that, to the answer to the question of how can we hold governments accountable is like a massive civil society educational campaign. We need that. We need to educate people about their own rights and how encryption is affecting their lives. For example, as an activist for healthcare and gender equality, I have like a few examples. I want to talk about some issues that are very prevalent in my country and also in other countries as well. So for example, encryption is not only about not only about human rights, but it's also about, our health, the health and rights of, adolescents, women, young people, and marginalized communities. Because, it's about protecting our lives from abuse, from exploitation, and even murder. And that's why I chose the word life. For example, talking from my gender equality perspective. So there's like a lot of cases of, honorable killing especially of girls and women in my country, that, and also it was like due to, decoding or decryption, because like their data has been like leaked, and they had, been exposed to honorable killing and all the types of, human rights violation, especially of LGBTQ individuals as well, especially if their identities get leaked. Or talking from a mental health perspective, and how it affects young people. For example, there have been like a lot of suicide cases because young people's data have been leaked, and the society will bully them and judge them, and also they will lead to mental health violations. So that's another, extremely important factor that we need to educate people about. So yeah, I do believe encryption is life, and people should know about that. And also when it comes to us, our role as young people, we have to organize, start with like this, like an IGF, in our own countries. We have to start in the local levels, go to the national levels, to hold governments accountable, and also hold these international. There should be like an international cybersecurity alliance that will hold governments accountable to their, responsibilities when it comes to encryption in their countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. I would like to add to what my colleague said, that we need to educate more people in Internet Society Building chapter. We are trying to do this with giving tips to people at all levels. So I will add that we can do it also in our local language, so more people can get more knowledge about encryption and they can be safe online. Thank you.
Okay, I think it must be like a global commitment where all multi-stakeholders must get involved in order to offer more effective and efficient solutions. Thank you.
Okay, so to just add up, I would say we have to really advocate for encryption. As the Internet Society Ghana chapter, we did, I think, 2 months now. We had a regional awareness program about encryption, which was submitted to the Internet Society for the chapter 10 this year. So we should go down to the underrepresented communities. If maybe the government are not really helping us do that, we should move there and do it, because many local people use the internet nowadays, but they don't know about the dangers of them using their devices. For instance, someone can just record his or her nakedness on a device, and maybe the device gets spots. The person tries to send it to repairs. Not today. The person might think he or she has deleted that information, but the repairer can just go into the maybe recycle bin and just see this information there. But then if you encrypt such data, it will be hard for these persons to have access to your data and blackmail you or something. So thank you. That's all.
A part of recommendation, I think we share all the similar problems with our governments, and I agree with most of what they have said, but I could add some of recommendation for civil society and its donor, that the NGOs should press the government to guarantee the right for encryption and the freedom to internet, as most of those countries are signed the law binding treaties of the public, for the ICCPR, which is the International Convention of the Public and Civil Rights. And also, most of our African countries signed the Human Charter for the People's Right. So it's a law-binding treaties, and from there we can start to pressure our governments. Also, to urge the governments to be transparent with the telecom companies by letting them publish connectivity data like other international ISP. Also provide trainings for people of human rights defenders on network measurements tools. And we should know that there's not enough data in the telecom sector in Sudan. So there is a real need to collect more data. We should also train the human rights defenders on how to document the human rights violations during the network disturbance, like the net shutdowns by the authoritarian governments. For our government, as we said, we don't have a government officials to have a confrontational discussion with them, but we would like to this government keep the internet connectivity and any other forms of connection safe for people. The legal reforms should be advocated also for the civil society and human rights defender, and also the digital activist. Basically, that's what I can add. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So to add on to what everyone else has said, I think the first step in ensuring that encryption is protected is creating awareness. You get to realize that most people in society actually don't know what encryption entails. So I think the first step in dealing with this is creating awareness to show them what rights are at stake. Then the next step after this is now participation in the policymaking process. Now, participation ensures that actually encryption is protected and all the rights tied to it are also protected in the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to talk about, for example, what we've done as digital security trainers. I happen to be a digital security trainer in Uganda. So what we did to cover up the awareness gap, we developed a digital security curriculum. So it has a topic on encryption, yeah. And so we're able to train like journalists. So the curriculum basically focuses on journalists and human rights defenders. So we train these people on how they can secure their devices and then their communications, like of course the normal hardware they have, like for example, flash disks, how they can encrypt them, and then their email communications and all that, and then all the other types of communications that they use, like amongst themselves or maybe with other stakeholders. So yeah, and it's giving fruit. So it's good to have that these people actually understand how they can protect their devices, how they can protect themselves, like from, for example, maybe if there's theft of a device, they are very sure that maybe that device can't be accessed, yeah? So that gives you that security that we're talking about, gives you that protection that we're talking about. Also, of course, someone has already talked about pressing the government. We need to see that governments really understand that it is two-sided, yeah? Government side and civil society side, yeah? Whereas, of course, we are not against the government being able to control sometimes, for example, misinformation, which is always their challenge, that sometimes causes maybe violence and something. The government needs to understand that human rights defenders are there not to be against them, but to see that everything is being checked. Like governments need to be checked. If the government wants to be independent, then who is going to check you? Like who is going to tell you this is wrong and this is right? Because that is what we need to know. Like government needs to accept that we did this wrong. Maybe next time we should do it this way. Yeah, thank you.
Decentralize and equalize. We need to decentralize this central parameters that actually control and actually create forms of technologies. In terms of digital literacies, we should equalize globally so everybody can understand what encryption is and what it means to them. And for the ones creating these standards, the technical community, it's easy for us to also equalize it, that everybody has access to it, because that's how we will create a self-regulating society. Because in the end, few corporations still own the most advanced technologies. With AI and all the emerging technologies, we are the pawn. Digital colonialism will come and we will be the pawns. So it's important when we are able to understand and take ownership of our own data and actually secure ourselves, because we are securing our own identities and the future of humanity. Big Brother is always watching, so be careful.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you for being part of this lightning talk with us. Again, my name is Valerie Yeager, I've been your moderator. And my plea would be to continue the conversation on encryption at your local levels and also engaging your regional levels and even at the international level. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, panelists, for coming. Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Great. Well, thanks very much, and welcome everyone to all of you who've been able to come here today to take part in this session. I'd like to say hello first to the people physically there in Katowice. So hello to Mark, Youssef, and also to Auke, who I see there.
Hello.
Okay. And also joining me online is Hendrik Eyck from Giant, and one of my other colleagues, Charlene, should hopefully be joining us shortly. So just to give you an overview, hello, my name is Chris Atherton. I'm a Senior Research Engagement Officer at an organisation called Giant. Giant is one of the fundamental elements of the Europe's e-infrastructure, delivering a pan-European network for scientific research, education, and innovation. Giant's also a participating member in an organisation called the Group on Earth Observations, otherwise known as GEO. Giant ourselves, we represent the interests of all of the national research and education networks in Europe, our members, and through us, we promote their work and try and find opportunities to collaborate with other GEO members to help support science and also researchers' needs. Through the integrated catalogue that we have of connectivity, collaboration, and identity management services, Giant provides users with highly reliable, unconstrained access to computing, analysis, storage, applications, and other resources to ensure that Europe remains at the forefront of research. And so I'm joined today with representatives from the other regional research and education networks from Latin America and North Africa and the Arab states. But we'll come on to the other participants in a moment. Just to give you an idea about what this session is about. Essentially, global research and education networks support the advancements in global scientific knowledge, especially related to climate change and also the Sustainable Development Goals. The observation data, the analysis, and the education materials which are essential for addressing these matters under the UNFCCC, for example, and also the SDGs, are transported to and from researchers using national research and education networks. And so for some NRENs, compute and storage services are also provided to researchers in support of the climate change research and also the Sustainable Development Goals. So the global research and education networks facilitate the cooperation between researchers across borders and continents. Our work contributes towards Articles 4.1 G and H, and also Article 5 and Article 6 of the UNFCCC. And we've also, today we're going to discuss which Sustainable Development Goals are actually targeted or supported by the global research and education networks. To meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, tackle climate change, and to prepare for and respond to disasters, man-made or otherwise, requires data, essentially. This data is increasingly being centralized into large data sets from a variety of different sources and at varying volumes as the pace of technology advances. So the number of data sources and the volumes of data continues to grow exponentially. And while challenges exist in acquiring, transporting, storing, processing, and analyzing the data, there also exists a growing divergence in the capabilities of the number of nations and citizens from the global south countries to be able to participate in this field at that scale in comparison, say, for example, to countries from the global north. So the GEO communities focus on the transmission and the exchange of data, which is utilized in the realm of geospatial research. geospatial research being the investigation into the various aspects of Earth science, but with a focus on a particular location. And this relies upon a number of communication layers and distribution systems. And these layers and systems, controlled by a number of different actors, when intermixed, form a transparent underlying service, otherwise known as the internet. And in some respects, these layers are operated by a number of private, as in commercial, and also not-for-profit or governmental and non-governmental organizations, of which the national research and education communities typically fall into. And so this communications commons is what the geo community relies upon for its systems and services to work. And over the past few months, members of this panel have been working together to define the means of supporting the goals and the ambitions of the geo community, specifically in the realm of research and education networking. The last such meeting was held at COP26, where the CEOs of the organizations involved defined the values which we want to hold dear while we work towards a collaborative way of working. And those values, global collaboration, global integration, equitable access to resources and data, transparency and trust, will form the basis of the discussions in this session as we work towards establishing and articulating a vision, which will then serve as the basis of a collaboration agreement in the future. And to help us reach that vision, we're joined today by my fellow panelists. So I'd like to start first by offering the floor to Mark Urban. Mark, over to you if you'd like to provide a bit of an introduction and a brief explanation about the organization that you're from.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for giving me the floor in this nice panel today. I'm Mark Urban. I'm CFO of Red Clara. Red Clara is, let's say, a corresponding partner for Latin America of GEON and of ASREN. And we are really, as such, we are a federation of national research and education networks, just like GEON is in Europe and ASREN in the Arabic world. So basically, our objectives are quite similar to those of GEON and ASREN, and to give to the academic communities digital tools for research and education, basically. And that's why also that we gathered today, because we want to really to ensure that these tools will benefit the development of actions especially in facing the challenges that the worldwide community is currently facing, like climate change. And that's also why we became members of GEO, just like GEON and ASREN are. And in that context, we wanted to come together and ensure that this momentum that we have reached at the COP26 meeting, we can just get a step further and really get to some concrete actions. No, that's so. I'm thanking you again for this opportunity, and I would like to give back the floor now to you, Chris.
Great, thanks very much, Mark. Joining Mark in the hall is also Youssef Tolman. Youssef, would you like to introduce yourself and give a brief explanation about your organization? Thanks.
Sure. Hello, everybody, and thank you, and happy to be with you and in this nice country. Unfortunately, we are missing some colleagues, but maybe next time we can convene all together. Yes, I represent ASREN, which is the Arab States Research and Education Network. We focus on the Arab region to provide them with dedicated services for the research and education communities. I have the liberty also to speak on behalf of the African Regional Research and Education Network, our sister organizations Ubuntu Net Alliance, which works for the East and South African part of Africa, and also WACRIN, which works for the West and Central part of Africa. I represent in this case the North Africa, but I can speak on behalf of all, because we all work together under a project called Africa Connect 3, under which we have several activities. Among them, one of them is to be engaged with the research and education communities, which was the key for us to support us and to be in touch with the research and education communities, especially the group on Earth observation, which we are now sharing participating organization as a member of the group on Earth observation, like Giant and also Red Clara. As I said, ASRIN's focus was maybe various intervention areas, but among them, mainly they are, they are around providing digital research and education infrastructure networks for the regional at the regional level to connect the national entrance to the global research and education networks. We provide also research and educational services like educational roaming, federated access, and through EduGain. We work on science cooperation through being in touch and in engagement with the United Nations SDGs, which under which also we support the open science activities, open access and open educational resources and platforms for science cooperation. We work very active in community engagement, especially group on Earth observation, with focus on the African group on Earth observation, with plans to have the Arab group on Earth observation, in addition to other communities like satellite, radio astronomy communities, physics communities, HPCs, and so on. I believe for the United Nations SDGs, research and education networks can be instrumental for all SDGs, either through educational, promoting this to education, to universities, to get them engaged with other. We need research for, number one, no poverty. Yes, it is exactly something which is not directed to our infrastructure we provide, but for example, the same for zero hunger, all SDGs. I think we can be instrumental to achieving all SDGs, including the 17th one, which is partnership, which we are trying to do all together with the. I like the words of my colleague Luis Cadenas, who is the CEO of Red Clara. He said we want to have the cooperation triangle between Latin America, Europe, and Africa. So we are here even under the 17th, we are also cooperating to achieve the goals. I will not speak along more than this for now. Maybe for the specific SDGs that we are going to address, it will be taken later in the discussion. So for now, I leave the floor back to Chris. I hope I did not speak too much.
Oh, no, but Youssef, that was perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Joining both Mark and Youssef on the panel, not from the not from an infrastructure, so to speak, but from the research community, is my colleague Charlene Gabba, who's joining us online. Charlene, if you'd like to take a moment just to introduce yourself and also the organization that you work for. Thanks.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today. So I am Dr. Charlene Gabba. I'm a specialist in water resources, so modeling of water resources and climate change. So I currently work as an expert from the Regional Climate Center agreement. They have expertise in water resources, meteorology, also all questions related to environment and pastoralism. So I will quickly present the organization. So it's a West African organization, and we provide information for decision making in the countries, so in the West African countries. We also work in terms of forecasting. So we do forecasting for water, for floods and droughts at various time scale. So 10-day, seasonal. We also develop tools to help the end users in the various countries to face floods and climate issues. We also product knowledge. So we do research. That's why I'm here. So we do research to support how the various countries they adapt to climate issues in their countries. So we also develop tools. For example, I'm working on the development of a web platform to help population prepare in face of floods, for example, and also for agriculture yields. Yeah. So yeah, this is quickly what we do here in Agreement. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Charlene. And also joining me online, I'd like to give a mention to Hendrik Eyck from Giant, who helped organize this session, and also to Auke Pauls, who's joining us live in person in Katowice, who also helped. So if Hendrik and Auke, if you'd like to just give a brief hello.
Yeah, I can go first. Hello, everyone. Hendrik from Géant, one of Chris's colleagues, and well, one of Auke's ex-colleagues, because he's now moved on to a different organization, but he was very helpful in helping us bring this session together. So thanks, Auke. My specific job today is actually, because Chris will be asking the questions and the content, the answers of those questions, we're not immediately, but we're going to try and bring that together into a joint declaration or statement, which we will send a draft around a week or two after this session to the key panelists, just so we have some text together that we can agree on in terms of how to increase our cooperation. So I won't take any more time, Chris. Thanks for giving me the floor, and I hand it back.
That's great. Thanks very much, Hendrik. And then now I pass it over to Auke.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, my name is Auke Pauls. Indeed, a former colleague of Chris and Hendrik. At Giant, I was working as project manager. I now moved to KPMG to be working there as a consultant AI within the Trusted Analytics department. And today here, I'll take questions from the room and we'll hand them back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Auke. And so to everyone that's here today, that's joining us both in person and online, the idea is that you here can help us to shape this declaration as well. We really value your input into this too. And so what I'd like to do now is move over to the questions to pose to the three panelists and also to the rest of the room. If you wish to chip in, please don't hesitate to raise your hand, and we'll give you the floor. So my first question, and I'll direct this to Mark first. What would you say are the main challenges regarding the geo community and the collaboration that's happening across continents? So what are the main challenges to this collaboration, do you see?
Thank you, Chris. First of all, before trying to give elements of answer to that question, I wanted to cite, to make a citation from Reuna, our Chilean member, Chilean Research and Education Network. A rapid and fluid exchange of information among researchers worldwide is an important facilitator of scientific progress. I think this is key here in that context, especially in the context of geo. I think one of the main challenges is, first of all, the big diversity of stakeholders that are involved in the geo community. it's a huge community actually, and really getting together all that this universe is requires requires a certain infrastructure, I think, and then that's maybe where we can play a role. But that's for the next question. But in the meantime, this would be one of the main challenges, I would say. There within this challenge, I would say there are basically two sub-challenges, I would say. The one is the technical one, the platforms that have to be used and have to be synchronized really between all these stakeholders. That's one thing. And the other thing that was raised at our first meeting at COP26, really by the researchers themselves. Charlene was among them, and also Lincoln from our colleague Lincoln from Brazil, from INPE in Brazil, is really capacity building. I think this is really something that is being demanded quite strongly by the whole community in that sense. Really, one thing is to have the technical capacity, I mean the infrastructure capacity to bring the stakeholders together and to bring together to implement the whole data chain towards from data that goes from data to information and to knowledge, and finally to end in the hands of the decision makers, hopefully. But the other thing is really humanly the capacity to use all those tools, and in order to be able to achieve these decision-making process. That's how I see the main challenges of this quite large community.
Thanks very much, Mark. Now that it's interesting that you mentioned about the free flow of data, and also that the technical platforms and the capacity building, but also, as you mentioned, the infrastructure capacity is essential. With all of those three in harmony, then that can obviously lead greater flow of data, but also to take full advantage of the data for use in research. And I'd like to pass the question over to Youssef this time. Youssef, what do you see are the main challenges for collaboration within GEO at the moment?
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mark, for covering almost most of the challenges. But let me add something that it's not directly capacity building, but engagement with these communities to get them aware of the technologies that we can provide. So I definitely they will need capacity building and training, but at the same time, I know that I've been in, for example, in AfriGeo symposiums in Africa, and they are not aware of the technology that we can provide to them, either through the connectivity or through providing the appropriate infrastructure. They are not aware of EDROM, for example. They are not aware of access mechanisms that many of them. So because they used to use their labs and use their, let's say, infrastructure at the campus level, but they are not aware that there are mechanisms and means to access resources beyond their labs, beyond their universities, beyond the borders of their countries, and so on. So I believe we need also to get more engaged with these communities. That's one of the messages I want to pass also. Something complements the capacity building, but also it's needed in different way. Again, for the decision-making structure and so on, it's also another challenge. We need to also to approach them with the language that they understand, because we used to speak as infrastructure providers, technical and so on, but now we need to approach them through political messages like SDGs. SDGs cannot be achieved without more engagement with the country to achieve these SDGs through policies at the national level, access, let's say open access policies to adapt also, like with the recent UNESCO's recommendations for open science and so on. These are very important mechanisms that also should be adapted at the policy level, either at the national level or at the regional level also. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yusuf. You make a really good point there about not just the engagement with the user communities, but the languages that we use, or the language that we use to talk to the research to the user communities. That is essential. Without that, without speaking to people in the language that they understand, you lose trust, or at least I've found that you lose trust, and collaboration really can only occur at the speed of trust. And so, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I strongly agree that we need to be able to articulate the offering and the value of the research and education networks to end users and to the user communities, so that people can take full advantage of the services that are on offer. I'd like to move over to Charlene this time. Charlene, from a researcher's perspective, you've obviously, your background, you've seen the work that the research and education networks can perform. But from an outsider's perspective, what do you see are the main challenges for the research and education community to support researchers in using Earth observation data?
Okay, so for the previous point that have been raised, I totally agree. But I would like to mention that the geo community is quite diverse. And when we take the various areas, like if we take Latin America, Africa, we don't necessarily have the same challenges in terms of science. So we are not faced with the same problems, and we don't have the same research priorities. So I think the NREL should be aware of this diversity in terms of research questions and in terms of priorities. Even if we all are speaking of floods, the floods do not have the same impacts. So they do not have the same priority in the various geographical areas. So I think you should be aware of this complexity. The scientific context is not so simple. So maybe the UN should make an effort to discuss and better understand what are the research questions and the priority for each continent, and also try to find where we overlap. Like maybe the challenges are different, but there are some points where we have the same challenges. So this can also help to understand what are our needs.
Thanks very much, Charlene. I'm just making notes. That's actually a really good point. And this kind of comes back to us to take that on board in order to say, okay, we do need to start talking with research communities in the continents that we represent.
Yeah.
As you say, to better understand what it is that the researchers are focused on. And what we would like to do is find what the commonalities are, what the common challenges are, because together then we can help tackle those common challenges. But you're right, every continent has their own research focus, and that's one of the reasons why GEO as an organization has certain flagship programs that are focused on specific regions. So AmeriGeo is for the Americas, North and South. AfriGeo covers the entire continent of Africa. EuroGeo focuses on Europe, and then AOGeo, which is Asia, Oceania, that focus on Asia and the Pacific. But even so, we still need to. that there's a key element missing from this room today, and that's the representation from Asia, at least at an infrastructure level, and that's something that we as research communities need to address to bring them into this discussion as well. Thanks very much, Charlene. So one thing that I am interested in is, from your perspective, where do you think NRENs can play a role here? So we've talked about the challenges of engaging with user communities, the diversity that exists across the world, and also the need for the free flow of data in order to perform research. But where can NRENs and regional research networks help contribute to tackling these challenges?
One of the things that maybe the NREN can help with is to increase the literacy, like the digital literacy of some scientists. Like Yusuf pointed out, many researchers, they keep with ancient ways, like traditional ways. So there's still a need in Africa anyway to improve this digital literacy, like to get used to new technological ways that exist. And some scientists, they have research ideas, but they don't know that it's actually possible to implement it because the technology already exists. So they need to be aware. So in terms of programming, and also for women, especially here in Africa, there should be a target for women because they need to be aware that they can do this type of activities or research. So maybe think of targeting the women in terms of literacy in for digital literacy. Yeah, this is important. And also, this is a point, this is personal to me, it's in terms of monitoring. So there's new technologies for monitoring the environment. And I think the NREN can actually help in supporting the development of local monitoring technologies. Yeah.
I know what you mean about increasing the digital literacy and the ways that people previously are working to very old methodologies. For example, we've spoken before about data cubes and how you can download a piece of a satellite image to your local machine in order to process the data. But then once you've processed that data, it just remains on your machine. You can't ever replicate it again unless you rerun the scripts. And yet, using something like a data cube, you can store the pre-processed data so that you can send queries and scripts to the data cube in order to use it. And that way, many people can then reuse the same set of data rather than it relying on an individual to process it directly. Switching over to, and also I just wanted to say thank you as well for mentioning the point about targeting women. I think that's incredibly important. And yeah, I think that's definitely a role that the regional research networks, I believe, want to try and moving over to Yusuf, given what Charlene's just mentioned about from her perspective as a researcher, about the help that research and education networks can provide, where do you see help from ASREN, for example, being able to contribute to meeting these challenges?
Yeah, thank you. Can I just before that point out something very important about the role of NRENs? I think NRENs and regional networks are also very important stakeholder for internet governance, and so on. IGF Internet Governance Forum, we are not taking part, substantial role and maybe part in the discussions and so on. And even the audience is very limited because we are not promoting ourselves as one of the very important stakeholders. And I also believe that the academia and research are not well represented at the IGF. So this is a call which I always keep one slide dedicated for this to invite all NRIs and regional networks to be part of the internet governance, either at the national, continental, or the global level. So for example, ASEAN is a member of the Arab governance, Arab IGF and so on. Not to link this back to the role of NRIs and so. We started a very good plan supported by the Africa Connect 3 project through, we will do several activities related to our engagement with the communities. Basically, we would like to, it's part of it is awareness and bringing awareness through participating to the events of these communities and to invite them to our events. For example, we have speakers from Earth observation in our conference and so on. So this is one. Beyond that, we are now preparing a survey to be circulated to the AfriGeo community, other research and education communities in Africa, to study and analyze their needs in terms of access requirements, access mechanisms, needs for computing or storage resources, and so on. And we will bring out the report as a call for supporting these communities through providing us with, let's say, the necessary technology, the necessary platforms, maybe clouds or so, to be able to provide, to support these communities. Further to that, we are trying to get them to use the educational roaming, EduRoam services and EduGain, and so on. We are also promoting the open science to these communities, and through a LibSense project it is actually under the leadership of Wakren. We are starting a pilot aggregator for open education, open access resources. Actually, we are cooperating, again, the triangle is working well. We are cooperating with Latin America to utilize their, they call it La Refrancia, which is a tool to harvest and aggregate data repositories in the continent. So we are duplicating this in our region. So we have a set of opportunities that we want to serve these communities. I think this is the summary of what we can do and what we are intending to do. Actually, we started doing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Yusuf. I think that's a very good point as well about the cooperation that exists between the regional research networks already, and the fact that you're also sharing access to common resources. Say, for example, Red Clara put up to be used for the research and education community. Mark, from your perspective, or at least from the perspective of Red Clara, how do you see the role of regional research networks and NRENs being able to help support this collaboration across the world?
Yes, thank you, Chris. I just want to come back to what Charlene said about the diversity of challenges that different regions of the world are facing. But at the same time, I would say precisely that's where the research and education networks can bring together because all those challenges, because really the technicalities of data processing are the same, in spite of these diversity. So really, what we are tending to do is getting together in kind of bringing together the regional research and education networks and all the national research and education networks in order to reach a kind of global network, no, in the end, that would bring together all the research community. That's really something that we are looking towards, because I think the research and education networks have there's a demand of articulation of all this the research community and the education community. That's where research and education networks have to play a role, in my view.
Thanks, Mark. And where do you find, or where do you feel that, or how does what you've just said enable us to contribute either directly or indirectly to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals?
Yes, I think the infrastructure, the tools, the digital tools are a critical factor in research and in the challenges that we are facing. It's a critical factor in the sense that this enhances the effectiveness of scientific research, of observation, of verification, of the validation process, of diagnostics, and of monitoring that Charlene mentioned also. And in the end of it's on all these factors that that the effective implementation of solutions is based on. That's where we can bring an asset, a real asset, it's a kind of a worldwide public good, really, for research and for these challenges, in my sense.
Thanks, Mark. And Yusuf, in what ways do you think that ASREN is able to contribute to the SDGs? Maybe you mentioned before in your at the start, you were going to talk about different SDGs that you're working to help support. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we are putting the SDGs on our map and our priority, all of them, in a way that we can see how we can promote, actually putting our cooperation under the word science cooperation. So we started this through various activities. One of them, for example, that we have had a full session under the Science Summit that has been conducted under the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations. We had a full session where we demonstrated how can science cooperation be an instrument and the means to achieve the SDGs. The main focus in these sessions was, one of them was climate, life underwater, and life below water, I mean the 14th, and also I think there was another one on education and so on. But we are looking at all SDGs. We are not endurance, and their role are not to achieve the SDGs, but they can be provide other mechanisms through promoting the SDGs and the role of science to achieve these SDGs to the decision makers, which we are already doing. We are doing that also through cooperation directly with the United Nations, UNESCO. I mean the UNESCO for open science, and also we are now moving beyond the infrastructure. So, for example, our conference that will be taking place next week, I invite you all to attend this conference, because we have 3 days, 1 day dedicated for endurance, basic business infrastructure and services. The second day is dedicated for science at the policy level, science cooperation to achieve SDGs. It's a full day. with many sessions, speakers are from all over the world. We have speakers also from Giant. I would like to thank Chris and Hendrik who are contributing to this session. Also, the third day will be dedicated for science, for open science and open science platforms and so on. So we are trying to promote all the science to achieve all SDGs. I know research, as I said, just mentioned in my previous intervention, that entrants can be instrumental to support achieving all the SDGs by either to talk to the politicians, to the decision makers. We can speak also and coordinate with the scientists and researchers and encourage research towards achieving the SDGs. Also to the infrastructure, our sister organization around the world. And this is exactly what we are doing now through the cooperation with the Latin America, WACRIN, Opportunity Alliance, and Giant. Thank you.
Thanks, Yusuf. And just to pick up on that point that you mentioned about open science platforms and providing open science platforms in order to try and help achieve the SDGs, I'd just like to come over to Charlene and pose the question to you. Could open science platforms support communities in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals from your perspective as a researcher?
Yes, definitely. I think for me, the point is to start evaluating where we are now in terms of achieving the SDGs, what have been done so far, and what is left to do. And if we have to speed up kind of to reach the goals, and in that part that is left to be done, how open science can actually play a role. For example, here we use a lot of really heavy data. So we use HPC, the high performance computing. So this is really helpful because we can have very heavy data sets and we can process them. Sometimes we have internet challenges, but if the internet is good and if we have good computing capacity, I think this can speed up the research that is being done. Yeah. So it's good to first evaluate what has been done so far, what is left to be done, and if there's a need to speed up, we can use what the UN can provide us with support to accelerate what we are already doing. Yeah.
Thanks, Charlene. And that just goes to highlight the role that, as you say, with stable internet and sufficient capacity, you're able to accelerate the work that you do. With the tools that you use for high performance computing, are they open science tools, or are they more proprietary to the systems that you run, as into the vendors that you purchase the high performance computing systems from?
No, the question is not clear, please.
Oh, sorry. The tools that you use for high performance computing, are they open science tools, or are they just provided by the vendors who you purchase the high performance computing center from, or the high performance compute services from?
I think it's mixed. It's mixed. They are not all open science. I think it's mixed. It's like we are transitioning. It's a transition towards open science. We are not yet fully working in open science. No. There's still a lot to learn and like change mindsets, and because when you have been used to do in a certain manner, it's not always easy to change. So it takes time. Yeah, we need more flexibility. Yeah.
More flexibility. Go ahead, Mark. You jump in.
Yes, no, I just wanted to react to what Charlene said, and really in line with that. I think it's very significant. The comment. It's really the Research and Education Network. I think has, and as Youssef has already commented, has really to reach out for the stakeholders in research and in beyond research. Really, there is this platform. We offer this platform with really open, promoting open science, but this has to be known and by the stakeholders, and this is something that we have to take care of also. I think we have a strong, let's say, public relation task to do still. And of course, we have limited resources, but I think all together, if we get together, we can reach a certain, we can better reach a certain level of, in that sense. That's what I wanted to add. And beyond that, I wanted to say also that, yes, HPC resources, computing power, these are things that we are dedicated to, precisely, and in an open way, precisely. And that's something that maybe researchers don't know, but integration with tools like Copernicus also is something very important. Open data flows that flows through the network. These are concrete things where it's really important that we get together. That's what I wanted to say.
Go ahead, Youssef.
Yeah. I like the way you introduced the HPC through the differently. Usually we talk about HPCs not in an open way. We just keep talking about HPCs and so on. Now I like the way is it under the open access also or open science? I think this we need to address this all together. I remember, I think that was in 2007, there was a project by the European Commission, and this could be a call now for the European Commission to support us in this. There's a project called Link Scheme, where it was about interconnecting the HPC infrastructure in the Mediterranean region together. I know that the project is very old, and I don't remember the outcomes because I was not part of that project at that time. And it was followed by a project called VIC, but from my end, I will recall what were these projects about, and see if we can build on these through a project, a collaboration project, at least and let's say to start with the network of people who are working either in HPC or they need HPCs. With the support of ENDRINS and regional networks, and from there we explore and see how we can facilitate open access or open HPC in an open access mechanism. Thank you.
Thanks, Youssef. We've only got a few more minutes left, so we're drawing to a close now. Anyone from the audience or anyone online, if you do have any questions, please feel free to jump in and ask. We're very happy to have any questions that you want to pose. If not, I will ask my last couple of questions to the panelists. Youssef, you mentioned before about wanting to support all the sustainable development goals in general, and at least we've going from what Mark said earlier, Luis Cardenas said the NRENs accelerate and grow all of the SDGs. But are there any specific SDGs that you'd like to that you think that we should target with support? Given that we don't have unlimited resources, we can't target everything at the same time. Is there anything that you think we should prioritize?
Thank you. I believe the climate is the priority. It's on the priority at the European Commission, the United Nations. Maybe you are aware that you've been part of the COP26 and climate actions and so on. From my end, I believe the climate is the priority for us at ASRIN, and we already started as agreed in the COP26 discussions. I think it was in last November or so. We need to start identifying these communities. The issue is not only to find the researchers who do research in climate or climate-related research and so on, but also we need to have another level of decision makers, leaders in climate, like maybe directors or chair people of authorities that are responsible for climate at the national level, in addition to decision makers at the ministerial level or the policy making level. So we need to address these three levels of people. Of course, with endless are always on the table, but these three kind of level of people, we need to address them so that we can have a community at the levels of national, regional, and international, and from there we can send a call that we need to cooperate, and we do need to bring tools, infrastructure, technologies to support the climate actions with the support of these, to support the researchers who are doing research related to climate, in addition to what is going on at the policy level, because the policy level and is also very important. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yusuf. We've had a comment from one of the participants online. Ursula, if you'd like to, you can have the floor to pose your question or to make a statement. If not, basically Ursula was just saying in the message that she thinks that science and knowledge should generally be openly accessible for all, but with remuneration of the builders of those tools. And I think that's definitely something that needs to be addressed, because we all need to eat at the end of the day, and not everything is free, although it could be free at the point of use. It just depends, obviously, who pays for this. A lot of the NRENs and the research and education networks in general are funded by national governments, and it's public infrastructure, which is why we're not-for-profit organizations, and we strongly believe that we need to ensure that everyone in the world has equitable access to the data that researchers both benefit from and also publish. So yeah, I do understand where you're coming from on that. And Mark, if you've got a comment.
Yes, just adding to what you just said and what Yusuf said, I completely agreeing on all those lines. And climate change is, of course, the main challenge that humanity is facing, I guess, at this stage. And of course, responding to those challenges, we already work on SDG 9 and SDG 17. It's partnerships. The partnerships are fundamental in that sense. But I want to add just to what you just said, Chris. I think what is also important for this is capacity building. I'm coming back to that. It's SDG 4, education, and Article 6 of UNFCCC. Really, it's something that we need to maybe to focus on also in future. I think there's a big demand on that. From what I derive from the discussions we've had these last times. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. And so I'd just like to use this opportunity to bring the session to a close, both to thank all of the panelists and to Hendrik and Auke for all of their help in organising and having this session set up, and to everyone here that's attended and contributed. Thanks very much, Ursula, for your comments as well. I think we've got an idea now of the direction that we want to go in, focusing on capacity building with the various SDGs, but also to focus on climate and climate action with all of the various aspects that we need to tackle with that. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
correct background now?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Everyone should have an Andrea. She's wonderful.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good day to all. My name is Bernadette Lewis, and I'm the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, or the CTO. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to the CTO's first Hard Talk for Action discourse. The CTO is the Commonwealth's oldest intergovernmental ICT organization. We have restructured the CTO's operations to support our members in formulating, accelerating, and successfully implementing their digital transformation programs. Hard Talk for Action will be addressing the topic, fostering meaningful connectivity for digital transformation. Meaningful connectivity encompasses universal, affordable access to broadband networks and devices, and the ability of all citizens to use the network facilities and devices safely. It speaks to the availability of appropriate content, applications, and services for enhancing everyday life of the citizen. When we speak of digital transformation, we are referring to the process that integrates digital technology into all aspects of the nation's activities, changing the operations of its people and systems to deliver value. Now, it's very easy to talk, and we've heard of many wonderful ICT plans and strategies, but what we need are the tools and approaches for accelerated action in achieving universal broadband connectivity and digital 21st century governments. The provocateur for our Hard Talk for Action is Professor Tim Unwin. He is holder of the UNESCO Chair in ICT for Development. He is also the Emeritus Professor of Geography at Royal Holloway University of London. He is also the former Secretary General of the CTO, and he's the author of the book, Reclaiming Information and Communication Technologies for Development. Professor Unwin will separate the wheat from the chaff. He'll mill and refine the substance of the discussions into practical advice for all who are seeking to accelerate meaningful connectivity for digital transformation. Professor Unwin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. It's a real honor to be invited back to support you in this really important agenda. I think I'm really just the timekeeper, making sure everything runs smoothly. But if everyone keeps the time, I hope I will be able to summarize at the end. Let me just make 3 or 4 introductory points. The first is we want this session to be interesting, lively, and actually enjoyable. Not just rolling out the same old platitudes that we seem to hear in events such as the IGF all too often. We have 4 incredible speakers, and they will focus first on political will, second on economics, and then thirdly, satellites, fourthly, 5G. But this is very much from a Commonwealth perspective. 54 countries from all the continents of the world with some similar traditions behind them, and especially focusing on the Caribbean. And I think this is increasingly of wider relevance because representative of the SIDS, the small island developing states, which all too often seem to me to get left behind in our discussions. I will only introduce the speakers very, very briefly. You can follow their distinguished profiles on the web. And I'm afraid those who know me, and I can see there are some friends in the participants list, I'll be using a yellow card to warn them there's a minute to go and a red card when we'll politely ask them to be quiet. And we'll see how that goes. His Excellency Minister Hassel Bacchus has to leave before the end of, I think, something called a cabinet meeting or something like that. Now, these are important things that some politicians have to attend. So I will be asking him a question immediately after his 10 minutes. And then the others, I will have a concluding session with them, challenging each of them 1 or 2 points. Hopefully, if we keep to time, there'll be opportunity for participants also to engage in some questions, and please do put those on the chat. We'll try and answer those as we go along. So without more ado, and I just say thank you, Commonwealth Telecommunications Organisation, for this really important session. It is about how we turn rhetoric into reality.
Culture. But the ones that I think that make the most impact here, at least in the Caribbean, would be political change, because our governments tend to change every so often, and that has happened within the Caribbean fairly recently in a number of places. And then, of course, there is the question of, if I am back on this revolutionary type of transformation, what does it do to my chances to remain as the governing body of this particular entity? And that is a very powerful thing. There are a number of really great initiatives that have not happened because when you look at the potential consequence from backlash from the populace, they don't work. So I'm just using those to show why some of the things don't happen and why 21st century governance doesn't necessarily happen, and people tend to be stuck and mired in where they were all the time. In Trinidad, the ministry, the way we've set it up, and this is just furthering the political will, we're really working across three big vertical pillars. We're dealing with digital government, the digital economy, and of course, the digital society. And the way the ministry is set up to work with all of the other ministries, divisions, agencies, stakeholder partners, etc., it's built that way so that there is this crescendo of effort. But the ministry is not doing it all. It's kind of like we're facilitating all of that happening together. And so it's, while there is political will, there is stakeholder buy-in. And I think once the government starts by proving it wants to do it, I think the buy-in comes along, right behind that. There are some guiding principles that will work in terms of engendering political will and doing it in a new way. There are many of them. I'll name a few. One of them in particular is challenging the status quo. People wanting to remain the way they are. People not wanting to make the changes because, remember, we're trying to influence people, processes, and systems. Systems in this case would include the infrastructure and so on, but also the legislation. People who are mired in the old way of doing things will tend to be resistant. These are the people to the introduction of new digital forward thinking processes that are absolutely essential for us to forward this political agenda and or the transformational agenda. So having the support of ministries like the Ministry of Public Administration, where a lot of the rules and guidelines are built to address how customers of these systems work is key. So that's just one of them. There are lots of others: lateral thinking, agility, user experience, end-to-end delivery of things and things. All of these things have to be bottled into it. But challenging the status quo is one that really requires, to fix it, you really require to have a lot of political will where that is concerned. What is the mandate that is going to get, that we're going to get at the end of this, if the political will and all the other things come together? Here in Trinidad, and to be created our own statement of it, and I'll just read it just so everyone can get it. It's a new way to address the end-to-end consumption and delivery of goods and services to customers using appropriate digital technology. I think I'll put a patent on it. It seems whenever I say it, people tend to like it because of the components of it. A new way speaks to a number of things. End-to-end speaks to a number of things. Customers in this case is also critical because it's not just the people who consume the services, but also the people who deliver them. And of course, appropriate digital technology is key. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has deemed broadband as a public good. So it is very much like electricity and water. A lot of the things that we have to do in the digital transformation space is based on having ubiquitous broadband across for all citizens, divisions, agencies, for everyone to use. And that is exactly what we set out to do through a number of things. There are some core values that drive what we're dealing with specifically as it relates to the government and its will to continue. For a ministry of this type that deals in so much transformation, two of them in particular are quite strange. So in the core values in the Ministry of Digital Transformation are driving what we're doing. Two of them are trust and hope. And it is essential because you have to, if we're going to make the type of cultural change that we want, even with all the political will in the world, people have to believe and trust and hope that what you're going to do is going to work. And of course, we're going to have to engender their trust through, of course, the establishment of credibility and transparency and so on. So that is absolutely critical. We have to partner with a number of agencies to do this. I think this is going to be true throughout the Commonwealth. If we have to do that, even governments and all the government will in the world won't do it alone. The CTO is an example of one of many organizations to which we have to work with to be able to do what we need to do. An example of what we're trying to do is we've come up with this concept of a connected city. And the interesting thing about it is a connected area, anything. The interesting thing about it is when you look at it, you see these little signals on top of everything. It's the broadband connectivity that is working to make it work. So when we start putting in the appropriate rule and laws and pieces of guidelines for people to use, pushing people towards using a digital type instruments to do what they want, there are significant levels of increases of digital literacy of your population that has to increase. You have to be able to then have the necessary frameworks and infrastructure for that to happen. And then, of course, you have to have the appropriate legislation to ensure that what we're doing is not illegal and will put us in trouble with elements of the Constitution. If all of this works, including the political will, you get some outcomes out of it. Increased ICT access for all is important. You have reduced digital skill and literacy divides. That is evident throughout the entirety of all of the Commonwealth in various forms and positions. We have improved internal governance and efficiencies, reduced bottlenecks and so on associated with that. We will and have to have a strengthened ICT legislative framework. And of course, we will have a stimulated economy. So starting from the top, the political will has to be there. The key stakeholders have to be involved. We have to partner. There has to be a willingness to withstand backlash when it happens and the resilience to be able to address anything that comes along, which would include cybersecurity breaches, all of that. How do you react? How do you manage? How do you take all of that forward while still engendering hope and trust in the population and the customers that we have? Without getting the red card, that's what I have. I hope it has worked with it.
Thank you very much, Minister. I have just one request. Please don't digitize PAN.
Unfortunately, we have. Professor Copeland and the guys up at the university have already created a PAN, and that is a digital PAN. But we still have the old traditional way. So a bit late, but we've already done it.
Let me pick up. You actually touched on the question that I was going to ask you, because working in many different parts of the world, I think there's a challenge with democracy. And that is almost always the government in power gets replaced, well, sooner in some cases, later in others. And then very often in that process, digitalization and digital issues tend to become a political tool. You know, I will promise you X thousand laptops in your schools, for example. And I've seen all too often the policies, wise policies set in place by one government, then there's an election, they get forgotten because the new government wants to do something new. So my tough question for you, and I have to say I've been impressed in the times I've visited Trinidad and Tobago about actually how it seems you manage this reasonably well. But how do you get that long-term, you spoke about commitment, that long-term cross-party support in liberal democracies to achieve systemic change in digital technology?
Yeah, it's a good question. In the digital space, strangely enough, it's been a lot simpler than it has been in other industries, and that's simply because what has happened in the Trinidad and Tobago space, particularly with this government spanning back the fact that it's been now in 2 terms, is that they've created basically not just policy documents that would really form part of what they promised the population, but there are a number of published and established documents, the Roadmap to Recovery document, the Vision 2030 document that replaced the Vision 2020 document, the National ICT Plan document. There are a number of documents that are put together by academia across the divide of Trinidad and Tobago, partnerships with all the universities, leaders of industry, technocrats within the government. And what they've done is that they have created these roadmaps, if you will, that are basically non-governmental, but are really development documents for the country. And so all any incoming administration has to do is, even if they want to change the focus of it, the bias in which one government may be doing something to the other, the general guidelines and outputs of that remain things that they generally tend to adhere to. So it's because it's created that way, that's why it works. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Oh, I know. So there's a place for civil society and academia in providing some. I have to say, many of us here have been in this field for a long time. We see the same old stuff being rolled out time and time again in different policies. I mean, look at the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. There's very little new in that. We're reinventing the wheel, moving on. But thank you for your intervention. I've taken away this point about having some external long-term commitment in the wider areas. Thank you. Without more ado, I'm going to pass on to our second speaker, Professor Avinash Perso, who is Special Envoy for the Prime Minister of Barbados on Investment and Financial Services. And perhaps we should say congratulations on the new status of your country, but we hope you will retain those strong links within the Caribbean, but also with the Commonwealth. Let me just hand over to you on building the Caribbean's economy, a digital approach. So we've had the political will. We're now going to turn to you for some economic insights. And again, I hope I don't have to use these. Avinash, over to you.
Thank you for your congratulations. We are, of course, merely catching up with Trinidad and Tobago, who've been a republic for quite a few decades now, and performed well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Caribbean, but and perhaps more so for my role as chair of the CARICOM Commission on the Economy, where digitization played an important part in our discussions about the future for the Caribbean. But, you know, development is global. It's not just about the Caribbean. What is development? Development is the ability of our people to be able to choose the life they wish to lead. That applies in the Caribbean and it applies everywhere else. So I think what we have to say here is fairly universal. The Caribbean is at a crossroads. For the 20 years up to the late 1980s, early 1990s, we were the fastest growing region in the world. And that was partly a testament of big investments in public education, public health, and they were already showing a lot of dividends. But somewhere around the late 1980s, early 1990s, we began to slip back relatively. We didn't notice it too much because in absolute terms, we were still growing. And of course, the commodity countries like Trinidad and Jamaica and Guyana are sometimes on a different cycle. But the region as a whole began slipping back. Today, we are the slowest growing region in the world. We are moving backwards relatively. For a region that had some of the most amazing public health statistics, literacy, education, we're now seriously slipping back. So what do we do about it? And clearly, digital will play an important part of that story. But I think it's very important, and here I'm going to tread a little bit on the minister's turf, because, you know, everything is political. And it's important that we have a reality check about digital, Because with every revolution, you have your zealots, and that's good. You can't have a revolution without zealots. But the narrative is that digital is going to transform our economies, make us grow rapidly, it's going to be democratic, we're all going to benefit. And the only reason why we would not will be some laggards who have the wrong culture, the wrong attitude, they're backward looking. And I'm afraid that is really completely myth. So the computer revolution has been here since the 1970s. The internet revolution from the 1990s. The Internet of Things, maybe the past 10 years or so. And despite these three waves of revolution, there's been no upward trajectory to world growth. This has not had any dividend in world growth. And indeed, since then, since those revolutions, perhaps coincidentally, income inequality has worsened in the world. Technology and digital has the capacity to bring many great things, but it also has the capacity to bring things that are not so great for some people. If all of us here, taxi hailing services like Uber are fantastic for us. They lower our costs, they increase our convenience. They're really bad if you're a taxi driver. And for those of us who like to travel around, these sort of home sharing sites like Airbnb are fantastic. They lower our costs, increase our opportunities. We can go and see all kinds of different things. Really bad if you're a hotel owner. So there are winners and losers. And in fact, the secret is if we want to win together, is we need to identify the losers and we need to help the losers. We need to support the losers. That's why we have political obstacles to change. We have political obstacles to change, not because people are culturally backwards, but because they know they could be a loser. They feel threatened. And we need to disarm that threat by investing heavily in them. So, and digital can play an important role in that. So education is something that the Caribbean has long been a believer in. Sir Arthur Lewis's words can be recanted by almost every school child in the Caribbean, which is that the solution to poverty is not money, it is knowledge. He may actually have got that wrong, but anyway, we all know that. So, but we need to invest in a different kind of education. There's something that we've done here in Barbados where we've actually given every single citizen of Barbados, by virtue of citizenship, free access to Coursera. Coursera gives them 50,000 courses on anything they want. We've transformed the way education is. Back in the old days, we used to have to kind of, in the Caribbean, think, what will people need? What skills will they need? There'll be tons of committees about identifying future skills, skill needs. We don't need to care about that now. People know what skills they need, and people can go on these sites and they can pick whatever skill. We've had 22,000 people in the last few months sign up to Coursera. 66,000 courses have been taken, and 3,800 of them have picked coding with Java for developing software apps. And nothing to do with government. They have decided that that's what they need. They've done it. We've facilitated it. I think digitizing government, which allows people to be able to use government services 24 hours, 24/7, is also an important way of giving them greater access. But we have to think about investing in people who may be losing. And we have to think about these new tools as rights. So there's a right to broadband. And that right doesn't mean that they can demand it for free, but government has to invest heavily in giving great access and inexpensive access. As you know, one of the key calls of the CARICOM Commission on the Economy was for a significant reduction in the barriers to roaming costs between the Caribbean. CARICOM is 15 sovereign states. If you go abroad with your phone on by accident, you may come back with a $6,000 bill, as I once did, for just a few days of roaming. So we want a no sticker shock. We're negotiating with the telecoms companies on a single roaming rate or a roaming like home rate, and making good progress. And hopefully we can announce success for 2022 on that. So broadband, technology, digital, government, and education, these are all important rights. I want to end though with making another political point, which is imagine, Tim, and that you owned a robot that can do everything, believe it or not, everything that you can do. That, wakes up in the morning, comes down, cooks you the most perfect scrambled eggs, packs off its bag, goes off to work, comes back in the day, delivers you a check for the day's work. This is fantastic. You spend the day reading your books, going on Netflix, whatever you want to do. Fantastic. And your life is better off substantially. Now imagine that same robot is owned by Microsoft. Suddenly your life is totally different. Suddenly you're working all the hours that exist in order to earn a little bit of money in between trying to do what you can do that the robot can't do. And so the key is not technology. The key is not the robot. The robot's the same in both worlds. The key is ownership. And we need to find, and I challenge all of the people on this call, new ways of ownership that will allow people to be able to own this technology, and therefore that's the only way we are all going to benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've been dipping out of the way because I've been taking copious notes of all my questions to be asking you. So I suddenly realized I'm disappearing. Avinash, I had no idea we had so many things in common, but thank God there's not a robot anything like me. But we will get on to that later. I'm going to pass on without more ado to our next speaker, who is Christopher McLaughlin. I had him down as Chris, but it says Christopher on there, so I need to keep things a little bit formal. Thank you for joining us, Chris. You are Chief of Government Regulation and Engagement, OneWeb. In case your robot, I didn't tell you that when you got up at whatever unearthly hour this morning to join us. We're really, really grateful, and sorry it's only 5 minutes, but how can satellites really contribute, and particularly the new OneWeb constellations, contribute to making this difference that the Right Honourable Hasselbackus and Professor Perso had to say? So 5 minutes, over to you.
Tim, it sounds like a challenging BBC programme of my youth. I'm going to take the next 4.5 minutes to speed along as I best can. Bernadette knows that I have a terrible half-Irish gene, which enables me to talk forever on any subject without...
Can I just interrupt you there? My grandmother was Irish, and I have my application in for full Irish citizenship, but it's got bogged in the system, digital technology.
Good man. Right, so this is a very, very exciting time for OneWeb. We, as I've talked to Bernadette about before, came back from the dead. OneWeb had a horrific near-death experience in March of last year, when the last 2 billion that was needed from our friends at SoftBank vanished in that vortex of COVID, when the whole financial world just imploded. The money wasn't there. And as I was explaining in the House of Commons this morning in front of a select committee, I was asked if I could go to the British government and ask them, could we have a COVID loan? Only nobody knew what a COVID loan was at that time. And we then, by a process of elimination, ended up with the British government doing something it never does. And it took a $500 million equity stake in OneWeb, alongside a company you'll know as Airtel, which is Bharti Global, led by Sunil Bharti Mittal, which transformed the company. Because suddenly, from, as I like to say, the orphan waiting at the top of the hill for a car to come and pick them up, it had new parents. And the new parents said, yeah, but you haven't got enough money for your full existence. But because of the strength of the new parents, we've attracted another $1.7 billion of inward investment. The company now has $2.7 billion of equity. And as a result of the Chapter 11 process, the 3.4 billion that went before to get it to where it is has gone to wherever money goes when it vanishes, but it's gone. And so OneWeb is now this wonderful creature with 358 of its satellites, 61% of its fleet up in space. It has a fully funded model for the whole of the 588 satellite network. Our next 34 satellites launch at the end of December. We're able to produce a satellite once a day in our factory in Florida with Airbus. We have uniquely reduced the cost of getting into space, to Avnish's points earlier and to the minister's points. And we're in a very exciting position for the Caribbean and for you all in general, in that we've actually begun our first testing in down to 50 degrees, obviously the frozen north and then down to the equally wet Great Britain, to get the signals sorted. We are now able to demonstrate connectivity via Teams, 4K satellite delivered YouTube video. We're able to send email, we're able to do voice over IP, all the things that people want, to bring them together and to empower in the way that Avnish was saying earlier and the minister was demanding earlier, OneWeb is offering. And as we roll out our satellites during the course of the next coming weeks, weeks and months, we are going to be building on that footprint. In short, OneWeb, newly funded, ready to go with new shareholders, is in a position to say we will have a global network working by mid-year next year. And by the end of 2022, we are available to all citizens of the globe to be connected. How are we aiming to do that? In partnership. Our model is to work with the telecoms companies of host nations, and so they can best determine how they want to reach their customers. We don't presume upon ourselves to know what is the best way of delivering. So for example, in Alaska, where we're doing some testing at the moment, we're with a very high north community in a place called Akiak, where they've put a single terminal in, and they're using a WiMAX model to connect up all the school and the village and the people in the village. And we're very, very interested in how that hub will work. With British Telecom, who've just begun testing in Great Britain, 1 minute ago, we are in a situation where they will determine what they want to do with the highlands and islands and the more remote areas. So we're ready to work with you. We have a system that I know Bernadette and others have been looking for some time, and we're terribly excited to be a bridge of connectivity to work with the Commonwealth Telecoms Union organization to deliver for you. I'll hand you back 5 seconds.
Thank you very much indeed. I always get these unions and organizations mixed up. It's
sorry.
No. As whether it's telecommunication or telecommunications. But thank you, and thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment. Our final speaker is Peter Goodwin, who's the founder and CEO of Circle GX, who I think is joining us from somewhere in central USA, Peter. And sorry for any confusion over timing. It's great. Where's that great city in your backdrop? You're allowed to unknow
Dallas, Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. Okay, great. So over to you. You've seen how it runs. Your 5 minutes, and you're turning for talking about sort of meaningful connectivity, what that really means.
Well, meaningful connectivity, and of course, looking at what we've experienced here with the pandemic, really means a lot now, because now it has exposed in the United States some of the areas where you have unserved and underserved people. Our company is really focused on underserved and underserved people and bridging the digital divide in areas that really need connectivity. Uniquely, just listening to the gentleman from OneWeb talk about what they're doing with the innovations there, all these things make a big difference in what we seem to believe is the democratization of technology and the opportunities that are prevailing here. And at this crucible moment, you have this opportunity where you're seeing this quantum leap in technology happening at the same time the demand for connectivity has come to bear. And we started with 5G back in 2013. And one of the things that we were thinking is that by moving from a proprietary hardware-centric wireless infrastructure to a more software-enabled programmable infrastructure, this was going to change the dynamics. And when we became a part of the 50 founders for Dell, one of the things that we were seeing, the reason why the operators went to them is that at the time, the hardware-centric guys were really controlling the cost of everything. And they wanted to move to this whole software medium to from the core and the RAN to a more democratized, just running on basic hardware. And of course, this changed the cost per seat from $30 per seat for next generation infrastructure to $3. And so at the same time that this innovation is taking place, there's an opportunity here for the democratization of technology. And now you're seeing, we always talk about in telecom, it's a race to zero, right? In terms of cost. And as these cost pressures are getting pressure, having the ability to be able to put out effective infrastructure that's cost effective to the end user is a dynamic change. And we've seen that happen in several phases here in the United States in terms of the first interruption that happened or disruption that happened with Craig McCall coming in. We also seen it with Roger Lindquist with Metro PCS when he said, hey, look, people just need a phone to talk. Right. And they were saying, well, no, you're going to make all of this investment. It's capital intensive and you've got all these big guys out there and they're going to squash you. But as we see that this innovation is coming in place, we now can fill the gaps. And I love what OneWeb is doing and really like some of the things that's happening there. So it comes down to more than just connectivity. And if I were to say what is meaningful connectivity, I say this is the opportunity to take these new technologies and these new innovations and be able to move them into an arena where you do more than just connectivity, but you create these ecosystems that are dynamic, that tie communities together in terms of their businesses and drive small businesses with the homes. And these are the type of innovations that we're working on in the United States, launching in Dallas County, partnering with Qualcomm. And I'll leave you back some time to so you don't get the red. I don't get the red signal.
Hey, people online. I mean, round of applause for our speakers. They all kept to time. So we have that is brilliant. Congratulations. So I was asked to ask some tough questions. And so forgive me if these are a little bit challenging. And I'm going to combine Avinash and Peter's ones into a question count. But first of all, Avinash, I mean, you come from a commercial, financial, economic background, and there you were saying everything is political. Well, I thought economists said everything is economics, and that's all that matters. But that leads into the question I'm going to ask you and Peter. I was struck that you both focused on what I think, Peter, you called underserved, and Avinash, neither of you used the word inequality, I think, if I heard correctly. And the focus on economic growth, that the SDGs are fundamentally all about economic growth, and that is going to solve poverty. Most people forget SDG 10. I wonder how many people, actually participants, go on, sign your name up in the chat if you know which SDG 10 is before I say it. It's about inequality. And the rest of the SDGs and SDG 10, to me, are in conflict. So I want to shift us to inequality. And the real question is, we know it costs more. The principle of equity is it costs more to reach the most marginalized. And we know, and Avinash, you sort of moved us a little bit into this, that actually the economic growth model causes inequality. If you have the latest, best new phone, you're going to leap miles ahead of the person who still has an old, dare I say, 2G phone. I actually still have one, but that's another story. So digital tech tends to increase inequalities or to be used to increase inequalities. So two aspects of this question. How do we change the global rhetoric away from economic growth to how digital tech can reduce inequality? Because
I mean, firstly, I think, Tim, I would say that I did actually talk a bit about inequality, about how, in fact, since the computer revolution, the internet revolution.
I don't think you actually used the word, but we can check that later.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, because it's very important. It's a very important issue, and it's a vital issue. Inequality has worsened, I said, since the computer technology revolution. And we have to ask ourselves, because the narrative is that somehow this is democratizing. But I don't think technology has original sin. It's really about how we use it. So I don't think, I think that if we leave it and don't do something about it, it will concentrate wealth and power and inequality. And therefore we have to actively work against it. And that's why I think digitizing government actually improves access. We often say in Barbados, when we talk about reforming government, what it means is a poor little girl from one of our most remote villages can get her planning application approved without her having to know various people, without her having to be able to take several days off work to line up. So, digitizing government is actually about empowering citizens. And I think that the final thing would be that we need to actively be thinking, to solve your problem, we need to actively be thinking about how technology can be used to reduce inequality. Because if we don't do that, it reduces equality and increases inequality.
Absolutely agree. But I'll come to you, Peter. Let me just, for you to think about, maybe come up later. But of course, you talk about the young person. My elderly mother, who's now had to go into a care home because she's got dementia, has been unable to use digital technology and fill in all the forms that she has to do online. So she's being further marginalized by e-government. And there are governments across the world who sell their NHS data, and you have to sign on to an app to get past.
I would say one thing, though. We have a sort of, so in Barbados we have one of the oldest social security systems set up in the 1960s, and we were giving people checks. We were the biggest users of checks. I was deputy chairman of it for a while. And the story used to be, well, these old people, you can't send the money online. They're not digital. They don't have a mobile phone. They don't have online banking. And they enjoy lining up in the bank with their checks and chatting to their friends. Well, the minute COVID happened, the concentration of people using checks was 80%. It collapsed to about from 80 to 20%. So it actually showed what could happen if people were really pushed.
Do you sell your data, of your health data of your citizens, to private sector companies, for example? Thank goodness.
No, but I think that we have to think. I once had a weird job, and I only accepted it because it was housed in Admiralty Arch, which is an amazing place in the UK. And it was the UK's Public Sector Information Committee. And the big choice is, should governments provide that a fair bit of information for free, the American model, and then allow the private sector to build all kinds of apps on it, as long as privacy is maintained, of course, or should we charge for it? The UK model was charging. Ordnance Survey, hydrology, charges for data. The US, that data is free. And I think you really need to go towards seeing how we can send more data freely available, usable, because then you'll get a whole industry of useful applications built.
Great. Take it.
Well, I'd like to take a different twist. I want to take a different twist here, because when you talk about the inequality, that's Circle GX was built all around that. So let's just break it down into a community like a Dallas County, right? In Dallas County, you have 940,000 households, right? 14% of these households qualify for a subsidy that the government offers to provide them with free service, right? But in essence, if you look at the benefits that come from this new generation technology and the capabilities that it has, what you have going on is the ability to be able to reduce the cost to everyone by being able to take this cost reduction, right? So now 940,000 households is spending $220 million a month for communication services, right? So not only do you have the unserved and the underserved, you have overpriced. And so by putting greenfields of new infrastructure in, what you have the opportunity to do is reduce the overall cost. And at the same time, by the government's participation in helping put out these big funds like the infrastructure funds, the ARPA funds, and all of that have come out. You now, by serving the unserved and the underserved and finding this equality that you're talking about, you have the ability to provide the city with better efficiencies in terms of energy consumption and water consumption and all of the things that they do, the waste things in terms of the smart city overlay that you put into these infrastructures. So in our model, we see that there's a grand opportunity in the transformation of looking how dollars are spent from community. And what we're seeing is that the money is leaving the community. And if you could build a green field, maybe you can get half of that $220 million back. And this is how we've built the partnerships to go forward throughout the United States and partner with Qualcomm.
And if you could deliver for the most marginalized more cheaply, you undercut, of course, everyone else who is charging more, and then therefore you can make it work.
To zero. It's a race to zero, right? I mean,
well,
where's
everyone's
AT&T
got to make
long distance?
everyone's got to
Where's
make a little bit of profit. Everyone's got to have something in it. But you mentioned that magic word green. So Chris, and I think this is a horribly tough question for you. Almost nobody's done any work on the environmental impact of satellites. And I've been fascinated in recent years by the models of how digital tech in general affects the environment. And there are a lot of works, but nearly all of that focuses on, we've had COP26 recently on carbon. But we've been starting doing some modeling around the environmental impact of that, and that's in there. How do we treat outer space? Most people treat it like the oceans used to be treated. They're just bung up satellites in there. I'm not saying you're doing that. That's a bit of a harsh view. But have you thought about the environmental impact of your work? And that actually then broadens out to an environmental question for other people on other speakers. Because, of course, the SIDS, the small island developing states, and this brings us back to the Caribbean, are some of the most vulnerable to environmental change. So I'm just fascinated to know whether at OneWeb you have actually developed means of understanding the environmental impact of what you do.
It's a very good question. I thought I'd done all my bear baiting in Westminster this morning, but I'm delighted to step in on this one as well. The fact of the matter is that a satellite launch in and of itself obviously uses fuel to escape the Earth's gravity and then to get out. And you either, with Elon Musk, have a returnable rocket, which he then refurbishes and flies 8 or 9 times. So he's got a leap on the technology. Or if you're Arianespace or some of the others, they haven't got that technology yet, and it descends and it gets dealt with in a different way. There's an impact on launches, but you then have to say to yourself, so there is an impact at launch, but you've then got 5 or 10 or 15 years of operation from that one launch. So, in my classic, I was never a particularly good LSE student, but in my classic days, I would say, well, you could amortize the whole thing over that period of time for the good that it does. So then you might look at, well, what does that connectivity do? Has it given the islands, to come to the specific point that Mark and others had asked, has it given the islands a degree of resilience? Has it, over and above, given them something that they can do something with in moments of crisis? And I would argue that adding a satellite layer to your telecoms is a smart thing to do, because if you have your only infrastructure is a user terminal, you're in a pretty good place. We've seen time and again satellite comms being the only thing that can be used in disaster recovery, also for governments and good governance as well. We've also seen satellites, frankly, used for election results in some places like the Philippines, where it's the only way to get all of those election results in time. So to earlier points of the minister and to Avnish, it is about democratization. There is an environmental impact, obviously, and one of the big challenges that has to, and you've got to trade off that, one of the big challenges for the world now is, are we going to go forward in this new ocean with only countries being able to chuck up as many as they want to and nobody doing anything with it? Or are we going to say, you know what, we do actually need an international maritime organization of space? Because I think the IMO was a brilliant invention. And when will the FCC, the Chinese, the British, the Canadians, the Indians all go, you know what, we think we're all better if we're in one place. I mean, for example, OneWeb is 588 satellites in Gen 1. It may well be less satellites in Gen 2. It certainly won't be thousands. Mr. Musk has gone on a different model, which is, I'm going to put 1,400 at 550 kilometers. Oh, actually, I've got a better idea. I'm going to put 4,400. Oh, I've got an even better idea with FCC. Yeah, I know I'm in trouble. I'm going to put 30,000 up. We can't go on like that. And when Mr. Bezos joins in, it's going to get pretty crowded. Sorry, I stepped back.
Exactly, and thank you. I do think the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, is trying to be that. And of course, we won't mention you. I don't think you mentioned the word Russia in what you've just said, and the fun, the damage that they're causing. Anyway, park that, because I'm going to turn to the chats. We have got question coming up, and I think Mark has got one, and it's also for you, Chris. And I think many of us in the CTO over many years have been passionate about the role that satellites can play in some of the most marginalized areas, island states, peripheral parts, but also in interiors of countries where the fiber doesn't necessarily reach. So Mark's asked, how easy is it for community network projects in remote areas in LDCs and SIDS to obtain cheap satellite connectivity for internet access? I think you actually technically answered that, and really it's probably a question of political will. But if you've got just one or two words you'd like to say, and then the Honourable Minister is also here, so I might turn to him on that.
So I would turn to the Minister, but the way that we're approaching it in OneWeb is we'll provide the connectivity. You will decide on your social goals and what you want to do through your telecoms people. For example, in the UK, they have a 5 billion broadband fund that they're investing. But a lot of that is going into fiber networks and into solid presence. But maybe the Minister has a better guide for us.
Sure. Just to touch on it quickly, the conversation that was happening about inequalities is a significant one. When you consider I went the other way. I went from private industry and from telecoms and ICT into government. So it's a little bit different from me. But let's think about it. Technology is considered both sword and shield across the world. It's a great equalizing thing when you can say, and using the same example, that a little girl somewhere in a rural village now has access to all the things that they need because they don't have to go buy an encyclopedia set. But it can also be a very limiting thing when that same little girl has no access. And Trinidad has 400,000 homes. The Telecommunications Authority is currently doing a digital inclusion survey. They've already done one. And 80% of those, over 80% of those have access to broadband. The question is it appropriate broadband, and is it capable broadband given what is required to be done now? So what has the government done? It's done a couple of things. One, having access to broadband and not knowing how to use it is terrible. So they've created access centers where people can go, whether you have devices, don't have devices, and you can get either training or access to services in that way. They've also created specific programs through the Telecommunications Authority to address all of those areas that were once served, that have now become underserved, that have never been served, and otherwise. And that's why what OneWeb is doing is actually key. Even for a country like Trinidad and Tobago that has fiber in a lot of places, that there's still very remote places that are pockets of people that deserve to have the same levels of broadband connectivity, given the idea that we have already promoted it as a public good. So it's government policy that will define that, with government funds behind it in a lot of cases.
Tim, can I just mention one thing on...
Sorry, Avinash, I'm going to have to close because I want to give the final word to the SG. But before I do that, if you all switch your screens to gallery view, that's a little button at the top right-hand side. And while you do that, if you go also to the reactions at the bottom, wouldn't it be great if everybody who enjoyed this session did a little clap symbol in the top of their screen to thank our wonderful speakers? So there we are. Thank you, Kia Mogetswe and Shelly Ann and Gabrielle. I will just do it like this as well. But thank you all for being so wonderful. Before I hand over to the SG for some final words, I was asked to try and summarize this. Completely impossible. You're all far too good for that. But let me just draw 4, I think, key points out. The first is politics matters. And it was lovely to hear you, Avinash, stressing that, and Honourable Hasselbackus for emphasising that. We say politics matters. We have to have educated politicians who can really drive this agenda forward, who understand what tech can do, and who work in the interests of the poorest and the most marginalised. Secondly, I think we heard both with OneWeb and you, Peter, about we need new business models. It is possible to achieve this, but we need creative thinking, stepping away from some of the old business models. Third, I brought in, and again, thanks, Peter, for mentioning the word green, but these issues of sustainability. We do have to have much, much better models of evaluating the environmental sustainability of digital tech. And then finally, just, I think you're all more positive than I am. That's probably a good thing. I think I'm probably older than you all are. So, this is a boring, old, middle-aged white man saying it. But I look at the harms more. I know the goods, but because I can also see the harm that digital tech can do, I've become very much a person who pushes that out. SG, thank you for inviting me to lead this
Thank
discussion.
you very much, Tim. You
2
did
minutes.
an excellent summation. And all that is really left for me to do is to thank our Tim, to thank you, Tim.
That was too much. It closed the mic down. Bernadette, can you hear us? We've lost you.
She's got a delay.
And yes, you're back on, Bernadette. I'm afraid that horrible thing.
On mute.
You're on mute as well. Bottom left of your screen.
I muted myself. I don't know what happened, but I was thanking our excellent provocateur and also our panelists for the insights. Some very important points, I believe, have come out of our discourse of digital transformation from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Professor Avinash Prasad, who is the special envoy to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados on investment and financial services. Mr. Chris McLaughlin, thank you so much, Chief of Government and Regulations and Engagement of OneWeb. And Mr. Peter Goodwin, founder and CEO of Circle GX. And to our audience from around the world, we thank you for joining and participating in the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization's first Hard Talk for Action discourse. And it's 11 o'clock. This brings us to the end of our session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. I'll welcome to IGF Katowice 2021. My name is Piotr Sobolewski, and I'm a senior financial sector analyst at Polityka Insight, which is Poland's leading source of political analysis and business intelligence. Today, I have an opportunity to moderate a discussion panel on digital currency, or CBDC. The title of our panel discussion is Digital Currency Paving a Way for Digital Innovations. And host of this panel is Visa, a global payment organization. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to moderate a discussion with this incredible group of experts from all over the world. Let me introduce them. Catherine Gu, Global CBDC Lead at Visa. Peter Ostby, Special Advisor in Financial Infrastructure Department for Norges Bank, and Marek Dit, CEO of Warsaw Stock Exchange. Our panel will be divided into two parts. In the first part, I'll be asking our guests some questions. During the second part of the discussion, the audience will have a chance to direct some questions to the panel. So you have some time to think about and submit your question during the panel. And after the first part of our discussion, we'll address some of these questions. If you do have a question, don't hesitate, please, to send it via chat in the Zoom platform at any time during the presentation. Katarzyna Cyrbus from Graylink will be our online moderator, and she will be gathering your questions. Before we begin, I would like to give a little bit of background on CBDC. CBDC is an abbreviation of central bank digital currency. CBDC is one of the most popular words in financial sector in 2021. CBDC is quite complicated technology. It differs from cryptocurrency and stable coins in that it is issued by central banks and has official legal tender status. There are two types of CBDC. Wholesale, which means transaction between central banks and banks holding reserves and funds at the central bank. And the second type is retail or general purpose ones. In that case, CBDC are used as a digital equivalent of cash and would be used by all customers group. E-currency can be based on accounts or tokens. In the first case, this would mean creating account at a central bank for all citizens using a given currency. An alternative would be to use tokens, which are already used in blockchain-based cryptocurrencies. There's a lot of possible application for CBDC, but it is quite experimental technology. So far, not used on a large scale in any big country. With that in mind, I would like to address my first question to Catherine Gu, who represents Visa. Good afternoon, Catherine. Could you please tell us, why are we talking about CBDC at all? What has happened in recent years to make this topic of digital currency so popular? Is it about the threats from cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or Ethereum, or is it about the desire to attract unbanked customers? Or maybe there are other reasons for this mind?
Good afternoon, Piotr. Very much thank you for having me here, and thank you IGF as well for hosting the event. Very excited to be here. I do agree with you a lot of the things you said at the introduction. CBDC for sure, we have seen a clear, strong momentum as kind of one of the most important kind of long-term strategic conversations that's been kind of carried out by many central banks around the world. And I think a lot of us probably have read many different research and reports published by many credible, like international organizations. So probably one of the most popular quoted figures is that at the beginning of 2021, we already have over 86% of all the central banks in the world actively looking at central bank digital currencies. And I think this is incredible, which is kind of looking at, the pace in which digital payments is evolving. It's not to say we never had anything digital, because we already have a pretty robust and very interoperable system thus far, but there's a lot of things that can be done better. And I think with newer technologies, there's always a need to innovate. And I think we all know that, the usage of blockchain, especially when it comes to cryptocurrencies, has already been about 11, 12 years by now. And with that evolution, we definitely have seen a clear sort of growth around cryptocurrencies, as well as stable coins. I think just by looking at the blockchain technology in and of itself, there's a lot of appeal in terms of thinking about, from a system resiliency and security aspect, what could a decentralized or distributed system can do to complement, some of the existing system we have in place. But I think there's many other reasons involved in that. Certainly, I think you touched around the competition issue. We have a lot of competition from the private sector, in the sense the growth of stable coins that might destabilize financial system potentially as a risk, and therefore, as a natural response from the central bank's perspective, I think it is very sensible for them to think about how should I be looking at my own country's monetary policy, and what is that relationship of my country's CBDC in relation to the stablecoin. You also see that, many different central banks at different stages of development. So, for example, we know that there's some really early experiment already being done, say in Ecuador, and there's live CBDC already in places, excuse me, like the Bahamas and the Eastern Caribbean. And of course, in China, they're running this huge live pilot right now with many different users in place. So I think it definitely encourages central banks around the world to be at least starting to explore this in a research and exploration phase to understand, what's the implications. And this is where I think things are evolving really fast, because we're trying to, I think, we don't want to just fit technology on top of things when we don't need them. So it's extremely important to really identify what are the key reasons. And I agree, through some of the conversations as Visa we've been having with central banks, certainly financial inclusion is a huge aspect when they're thinking about different ways. And it's not only exclusive to CBDCs, but different ways. How can I bring more unbanked people to access financial infrastructures? And CBDC can be a way to do that. There's also countries in which they're looking at the decline of cash, and I think that's kind of quite relevant, especially for places like Sweden and Norway, and in which as a complement to the physical cash, the digital version of cash coming directly from the central bank is kind of the next evolution that they want to explore. So I guess the point is there's many different nuances and reasons that potentially, propel any given central bank to actively look into it.
Thank you, Catherine. That was very interesting. Let's take a look at motivating factors for adopting CBDC in Norway. Peder, this year, Norges Bank decided to start technical tests of analysis of the consequences of introducing CBDC. Of course, this is not the beginning of your adventure with this technology, as Norges Bank's CBDC research has been going on since 2016. I'm very curious, what conclusions have you drawn from the research conducted so far, and what persuaded you to undertake these technical tests?
Thank you, Piotr, and thank you for having me here. I hope you can hear me. This is a long question that takes some time to answer. As you mentioned, we started with our project almost 5 years or more than 5 years ago now, in fact. And we have been going through various stages of research. We started by looking at it very high level, at the consequences, the motivation and possible technologies. Then we went further into the motivation for CBDC in Norway, because that might be different from country to country. And there we landed, for us, we need CBDC. The reason to look at CBDC is for contingency reasons, that we have some backup to private solutions. Norway, it's a very low cash usage in Norway, so we are very reliant on the bank system. We also face the problem that private solutions might have a market power, and cash is less of a competitive constraint. So CBDC could promote competition, and maybe most important for us is the sort of precautionary principle. There are a lot of developments in the payments area right now. We have internationalization of infrastructure in the traditional system. We have new sort of competitors, stable coins, cryptocurrencies, and we have to look whether CBDC is important for being able to provide our services in the future to secure that the Norwegian krona is attractive, and that our payment system is safe and secure, and that we have some control and governance of the system. So the precautionary principle is also very important for us. So that was the main motivation, and from that we derived some characteristics that the CBDC should have in Norway, and we validated those characteristics against technical solutions. We have looked at blockchain technologies and other technologies, traditional technologies, and we have come to the point that many new technologies are promising, but we still are not sure if they can satisfy those characteristics we need from a CBDC. So we found that the most useful testing approach for us was experimental testing, where we could, instead of testing one specific technical solution for all the characteristics, we could test a variety of technologies to get better informed into whether they can satisfy the characteristics. So starting this autumn, we have started experimental testing, and our plan is to do that for until June 2023. Then we will have more information, and then we can make a recommendation whether we should proceed with the CBDC project, and what technology should be used for more like full-scale testing. But the introduction of CBDC also might require political support, and it will require legislative amendments, so it's not only up to the central bank. And to this point, we feel that we have a pretty enough time to look carefully into this. So we can look carefully at the different technologies and make analysis. But of course, we must also be prepared to move faster if that is necessary. And of course, this experimental testing will also give us, make us better equipped to move faster if that is necessary.
Yeah, sure. Fantastic. Thank you for your insight, Peter. In Poland, the roadmap to implement CBDC is not as clear or as proactive as it has been in Norway. On one hand, Marek Dietl, the CEO of Warsaw Stock Exchange, has spoken about the need to create a digital zloty. On the other hand, the National Bank of Poland has been mostly silent on the issue and is instead focused on developing traditional cash transaction. How can decision makers be convinced not to ignore that increasingly popular topic of digital currencies? Marek, do you see the potential to activate a wider group of stakeholders in Poland to start discussion on a future action plan around the adoption of digital currency?
Okay, thank you very much for question, and thank you very much for having me here. Great event. The financial markets or capital markets are the prime users of the digital currency, as it was shown by the Swiss example, Swiss International Exchange, International Bank for Settlements, and National Bank of Switzerland paved the way with the tests of digital currency. So the digital currency benefits for capital markets are so obvious, and there are literally no drawbacks here, or there are no visible drawbacks here. So I'm sure that the financial institution or capital market institution will keep on putting pressure for more usage of central bank digital currency, as this was the cheapest and the most efficient way to finance the capital markets. Referring to what Catherine and Peter said, I would add or chip in that the digital currency, central bank digital currency, is kind of programmable currency. So it's has the same or very similar features to cash, what Peter nicely described, but you can also use it in many other ways, as you can somehow, inverted commas, program it. And the test in the China, what Catherine was referring to, 140 million people test that, and there's plenty of experiments, like, for example, limited lifetime of the cash, or some other programmable features. So on the one hand, capital markets for sure are beneficiary of that, and as we in Poland have by far the largest capital market in the region. The trading volumes on our venue are twice as much, and the second in the region of Austria. So basically, we need to be on the forefront of development. So hoping for introduction for the test and proof of concept of the digital currency sooner than later. But I see it also benefits for wider society, for monetary policy, for fiscal policy, economic policy, so plenty of usage, and there will be increasing pressure from different sources to experiment with digital currencies issued by the central bank.
Thank you. We talked about Norway and Poland, but work on CBDC, as Catherine said, is going all over the world. Visa is a participant in many groups working on this solution. According to the IMF, 110 countries are currently working on CBDC. That represents more than half the independent countries in the world. Catherine, how serious are these efforts? Do you believe that all these countries see CBDC as a viable option, or are these simply token efforts done more for the sake of appearance? How is Visa supporting the participants in this discussion globally?
Absolutely. I think, in the next 3 to 5 years, I truly believe, this is going to be a phase in which many different world central banks are going to be actively researching and exploring things, just because I think CBDC is such a huge topic. If it does get implemented, it really represents a new factor of money that has never existed in this world before. So it's a very serious, I think, sort of decision to make. And as I think Peter mentioned before, it is not only just a monetary policy, it is also a political decision to be made. So I think, we, as part of Visa, we have been talking to many different central banks around the world. And we definitely know that, there is no one size fits all solution to say this is how any CBDC should look like. And at least what we can share is the commonality amongst all these central banks is like, you have to understand what are your motivations, what are your key policy objectives in order for the technology to then support it and design it appropriately. Maybe for some central banks, in the end, they will, after say 2 or 3 years of experimentation, conclude that this is not necessary, or it might not complement to the existing infrastructure. That could be possible. And therefore, but the next 2-3 years of time to really do the active experimentation is worthwhile, and is very critical for us to come to the final decision of whether or not it makes sense for any particular country in mind. And I think, coming to the second part of your question in terms of, what is Visa trying to do? And I think it goes back to our root sort of approach, which is we are a network of networks, and we're trying to support payments so that it's secure, fast, and seamlessly, happening across different systems. In and of itself is quite challenging, especially as you're getting new forms of digital payments and new forms of digital rails around the world, such as real-time payments and other sort of national sort of exchanges and interswitches and stuff like that. It's like trying to figure out how to then combine all of them together, and so that money can seamlessly move from one place to another in close to real-time fashion at a very economic cost. All of these are like big questions to sort of figure out. And I think, as we're also trying to, I think, becoming more fluent in the space of digital currencies, we're starting to kind of look out for products and capabilities that should be relevant to support the future of central bank digital currencies, but also any other forms of money that might be used down the road.
Great, thank you for your comment. Now it's time to ask slightly provocative question for Peder. Peder, do we really need CBDCs, or can private solutions such as stable coins like Tether, USD coin, or expected DM from Facebook fulfill the same objectives? Why is a central bank a better issuer than a private company?
Thank you, Piotr. That was a very good questions. That is little difficult to answer, but I will try to make it clear. I think on kind of on the face that stablecoin and CBDC might look similar in many senses. They are stable against the official currency. They can serve many of the same functionalities. But at the same time, it's also important differences. One kind of obvious difference is that the CBDC is a claim of the central bank, which a stablecoin is not. But I think you must look at even more fundamentally to kind of reveal the differences, because the central bank has a kind of public mandate set out in the law, which shapes how we think that CBDCs should be designed and how it should operate. So a central bank is not profit maximizing. We are serving the public according to the goals set out in the law. When it comes to private currencies, they are kind of intrinsically profit maximizing or serving some other goals that might not overlap with the goal of the central bank. And that will shape their designs and decisions. And then maybe to some extent you can use regulation to achieve some of the same goals. For instance, you can assume that a stable coin, at least when it's issued by a private issuer, they will want to hold the network advantages, network benefits for themselves. And then you can use competition regulation or other regulations to enforce interoperability. While we will have a stronger incentives to have interoperability in design, for instance, because we are interested in that the CBDC can be used with a variety of payment solution. It can be Visa, it can be other wallets, and it can be others. But we don't want a user to be locked into a specific private provider. So that's just an example. So I think that you must always think the purpose and have that in the background when you think why we will do it, and we will issue a CBDC for different reasons, and a stable coin is issued, although the functionalities might be overlapping. And I would like to add that I think that CBDC and private solutions such as stablecoin can exist side by side. For instance, private sectors is better at innovation, and they might be more maybe brave in testing new functionalities and things like that. So they can also serve as a kind of test bed for what kind of functionalities a CBDC should have. So I think it's a room for both here.
Thank you, Peter. Marek, you were recently interviewed by the Business Insider when you mentioned one of the advantages of CBDC may be stimulating consumption. For example, social benefits could be paid in the form of digital zloty and could have a limited payment term. It sounded interesting, but also raised some concern. For example, in non-democratic countries, there could be a fear that this money might disappear from a bank account at any given time. How can we build trust in such a solution, and are there any control mechanisms to prevent it from happening?
So first learning is you have to be very careful what you say in the interviews. The second thing is what also Katrin mentioned, that there should be, we should not start with technology and how to program our currencies, but we have to start with the politics and what we want to achieve. And also what Peter was referring to, stable coins versus CBDC, is also important. And also in his first intervention, Peter, you mentioned that this issue of to what extent you want to privatize our monetary policy. Currently, in most of the market economies, or in all market economies, the banks are responsible for creating money, and the central banks are controlling the price for the money, so interest rates, but the supply of the money is not controlled directly. And we can well imagine that we have a CBDC where there is a direct control of the central bank of the money supply. So there is no question of price so directly, but the question is, or the price is managed by the demand for money, but not for the supply. Supply is perfectly controlled by the central bank. And the same should be decided. The mandate for the central bank is one thing, and the mandate for the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Economics or the Social Affairs. To what extent they can use CBDC or programmable currencies. So one thing is limited lifetime. The other possible solution is that there's limited amount of or type of goods we can buy if we get a social support. So they can be more targeted social aid. There is a huge question to what extent we want to have control over or transparency how people spend the digital currency, and to what extent we can allow for not testing who is the owner of the CBDC, but if the CBDC is genuine or not, but we can have anonymous transactions. Very big issue, privacy issue. The other thing is related to, for example, regional policy. So, for example, in Poland, there are huge disparities between some regions who are very rich or relatively rich and regions who are very poor. And we can think about kind of a cashback for purchasing at the given region. Recently, we have a state aid for the tourist industry in form of the voucher for the families, so they can get some refund of their vacations in Poland. With digital currency, you can program the thing next day, so you can have great choice of instruments for both monetary fiscal policy and economic policy as a whole. And as always with the social institution with capital I, is that you build the trust to them if there is a simple democratic control, and the decision of policymakers and politicians are in line with the will of the majority, with also acceptance to the voice of minority. So basically, it should be an open process, open democratic process, how we want to program our currencies. And this is, I'm then an economist, so I feel that some economists, my colleagues, are trying to persuade a given setup of the currency, digital currency issued by the central bank, without taking into account this democratic process. And I'm quite sure that politics and policies come first, and then economists and IT specialists can design, but something what was broadly accepted by the society. What I'm missing in this discussion about CBDC, that there is not public discourse, and there is no discussion about the variety of things we can achieve with the CBDC. We have only 0-1 decision. Are you for cash or for digital cash, and nothing in between? And this is most time consuming, and most important part is this political decision process, as correctly stated by Katrin.
Wow, there's a lot of possible application for CBDC. Thank you, Marek, for that detailed answer. That brings us to the second part of our discussion, where we will put some questions we have received from the audience to our panel. We have received some interesting audience questions already, but if you have a question, I encourage you to send it through the platform now. So, Kasia, could you please read the first question we have?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. We have the first two questions that go together, so I would read them both. Would CBDCs pave a way for a global monetary system, or a system of globally harmonized monetary exchange system, which would also provide for abnormal fluctuations between currencies? And would it also provide a minimal level of transparency on the quantum of what each stable currency is issuing?
Mm-hmm. Thanks. That's a great question, and common question we get asked. I think it would be great to hear from Katrin something about this. Katrin, what's your opinion on this?
Well, I'm not a central bank policymaker, so it is a bit challenging to address it accurately, I guess. But I think what it is helpful, at least from what we observe, is as we're talking a lot around central bank digital currencies in different countries, but also through international organizations, we do see that there is a strong need for standardization. And I think that's a really good progress to think about it, because we understand that in the future, CBDCs might be built on very different technology and different probably rails and designs. But, you know, in order for CBDC to be able to interoperate between different domestic networks, so to speak, you have to have some sort of harmonization around standards, which is much needed for everyone, I think, which is working in this space. I don't know if in the future we're going to have one single monetary policy. Unlikely, just because, you know, different countries have, again, very different fiscal and monetary needs. And I think probably Marek and Pedro could say better than I do, but, you know, we do want to have a better way of standardizing of, you know, different form factors of money, so that they can in the future much easier to interoperate with one another.
Thank you, Katrin. Pedro, would you agree with that point of view, or do you have a different opinion than Katrin?
Yeah, I think it was a very good approach by Katrin. I think that when you hear a global monetary system, that sounds very big, and we have no kind of ambition with our CBDC project in a little country like Norway to reform the global monetary system, not even the monetary system in a big perspective. What we have had so far, it's more of a efficient payment system perspective for Norway. And of course, it would be a benefit if different CBDCs from different countries could work together in some way, being interoperable in some sense, so that they could also contribute to a more efficient cross-border transactions. But we must also have in mind that CBDC in some sense might enable currency substitution in some countries, so that if some jurisdictions introduce CBDC, it might affect the monetary system in other countries. And I think that is something that is important for central banks to have in mind and to cooperate, so that the international aspect and the opportunities related to CBDC is utilized in the best possible way.
Okay, thank you. I can see we have other questions. Kasia, could you?
Yes, so we have another 3 questions also from the audience line, which is good to see. Okay, I have it. Despite the adoption of digital currencies, their popularity may remain low. People might still prefer to pay in cash or with the electronic payment methods available today, for example, cards and transfers. How can we popularize solutions such as digital currencies, and how can we make this solution accessible to everyday people, taking into account the quite complex subject of CBDC, which often requires specialist knowledge?
Marek, I would be interested to hear your view on this.
I'm happy to share my views, but in conjunction with the other question about the role of commercial and rural banks in the system, because I think those 2 questions go together, by the way. So what we observed, for example, in Africa, that there was a tremendous progress in the payment system because of the mobile payments, because there was no banking infrastructure, no ATMs, no terminals for acquiring cards. So even in many places in Africa, Visa card was not that useful, sorry to say, Katrin. But the mobile payment, because the most efficient solution prevails. And what Peter also said, and it was a very important thing, that there should be a competitive system to the private ones. So we can have private ones, we can have public ones, and the most efficient and cheapest one will prevail. And actually, digital currencies are very cheap, as we get rid of many intermediation, both in international trade. If we can set up our bank accounts with different central banks, and we are a company which is trading globally, then we can have almost spreadless translation of currencies, what can be a great benefit for the international trade. So I think the digital currency will start with capital markets. Then in the second stage, it will be international trade, then other B2B segments, and then at the end will be B2C. And I'm sure the convenience and the effectiveness of the cost versus benefits would make it popular. And it can be especially good for rural areas or the areas with less developed infrastructure, because this if it's done right, it will democratize the payment. Even a small company operating in the southeast of Poland would be able to trade with the partner in Argentina using digital currency of Argentinian central bank and the Polish central bank, with very low spreads and transaction costs and real-time transfers.
Katrin, what do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Piotr. And I think this is a fantastic question. And I think, this is where I really think from the Visa perspective, as a payment service provider, we can add a lot of value to this discussion, because I think what you would recognize is that with any sort of completely brand new technology being introduced to any economy, one of the biggest challenge that people normally face is the fact about adoption. How can you drive early adoption of CBDC from day one, and really let everyone to use it from, right from the beginning without massive sort of disruption to the way that they want to have the experience about spending, as well as, from the merchant and business side about the experience, how they want to accept the money. So it is actually a really important question. And I definitely want to sort of highlight, amongst many of the conversation we have had with central banks, that's actually one of, despite all the sort of uniqueness about CBDC and motivations, this is actually one of the common, I guess, challenge that different central banks have expressed, which is, how do I think about the user adoption? And I think from the Visa perspective, we've been building a network and a network of networks that we're familiar with how to drive those mass adoption. So to give the concrete of how we're thinking about it in this space, very recently, we actually participated in this Global CBDC Challenge, which was hosted by the Monetary Authority of Singapore alongside several international organizations. And what we have sort of demonstrated is actually a very neat and straightforward sort of retail CBDC solution. And the key is to make it seamlessly integrated into the existing infrastructure, so that we're trying to sort of envision how we can build a bridge when an on-ramp connecting this sort of new potential CBDC networks seamlessly at the back end into the existing infrastructure, so that you can enable anyone simply having, say, a Visa debit card or Visa prepaid card that is linked to your CBDC account and spend with your CBDC from day one. You can go to your coffee shop tomorrow and use the new form of money that is CBDC to purchase a good. And then from the merchant side, they will still be able to accept as is using the existing point of sale terminal. So I think, if you're thinking about different phases of CBDC adoption, like the first phase about this bootstrapping, about how to drive that initial adoption is super crucial. And it really needs to be designed well so that, from the consumer's perspective, it's a very familiar, accessible, and trusted experience that, they want to enjoy. And then you don't cause massive disruption to the business and merchant side. Now, I think Marek also mentioned a lot about these exciting programmable possibilities, as well as things such as offline payment, because, in rural areas, you might have limited internet connectivity and such. And I think, again, that's the beauty of, innovation and what more can we bring to the world. What I mentioned just now is a simple retail solution. We're trying to bring our existing capability to support the new CBDC when they emerge in the market. Thinking about going forward down the road is really about how could we support, say, for example, offline payment system. We have published research around it, and we're actually building out sort of technology around it. And similarly, a lot of the programmable features on top of what we have built for the retail solution, it is all very possible. And these are the things we do want to co-create, directly with central banks, as well as directly with rural and commercial banks to kind of design those specific features.
Do we have another questions?
Yes, actually, I received a message that there are some people located in the room in Katowice that would like to ask a question to our panelists. So please, the floor is yours. If there's anyone located in Katowice who would like to ask the question via microphone, there.
No, my question was answered already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have another question online, more of a philosophical question. What do you think about the CBDCs being managed from centralized institutions, while the initial premise of digital currencies, stable coins, is that the whole system is decentralized?
Okay, thank you. I think the guest from Norges Bank might have some opinion on that.
Yes, thank you for getting that question. It's a good question. Central banks, they are centralized institutions, and we are performing our mandate according to the laws set by the people in terms of the parliament. So in some sense, we are democratic institutions in other ways than decentralized cryptocurrencies are. I think it's important to kind of separate some technological aspects of CBDC with others. Like we can utilize some new functionalities like programmability and so on without necessarily being decentralized. So it doesn't necessarily mean that because you have programmability, the system must also be decentralized. You can have both combinations. And so I think that the existence of how to say decentralized currencies prevents us from looking at the same technologies. And you must also ask about what mission we have. We have a mission as a central bank, as provided by law, and we are centralized in the sense that we can be held accountable according to the Central Bank Act by the Parliament. So I think that while there might be centralized elements in decentralized currencies that might not be held accountable. So I think it's difficult to go into this deep philosophical question here, but I think that a CBDC is not in any kind of conflict with decentralization in the sense that we can also use the same technologies for a CBDC.
Okay, thank you. Another questions?
We have a question still connected to coordination mechanisms and transparency. So shouldn't CBDC have an accountable and transparent coordination mechanism, meaning globally coordinated as distinct from centralized, and coordinated not only by banks, but involving all concerned actors in a balanced manner?
Okay, Catherine, could you reply to this question, please?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a very interesting question, and certainly in principle, coordination, and I think going back to the previous question being asked, around harmonization, I think it's the same principle in which we do need levels of coordination, and I think this is the conversation that between different central banks, between themselves and through international organizations. That's exactly what they're trying to sort of understand and achieve. I think, we need to look at coordination both in a domestic setting, but also coordination around the international different players. And I don't think we need to sort of treat coordination same as centralized, probably, because I think as we're looking at CBDC, there's a lot of discussion around two-tier models, for example, a hybrid version in which you're trying to encourage the private and the public partnership to work in sync with one another. That's kind of as part of your own domestic, design for the CBDC, how that might be done. And then you're looking at those international private sector players, how can then connect and support different CBDC systems across the world. But when we're looking at, certain standardization, concretely, for example, what does the data format should look like when you're sending a message around a transaction? That is something we do need standardization to be driven by existing international organizations that has been dealing with, the current way systems have been run. So.
And we have probably one other question, right, Kasia?
Yeah, we have the last question for now. Could the panelists give examples of programmable features that would be useful in the early stages of CBDCs?
Marek, could you answer?
Sure. Very happy to do this. One thing about, if I may chip into this decentralized versus centralized, I spent early days of my career as a IT guy, and we were fighting against mainframes and thin clients and changing the infrastructure to server client structure. And now with the cloud, we do the reverse. We have thin clients on our computers, and we get rid of the server clients. So I think decentralization, centralization, there's always back and forth. So it's always changing. So there was a period, 10 years of decentralization of cryptocurrencies. Now we need centralization, more centralization, and the two worlds will somehow coexist and will have a different role. So, but coming back to the question about programmable features, is I'm a firm believer in this capital market story. So I think we will have we can think about wallet where we get our let's say salary in the digital form. It is in real time put into different financial assets according to our portfolio needs. And we go for pizza, and out of this portfolio, we pay for our pizza. So our balance sheet pro rata in the portfolio of equity, stocks, cryptocurrencies, commodities, whatever you might think of, is simply decreasing. So this could be the first application of digital currencies for let's say a rich world. And for slightly less developed countries, then there can be the whole ease of payments. And as Katrin correctly mentioned, we can have digital currencies also used offline when there are simply codes which can be decoded in our devices, and we can even think about very simple, basic phones, not smartphones, which can handle the digital currencies. So any electronic device can be our payment interface, and this would be the first I can think of. All the issues I mentioned, the social policy and so on, it's rather second stage for me.
Okay, the questions are behind us. Finally, I would like to ask each of our guests to indicate one or two recommendations for regulators, supervisors, central banks, or companies. We would like to know how, in your opinion, the work on CBDC should proceed in order to achieve the intended result. Is it possible to create one global standard for CBDC? And what applications should we focus on? Maybe let's start with Katrin.
Absolutely. I think just echoing to what I said at the very beginning of this panel, I do think that in the next few years is going to be critical as all of us are trying to explore this new era, so to speak, before CBDC really come to the world. And therefore, I think this active dialogue is one of the most important things, because we're all trying to learn something entirely new and need to understand what is the need from, say, central banks' perspective of how they think the private sector can best provide their value to the system. And also, as we're building out, say, rapid prototyping and research, we would really like to get the feedbacks from both the central banks, but also from our banking partners and the fintech partners to understand, does our solution really address what they're observing in the industry? And also, by the way, we recently, I think this week, just published a user survey across the globe, understanding people's perception on crypto, on stablecoins, on CBDC. And I think over time, these sort of user-centric approach need to be emphasized again and again, so that we can understand what are the potential use cases, what are the personas in which CBDC is really trying to target. And I would just quickly highlight, in terms of you're saying what are some of the key areas for CBDC. Certainly, I think this has been mentioned several times by Marek, around programmability, such as offline payment, is really, really interesting, especially if we're trying to design or think about CBDC to complement cash as that digital version of cash, and especially for areas with limited internet connectivity to solve for the financial inclusion aspect. I think this offline area is extremely interesting. And then I think privacy should also be an extremely important factor. And I do think a lot of the conversation we'd be having is around how could you build, say, privacy-preserving technology to deliver certain things through the payment system, including for CBDC. So.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Peter, could you be next?
Yes, I've lost your picture, but I hope you see me. It's a little difficult to sort of give advice to a central bank since I'm from a central bank myself. But from my perspective, I think it's important to be open-minded and to be sort of open to think outside the box. Talk to people, talk to fintech companies, talk to other companies, because there are a lot of ideas around there. When it comes to design, I think it's important to be flexible, to test out flexible design that doesn't lock in certain features into a CBDC system. Because trade-offs might change in the future. For instance, the attitude towards privacy in payments, the attitude towards new technologies might change in the future. And I think it's very important that a CBDC is flexible and adaptable to whatever the future brings.
Okay, and finally, Marek.
I noticed that number of viewers increased from 17 to 29 in the peak, and now it's 21. So it's time to finish. So I will have just four advices. So first advice is experiment. The second is experiment. The third is experiment, and the fourth is disclose the experiment results to the public, so the people are well informed, and then we'll have a better world with more democratic approach to issuing and controlling money is applied via digital currency.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we have to finish our panel discussion. We have 4 minutes left. I would like to thank our participants for the many insightful observations and opinions. I would like to thank the audience for their active participations in our discussion. It was a great pleasure to host this panel. We hope that we have aroused your curiosity to deepen your knowledge in the field of CBDC, to implement this solution, experiment with it, or consciously observe the progress of implementation of digital currency. Good luck and goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Welcome everyone to the session on best practices in content moderation and human rights. I'm Vesna Vesanar, the moderator of this session. And I'm based in Budapest, Hungary. I'm working with Ranking Digital Rights, and we'll be talking about RDR during the session a little bit, so I won't go into that. Today's session is about a topic that is very familiar and is probably also a love and hate relationship to many of us, which is the content moderation and human rights. We'll be hopefully going home with a few interesting takeaways on whether and how human rights can actually guide content moderation or content governance on digital platforms. A few quick housekeeping rules before we go to the panelists. So if you want to raise a question or ask something, you can do it through the chat, or you can just simply raise your hand. The first part of the session will be dedicated to the speakers, and we'll be going through a few questions together with them. We'll then open up the floor for Q&A from the audience. And hopefully we'll have a few minutes in the end to wrap up and close with a few concluding remarks from each speaker. So first, I would like to call our speakers to introduce themselves. Please just say a few words about your organization and how it promotes right to free speech and peaceful assembly for internet platforms. And I'll call Vladimir first, and I think he's also there in person in Katowice.
Thank you very much. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm Vladimir Cortez. I'm the head of the Digital Rights Program at Article 19, Mexico and Central America. Article 19 is an organization that promotes and defends freedom of expression and access to information. We have been working in Mexico and Central America regarding the protection of journalists and with particular attention also to freedom of expression and access to information in the digital realm, things related to content moderation, surveillance, digital divide, and how do we protect human rights in the digital space. Thank you very much, and very happy to be here in this session with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Abby Vollmer. I'm the Director of Platform Policy and Counsel at GitHub. GitHub is the world's largest software development platform where over 73 million software developers from around the world collaborate on software projects in over 200 million repositories. In my role doing platform policy and counsel, I'm legal support to our trust and safety team, as well as to our policy team on platform issues. And I also lead our human rights work for the company. So in thinking about this question that Vesna posed about free expression, free assembly, and peaceful assembly and free association, one very relevant way that we promote those rights is through our terms of service and the acceptable use policies that are part of that. Our acceptable use policies track and align with those rights under international law, as well as the limitations on those rights, which we'll get into more, I think, in the discussion today.
Thank you. Bargash?
Hi, I'm Burgess Malu. I'm the Senior Director for Public Policy at ShareChat. We have two platforms in India, a short video platform called Moj, and our primary platform, ShareChat, and together we have about 300 million active users on our platform. We operate only in Indian languages, and our platform is focused on having providing users the ability to have free speech and are governed by Indian laws and customs rather than global platforms which are otherwise operate in India and operate on foreign laws. And that's our focus. And very happy to be part of this conversation and talk about how we work towards human rights and our transparency goals as a company.
Thank you, Brenda.
Great to be here. I'm Brenda Boskin. I'm not part of an organization or a company. I'm writing a doctoral dissertation at Harvard Law. And part of my dissertation looks at studying civil society stakeholder engagement and the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So I hope that might be relevant to this panel.
Thanks, Brenda. And Alison?
Yeah, I'm Alison Davenport. I am a Senior Public Policy Counsel for the Wikimedia Foundation. The Wikimedia Foundation hosts Wikipedia and a number of other large free knowledge open source projects like Wikimedia Commons or Wikidata. In terms of our advocacy work, we largely advocate for free expression worldwide by promoting flexible content moderation models, but also opposing really restrictive laws like censorship and surveillance as well.
Thank you. And we also have a very important person, our rapporteur, Peter.
Hi, cheers. My name is Peter Sheehan, and I'm policy manager at GitHub, serving as our rapporteur this evening.
Thank you. All right, so we have everyone. That's great. And I think we can start with a very difficult, but also very important question. When it comes to freedom of expression, there's always a lot of balancing going on in terms of like, can we restrict free speech? And if we can restrict it, what are the other rights or interests that actually like are more important than the right to freedom of expression? And is there a legitimate way to do that? So I think my first question is, how can platforms weigh the need to protect speech with the risks that harmful speech can bring to users? And this is also something that varies from country to country and legislation to legislation that is allowed to do or not to do. So like, I guess it would be interesting to hear from the platforms first, and maybe Bargash, you can tell us something about how you approach this with your platforms.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we are very focused on as a platform is providing users the ability to put out their views in their local language, in their preferred language. And so our focus has always been the democratization of the internet. A vast majority of Indians don't actually speak English or use the internet in English, and more Indians are now coming online. We now have about 700 million Indians connected to the internet. And one of the things that we have realized is while freedom of speech is essential, as a platform, providing reach to that content is when problems arise. And while we have our terms of service and we have acceptable use policies that are our community guidelines, our focus is to ensure that only content that is wholesome, fun, and enriching for the other users on our platform gets reach. So in the event that there is content that does not actually violate Indian law, but is still problematic on the platform, for instance, it could be misinformation, it could be bad content essentially, we reduce the reach and the virality of that content in comparison to content which is violative in Indian law. So if it's pornography, if it's hate speech, if it's creating discord between religions or various communities, that's content that we take down because it violates Indian law. And just for context, the Indian Constitution does not provide free speech in its entirety, but we have conditions against it as part of our Constitution, which is that it cannot, create discord amongst communities, it cannot create discord between India and friendly countries, et cetera, et cetera. And so our focus is to ensure that people actually have a space to speak, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if their content is not good for the community, that it gets reach on the platform. And so if it is reported by users and we realize that there is a problem with the content, but it does not violate Indian law, in some instances, what we do is we reduce the reach and virality of that content.
And just a quick follow-up on that, because it sounds very interesting, but is it working, or is this a best practice from your perspective?
It has reduced the instances of problematic content getting virality on our platform and creating actual real-world harm. We've seen real-world harm being caused, because of social media platforms, not just in India but in other geographies also. And since we haven't seen that happen through our platform, I would imagine that it is providing some results.
Thank you. And I would be curious to hear Abby's take on this as someone who works at a global platforms, and I imagine you encounter very different and diverse experience when it comes to this problem.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think one thing to emphasize is that in a lot of cases, it's important to have a nuanced and ideally human review of the content, because context does matter, and as you mentioned, in different cultures things can be interpreted differently. But in terms of kind of thinking about a best practice, I think that in thinking about context, there's also where does this content live on the platform, and how might somebody who's stumbling upon that content view it? Because I think traditionally it may have been more common to think about what is the person who's posting this content, what are they trying to say, what's the intent behind it. But I think in trying to run a global platform at scale, more and more we find ourselves also thinking about the position of somebody who might just be stumbling upon that content and might not have that context. So depending on where, if the content lives in a place where there's a paragraph of text around it and they can explain why they're saying this word or using the symbol or whatever, there might be a justification for having that online. But if, for example, somebody uses a hateful symbol or a symbol that could be interpreted as hate speech as their avatar, even if they don't mean it in the hateful way, it's risky to have that posted on the platform in places where, just based on how our product is used, if you're commenting on something, your avatar will show up, but without the context, without your ability to say how you're using the symbol, et cetera. And so over time, we've realized that that's an important thing to take into account. And the other thing I'll just note in terms of best practices that we do is that we think about the least restrictive means on content. So rather than, to give an extreme example, rather than banning somebody off the platform forever because they've violated one of our terms of service, in some cases that might be appropriate. In very, very rare cases that could be appropriate. But in most cases, you want to do something much more nuanced. Just look at where, if it's a line of code in a particular project, ask the person if they can remove that line of code, and do they agree to comply with the terms going forward, letting them know that if they don't do that, the consequences will be more severe, et cetera. But working with them and or seeing if maybe there's a disclaimer or some sort of labeling that might clarify their intent, et cetera. So just to think about it as not like a cut and dry, kick the person off the platform or not, but there are things in between that platforms can do that can help promote access to content while also respecting limitations on those rights and protecting the community at large.
Thanks. I just also wanted to say, if any of the speakers want to follow up on someone's take, feel free to do that. I think we'll get back to this definitely, because there's a lot to unpack here. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about what strategies civil society can take when it comes to content governance and the wide approach to content governance. And I'm deliberately calling it content governance and not just content moderation, because I think it's important to also think about all the other ways that content can be governed on these platforms. And moderation is, for me, it's a bit too narrow. And I think there are a lot of other things that are happening with content on these platforms. So I'm from Ranking Digital Rights, and we do have our own approach, which I'll talk about. But I'm curious about Article 19, and Article 19 has been conducting a lot of campaigns to encourage or to force companies to become better at how they treat freedom of expression and the right to assembly online. So Vladimir, if you could tell us a bit more about your experiences regarding how platforms responded to these campaigns, and what worked, what didn't work, and what is it that you would really like highlight for companies?
Thank you very much. And thank you also for all the people that it's around here. It's really great, the last session that we are having here at the IGF, and also for all the people that's connected. From Article 19, yes, we have recognized how certain decisions coming from platforms can affect freedom of expression in terms of takedowns that, in other words, are protected by Article 19 from the Human Rights Declaration, from the ICCPR, and some other international standards. And in that sense, seeing and looking how artists, how activists, how collectives, feminist groups, LGBT groups are facing certain restrictions in which we consider illegitimate on the decisions they're taking down. Just like to mention, for example, one journalist in Mexico from an indigenous communities, he was just like posting something in his own language, in Zapoteco, one of the more than 60 language that we have in Mexico, and the system of governance, and I also agree with Vesna in saying that it's not just only content moderation, and understanding that content moderation, it's also a complex a process with different steps, with different moments that we identify, but how these measures and how the decisions they are like taking affects this diversity of groups, the minorities of groups, these takedowns, in which at the beginning we were identifying there were like a bunch of things that they didn't know. It's like, okay, I violate the community standards, for example, at Facebook, but it's like, okay, tell me which community standards. It's like there's like a lot of community standards that you have there. So it's introducing one of the key elements around due diligence, how platforms can comply and how platforms can explain more to users and not being defenseless of like knowing exactly how they are like taking certain decisions. And what we are seeing, and also with pointing out and exposing these different cases in which users were facing this kind of restrictions or takedowns during protests or during social mobilizations, it's that some of these platforms start moving and start explaining more how they were taking these decisions, how they are moving more towards a human rights approach, not just in terms of what they might dislike. And we just have to remember how certain social media platforms were like taking decisions at the beginning. It was like, okay, take down whatever you dislike or whatever you think affects you, to really being more robust on the decisions they're making. And another key element, not taking the decisions in the opacity, taking decisions in a way that users and perhaps the users that are not familiar sometimes with the legal and technical knowledge should understand. So it's also like giving and providing concrete examples. Okay, how I am building this type of policies and how I'm taking the certain decisions. So I think from the beginning, and when I start like working at Article 19, we were like seeing these journalists facing certain takedowns, they didn't understand very well why they have like this certain restrictions, and progressively also in the dialogue with social media platforms, explaining how important it is that their policies and their terms of service should be in accordance with human rights standards as a threshold and as a principle to protect freedom of expression. Of course, recognizing that also freedom of expression, it's not an absolute right, but that any restriction and any action should be the most efficient, legal, proportional, and necessary to address the different issues that we are facing and that we are like seeing in different social media platforms and other intermediaries also.
Thank you. You started talking about something that is like, I think, creating a lot of tension, that we have these global platforms, but then we also have region specific or actually like platform specific issues that the global nature of these platforms is making it hard to address them. And there's also this like trap, this Facebook traps. We're all very focused on Facebook, and it's really hard to actually like talk about the other platforms, which are not necessarily as global or not as, how to say, like, maybe. So I'm looking at Alison and Brenda, and I'll let you decide who speaks first, but I'm curious about like how you see what is missing from the discussion when it comes to content governance. Alison, you are working at a platform which is like not the classic social networking platform, but you still do have to do a lot of content moderation in a very different way from the usual social networking service approach. So I'm curious, like, what is it that you are missing from the policy discussion? And then I'm looking at Brenda, because I know Brenda has a special take on how global platforms could or should be governed, or like what is it that is maybe not in the right place in the discussion at the moment. So I don't know, Alison, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll tee us up because I think I have a more sort of general approach to this. So as you mentioned, the Wikimedia projects have a really unique content moderation experience compared to sort of these large social network websites. So not only do Wikimedia volunteers create the content on Wikipedia, but they also create the rules for that content and do the content moderation itself. The Wikimedia Foundation does do a small amount of content moderation ourselves, largely due to sort of legal regulations and also content that we don't want our volunteers to be handling, like CSAM or something like that. I think another really unique way that our platform sort of differs from these large social media networks, and one that's been particularly difficult when we come up against regulation, is that our platform, our individual Wikipedias are separated by language and form language communities rather than sort of national communities, and they set their own rules within these language communities. And so that can sort of lead to situations where, for example, Spain may be proposing a national law to regulate the internet, but we have Spanish speakers on Wikipedia who are from around the globe, and they're setting the rules for Spanish Wikipedia. I don't think that this is, obviously we are unique, but I don't think this is such a unique content moderation method that, we are the one outlier. I think even on these large platforms, you can find community standards and community moderation happening outside of the big platform rules. So I'm thinking about like small communities on Facebook or Twitch, where people have their sort of own moderators for these small communities. And so I think my biggest warning with these like big regulations that focus on social media platforms is that they often assume sort of top-down control of content and top-down content moderation practices that that are actually sort of counterintuitive to how these community models work now and work very effectively now, and can actually sort of impact how those models work.
Thank you. Brenda?
Great. I guess I'd like to follow up on something that Vladimir said, and I guess it's the title of the panel, this idea that the best practice or the best thing that platforms should do is to align their content moderation guidelines or content governance with human rights law. And that is supposed to fit everyone and work for every platform. And I guess that usually the legal, semi-legal argument behind it is that the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights set the expectation that companies will respect human rights. I'm a bit concerned about this approach, actually. I think when people say that the UN Guiding Principles, when they read the UN Guiding Principles as saying that platforms like Facebook or any platform really, because the UN Guiding Principles apply to all platforms, so it could be Wikimedia or the New York Times comment section, that they should adopt international human rights treaty as their own content moderation rules. They're reading the guiding principles in a very creative way and in a way that is with a meaning that is very different from the original meaning that the guiding principles have. So I can say a bit more about how that meaning has evolved, and I can say why I think that matters. It's not just, it's okay to change the meaning of legal text. I don't mind that, but I can say why I think the new meaning is a bit concerning. So originally, the guiding principles, what they say was, if you're a company, you should identify what human rights individuals have and respect them. Do not infringe on human rights that individuals have. Now, and I guess this is the key question, do individuals have a human right to say wherever they want, to express themselves freely in privately owned platforms and have their speech limited only in a manner consistent with international human rights law? And I think the answer to this question is clearly no. Like the New York Times can have crazy rules for their comment section, as they do, like do not post comments in all capital letters. We don't like it. That is obviously not consistent with international law. And if I post something in all capital letters and the New York Times delete it or doesn't publish it, doesn't approve it, they're probably not violating my human rights. I don't think I may be able to sue them. And definitely government should not pass laws telling the New York Times not to ban that content because it's violating human rights. So I don't have that human right, and therefore companies don't need to respect it. We might like the standards that some UN treaties have, and we might think this is a great rule. Facebook should have this rule because it's great, but not because there is any kind of semi-legal expectation. And the reason why I think this is a concerning interpretation and not necessarily a good, I'm not an originalist. I don't think this interpretation is bad because it's not the original meaning. It can evolve, but I think this meaning is concerning because it usually, the oversight board or whoever likes these standards and want to have those standards applied to content moderation, instead of admitting that they have a normative preference, which is not everyone's normative preferences. Some people would like to see stricter regulation on speech, more in favor of safety and less protective of freedom of expression, as the UN treaties are. But instead of saying we like these standards and assuming that they're exercising, wielding political power in imposing those standards to platforms, they say we are just applying, we're just doing what the guiding principles say that companies should do. And we have all agreed on this and everyone likes it and no one loses here because this is just the standards that everyone liked and everyone agreed we would use. And that is just not true. So I think it's irresponsible to hide one's normative preferences under these arguments of sort of objective standards that are we're just applying to platforms. So yeah, I guess that's my main point about human rights and content moderation, and why that sounds like it's obviously a good thing, but it might not be necessarily.
There is like some thought-provoking take, so I want to invite the other speakers if you want to follow up or like reflect on Brenda's point. Like, is human rights a good framework, or do you agree with her concerns, Bargash?
I think this is something that other folks, including I think Karis Swisher, has also kept repeating, right? That you don't have free speech within a private platform. You go to a restaurant, and if you're speaking too loudly or if you're using language that is unparliamentary, the restaurant does have the right to say, get out of the restaurant, right? It's private property, and they have their own terms, right? That isn't really affecting your free speech. You have a right to free speech in a public square. But if it is a private platform, I cannot go on any platform, be it some of my competitors or GitHub or Wikimedia or wherever else, and just say what I want. If it is violative of laws or of even the platform's own rules, right? Maybe GitHub doesn't want a product that allows copyright infringement, or it doesn't want a product that allows for hate speech, propagation, whatever else. They have the right to take me off, and I don't think that's a violation of my human rights. It's the enforcement of their rights as a company to do what they want to do on their platform as they please. But should there be some sort of governing principle on what is possible and what is not possible on platforms? Possibly, because otherwise you'll just have platforms which censor content because they don't like certain political content or certain types of content, and that can be problematic too. So there has to be a sort of guiding principle about how this is done. But I agree with Brenda. You don't have you can't claim human rights if you're on private property or on someone else's private platform.
Listen.
Yeah, this is a short intervention. I completely agree with what Burgess was just saying. I think that one aspect of why people are turning to human rights, however, is sort of a recognition of the ubiquity of a lot of these very large platforms and sort of the inescapability of their use in certain areas. So I think that, right, many people live much of their lives online. They use these platforms often to get jobs, to interact with family, to make pay transactions, do really important things in their lives on these platforms. And these platforms obviously have a lot of control over how speech is conducted on the internet. And so I think that while it may not be the most compatible standard, having these, or the fact that even these human rights standards are being brought up kind of shows the gravity of which of sort of like the situation that we've gotten into with the ubiquity of these services online and their ways of sort of moderating access to different opportunities online.
Thank you, Abby, Bargash, and then I also want to say something.
Great. Yeah, I think these are really excellent points and really interesting discussion. And I think Bargash's analogy to the restaurant is a really important one. I mean, I agree that companies are private, and we're sitting in a place that legally we can regulate how we want. But I think where human rights law comes in, and where I find it useful for our company, is a place for us to align with. If people are saying companies now hold this really powerful space, this really powerful place of regulating speech in public or quasi-public places, where do we begin? Like, what can we look to as a guidepost? And so that's where human rights law provides us with something to kind of base our rules on. And even in terms of due process, having a right to appeal and all of that is really important. So I think I agree with Brenda, in terms of it's dangerous in a way to think about these obligations under human rights law, like a company must do X, Y, and Z under human rights law. But I think from where I sit in a company, I find it very useful to see how states are obligated to act under human rights law and to think of ourselves somewhat analogously in some situations, and how can we kind of look to those rules and those standards and processes as a good place to begin, or maybe even emulate in a way that makes sense for our platform.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, just briefly like to mention, and first, I think the analogy or the reference to a restaurant, we have like to think about the role of private companies shaping civic space, the relevance they have for a public interest. It may be relevant, one discussion that someone would have in a restaurant for sure, but I think it's quite different, and I think we have to look of how the role as new governors, as some authors mentioned, for free expression around the globe. We just think about social media companies that have like 2 billion users. So I think we have to just like focus on that. Yes, they are like private companies, but they're like private companies that are relevant for protests, that are relevant for democracies, that are relevant for a greater discussions, and are companies that are also they have to comply to certain rules, and they have to comply to certain standards. And even when we are thinking about private spaces, just recently, the Committee for Human Rights of the United Nations, they released the observation number 37 around Article 21 from ICCPR on the right to association and peaceful assembly. And there are certain provisions that applied also to private spaces and recognize the right to protest also to these private companies. So I will just like make this remark that we have to not just thinking about private companies as something separate or a bubble that it's apart and they can do whatever they want to do, but as an integral and a more holistic approach. And I think there are like certain guidance. I don't think that it should be applied directly as if we are applying to the states. But I think there are like principles, standards, guidings for how they should react to protect users. And I think there is one element, for example, from the guiding principles, from the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, that I think it's relevant. And they mention in some of the principles this idea of the frustration that some users may have when a private company acts. And I think that's relevant when we are talking about takedowns, when we are talking about how they may restrict certain exercise of the rights. So again, it's not just like applying directly what principles are saying, or it's not applying what directly the American Convention on Human Rights says in Article 13. It's like certain standards and certain principles that we can see in light of these human rights standards. And finally, just like to mention, some social media companies are incorporating, for example, the Rabat principles on hate speech. We think this is important in terms, not applying directly, but seeing also that talking about hate speech, it's sometimes very complex, and that it's a way of applying, for example, the 6-part test to really understand if some message or a certain post made in their platform platforms may really become an incitement, for example, to violence, or it's something that it is protected to by freedom of expression. At the end, it's keeping the balance, put in the center the users, and see how relevant are these companies on shaping civic space, democracies, and participation of everyone.
Thank you. I think Bargash wanted to say something, and then I know Brenda probably has a lot to say by now. And then we'll start opening up the floor to the audience as well. There's already one question, but I think Vladimir kind of started, and then maybe Brenda has more to that.
Sure. I think the only point I wanted to make was, and going back to Vladimir's point, is I understand it is a civic space, and platforms play a very important role in how people can actually speak out. And I think a key part of this is also transparency from the platform's end on why they are taking the actions they do, and a way to appeal those actions. So for the longest time, you get booted off a platform, and there's no real way to actually talk to someone at the platform or to appeal or to even question why were you booted off the platform. And something that we've been doing for the past couple of months, and it's also actually part of the regulations now in India, is that each month we put out a transparency report about content that we've taken down, the reasons why we've taken those pieces of content down. We provide a breakup of different reasons, whether it's copyright takedowns or hate speech or whatever else. And there's also a mechanism where a user can actually send in a message. When they do, a ticket number is raised. We have to provide a response or acknowledge rather the message within 24 hours and provide a resolution within 15 days. And we also have a grievance officer and a compliance officer, so that you can actually appeal what the team says goes to a grievance officer. If you don't like what the grievance officer says, you can actually appeal it to the compliance officer. And I think that's very important for a platform, because a lot of times you don't really realize why were you booted off a platform. You try to log in again and it just says, you violated our community standards, and so you're not going to get to use the platform again. Or your post, which could be on critical issues around public issues or civic issues, and it just gets taken down. And you to your mind, you don't realize what community standard or what rule of the platform has been violated. Or was it the government that asked for the post to get taken down? And I think so. Transparency in this situation is much more important, especially even though that it's a private platform, and a private platform has its own rules. But it's got to be more transparent to its users as to why they are taking the actions that they do.
I remember you, Veshna, said a few minutes ago that you wanted to say something. So I don't know if you're going to go first.
Bargash kind of said what I wanted to say, because finally I can speak a little bit about RDR. So I think what Bargash was talking about transparency, that's what we think as well. So Ranking Digital Rights is producing an annual, or not exactly annual, but we do produce rankings on digital platforms and also tech communications companies. We do use the UN Guiding Principles and international human rights as our framework. But what we do is actually we ask for transparency, and we use that framework to identify the transparency standards. So we want companies to actually tell users why are they not allowing a certain type of content? What is the process of content moderation? What appeal options do users have? What is the process of the appeal? Can they follow up on an appeal? And our standards are really detailed. In the freedom of expression category, it includes rules around user-generated content, but also advertising content and ad targeting. So, and also government requests to censor content. So there are a lot of areas we cover, but we also ask for practice in our indicators. But the baseline is that we want companies to be transparent. And I think there is a good way to kind of resolve this tension a little bit between can we ask all the companies to abide human rights? of course not. That is like probably never going to happen, but we can start pushing them to be more transparent, and that is probably helpful to hold them accountable, and it's probably the first step to hold them accountable. It's been our approach. We've seen a lot of improvement, but I have to say lately it's been like in the last cycle, what we see with the big platforms is what we call stagnation. So there is clearly a need to more like to stronger push towards companies, because if they are not even transparent, it's also like very hard to come up with the right regulatory framework. Brenda?
I hear everyone's concern that, okay, these are private companies. It doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. I totally agree. I think I'm concerned about the same problem. How do we align what these companies do with the public interest? And I think sometimes in these conversations, people use human rights just as a shortcut for the public interest and don't give any content to what human rights mean. And that's, I can understand that. That's attractive because it sounds good and global. And there's so many human rights. It doesn't matter which rule you like better, you will be protecting a human right, either freedom of expression or safety or dignity or what have you. But international human rights law is not just those values. It's specific balances between those values that have like sort of international law certified good balance between freedom of expression and safety. And those balances do not necessarily reflect the public interest. As we have, like as a public, as a global society, we all want these companies to align with the public interest. We just don't have a framework that reflect what the public interest is. And the public also pushes a lot against human rights certified balances. Holocaust denial is a good example of that. There have been so many advocacy campaigns to have Facebook and YouTube and everyone forbid Holocaust denial. That prohibition is not clearly compatible with international human rights law. And there are many other areas in which international human rights law and the public interest might be at odds in the regulation of platform governance. So I'm concerned with the same problem. These companies should somehow incorporate the public interest and don't necessarily do so. This solution that they just adopt international human rights law, and particularly when it's just look at international human rights law, choose some standards and don't choose some other standards, that gives either a lot of discretionary power to these companies or to new body of experts in charge of governing these companies. Either gives them a lot of discretionary power with surrounded by legitimacy of the human rights discourse, but actually they can just pick wherever standards they like, or they actually take their job seriously and apply all those standards. And okay, they chose one possible set of rules. It's not necessarily aligned with the public interest. I think the public is calling for much more protection of counter values to freedom of expression than UN treaties currently provide. There are other problems, but I will say just that now. I hope it makes some sense, and I hope you see that I'm concerned with the same problem. I'm worried about how the conversation shifts power from companies to experts, not necessarily from companies to the public.
Thanks, Brenda. We have 10 minutes left. So if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to add your question to the chat if you don't want to speak up, but you can also just raise your hands. In the meantime, I think I want to ask a follow-up question, because like there's another tension we haven't even talked about. It's like it's the driving force of some of these platforms, which is their business model and like what keeps them running. And then if if we have a question in the room. Sorry, I don't see that.
Yes, we have here two participants. So yeah, go.
One. Okay. Okay. Hello. I'm Mohammed, and I'm representing Iranian audiovisual regulatory body. Actually, within last year, we've been very concerned regarding content diversity and also human rights issues. But the thing is that honestly, we are living in the age of media concentration and literacy, and also the thing is that there are a lot of super apps there, and actually they decide what people should hear and should know mostly. The thing is that I consider media diversity's requirement to be there is taking care or dealing with media concentration in first place. So, and we have a lot of cases, how we should ensure that with the rapid growth of super apps that will lead consecutively to the media concentration, the voice of voiceless people could be heard. For example, what's happening in China regarding the Uyghur community, like the Muslim minority, I mean, no one is hearing about that because it's constantly being removed, and we are dealing with these issues even in our jurisdiction. So basically, what do you think? How should we ensure this? So as a concern. So thank you so much for letting me answer.
Maybe let's take the second question as well and then see who wants to answer. Can we have the second question?
No, I think it was just one question.
Okay, false one. So is there anyone who would like to address this question?
Can I just jump in quickly on this?
Sure.
Thank you. So I think, yeah, there are other type of avenues that we can take, and perhaps I think on concentrations. From Article 19, we are also like thinking in two proposals. One, it's a multi-stakeholder approach, which we call the social media councils, also as an oversight body to governments, to states, and to social media companies. And there is another one, and actually I'm just going to say that on Friday we're going to have this session around unbundling. Unbundling as a pro-competitive remedy, as a way to open market, to separate somehow the hosting of contents, but also to around content moderation and open, and perhaps that's going to be relevant in terms of regulators, in terms of competitive regulators, to really somehow like decentralize content moderation, recognizing also the diversity around these systems of governance and the asymmetries and the differences that perhaps different companies may have. But just to say that, yes, we strongly believe that human rights can be a certain way, in a certain path, and recognizing these concerns. And I totally agree also with Brenda that sometimes this can be a facade to saying that they are complying, but at the end they are just not doing it. And for sure, when we are thinking and recognizing diversity and these other voices, perhaps this proposal on unbundling and separating the hosting and the content and opening and establishing a measure on the competitive side, perhaps that will open also another type of discussion, another approach on how to guarantee this diversity and not recognizing just the big concentration that we are seeing already now, and how it may affect also other types of rights. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other questions for the speakers? If there are no questions, I think we can use the remaining 6 minutes for a round of concluding remarks. So today's session was about best practices in content moderation and human rights. And in the light of like what we discussed, I want to ask our speakers to conclude the session with a very short 1 minute wrap-up sentence and say what you think is the right approach, or like what you want people to remember, or it can be also a question. So I'm going to call you by your names, and we're going to start with Bergesh again.
Thanks. I think first off, thanks to Peter for organizing all of this. But that aside, I think going back to my key points, one is I think transparency is very key from a platform perspective for every action that you're taking, because whether it's taking down content or the reasons that you have a certain feature being launched or whatever else, users depend on platforms such as ours for sharing content and their thoughts with the world. And the lack of transparency is very problematic. That's one. The second is we strongly believe that while context is king, and giving the user the ability to post content in various languages is a very essential part of being on the internet, and it democratizes the internet. The ability to get reach or virality is not a part of that deal. And as a platform, as a private platform, we have the right to decide on what content should go out there and get that virality and moderate content and take down content which we believe is either harmful for the Commonwealth or for other users on the platform. And I think the third piece is there needs to be more global discussions around how the internet gets regulated, because you're seeing the balkanization of the internet with different countries coming out with regulations for intermediaries and platforms like us, right? You're seeing the US is trying to look at more, regulating the social media space. India has tried some of it, and you're going to see that happening more and more unless there is some level of global consensus on how we can take this forward.
Thank you. Brenda?
Sorry, just thank everyone for organizing the panel, and thank you all for your work, for the companies for being here and explaining what you do and why, and the civil society organizations for putting out proposals. I think those public justifications, those public proposals are what allows the public, academics, the organizations to have a more informed idea of the options out there, contrast them, see what works and why, and push in the things that should be better and learn from the things that are working. So just thank you all for your work.
Thanks. Abby?
Yes, thank you, Peter, for organizing, Vejna for moderating, Brenda, Bergesh, and Allison for being great panelists, and everyone here for joining. Just to wrap up, I would say, in my view, human rights provides a really useful place for companies to look. I agree with the concern around the de facto place that private companies are holding today in terms of controlling speech. And I think that's where looking at how governments have checks on them, it can be, it's not so easy to just delegate that kind of rulemaking to companies where they don't have those same kinds of checks. So I think it's important to be careful about how we say, what must happen or what should happen. But I think using human rights is useful for a lot of companies. And in applying those standards, thinking about context, as Bergesh mentioned, least restrictive means, which goes along with proportionality that Vladimir mentioned, and also transparency, as Bergesh mentioned many times, that's really, really, and Vejna, of course, as well. Those are some really useful elements of how platforms can look to moderate content in a way that helps protect users' rights and also echoes some of what human rights law has to offer.
Thank you. Alison and Vladimir, you have like 1 minute.
Okay, I'll be really quickly. I thank everyone that everybody else thanked. And I think that my main point here is that when we're regulating, we want to be flexible to different types of content moderation models, and that human rights is just sort of one aspect of the things that we can do to sort of curb the abuses online. Obviously, we mentioned transparency, harmful business models, stuff like that. So I agree that human rights is not the end all answer, but it is a quiver in our arrow, or an arrow in our quiver.
Yeah, thank you very much to Peter and Abby and everyone to organize this session, and everyone who's here now attending in person. I would just say any approach to the challenges of the digital ecosystems needs to preserve this multi-stakeholder approach. I really appreciate the participation of companies, civil society, academia, governments, technical community, and the private sector. We need to keep this dialogue, things of other alternatives. I also encourage everyone to review the Santa Clara principles in regards to transparency, accountability, explainability, and other elements that we think it's important that companies should also recognize as a starting point and as a way of protecting and putting the center users and also the relevance for civic space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Our time's up. Thanks everyone for joining. And I think there will be a report back from Peter soon. So thanks again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.